Yeah, that'll do. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever your time zone is, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is the Dazzy Dazzler, back, streaming again. Been a while. I thought I'd give it a go. Thought I'd come back for a while. Oh, excuse me. I got one of those tickly bloody coughs. Again. Yes, English. Oh, why is that not? It's English anyway. So the visible. There I am. You alright, huh? Yes, I've installed the DLC, blah 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 blah. Play! Right, let's go to options first. Let's see, brightness, HDR on HDR settings, gameplay, blah 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 blah, sound. Thank you. Excuse me. Don't need subtitles on, really, do I? Sound music, language controls. You alright? Oh, okay. Right, let's go. Should we do this discovery tour first? Let's get this on the go. Content created by you, image source from museums, libraries around the world. We hope to share with you the passion that inhabited us for the 4 years it took to develop Assassin's Creed Origins. Wow. Oh, it's bloody tickly cough.
Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt.
I will be with you in a minute. Thank you, Patsy. I'm just doing my things for letting people know I'm on. Should really do it before, but for some reason that didn't work. I don't know why. There we go. Better do it in Goat Gang as well, I suppose. Right, so I will do it in a minute. Should have done this before. I haven't done it for a long time. Oh, getting messages left, right. It's typical. I think that's it. Do. I will be with you in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't done this for such a long time. Oh, right. I am trying to... All of a sudden, I get... all these flipping messages, all at the same time. Literally, as soon as I go live. Right. Right. Make sure I have a bit of paper. Right. See, I haven't done this for such a long time. Go again. Right, Pudsey. You're in both, so you'll do. I'll take it the sound is alright, etc, etc. Right. Let's start this tour, shall we? Planning of the city of Alexandria. Learn about the design and layout of the city of Alexandria. Estimated time 6 minutes. Follow the trail to the next station.
Planning of the city. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey.
Hi, Elf.
There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these
it's been a while,
Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta.
Now something. Right. I suppose I thought I ain't done this for ages. Done this on the Xbox, but not a problem, Alf, not a problem. How you feeling today? Alright? Hope you're feeling a bit better than you was yesterday. So I know you were saying you was a bit sore yesterday. Right, we'll go down there. Really? Or have I got to go the other way? Have I just run the wrong way? Probably have. I think I've run the wrong way. Do I actually jump off that bridge there, Pudsey, or do I just go back here? I haven't done this for such a long time. Oh, I see.
Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement.
Delta of the Nile, Egypt, and the site of Alexandria.
Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while
I have got new check-ins for anyone that's like a member of different Discord groups now. I have tried covering them all, but I'm not too sure if I've got the one that you're in or whatever.
The great walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use
I forgot this comes up on the screen. Totally forgot.
Clouds of migrating birds
So used to playing on the Xbox, and then like if you're streaming on the Xbox, you've got to keep looking at your screen, not the actual TV screen.
Reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population.
Ooh.
Excavations led by Mahmud Bey el-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately
I will try and
5.2
update
kilometers in length
the
and 2.2
stream
kilometers
elements,
in width.
etc., to
It
include
was
all the
roughly 9
groups.
meters in height.
So at the moment, I've only got sort of Net Lurkers, Goat Gang, and LSW, I think.
These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE.
Oh, pardon
It
me.
wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault.
Ooh. Pardon? Did he just say Fectis Alesius or something? Sounded like he said that. Mind you, on Odyssey they had quite a few swear words in that one. Surprised me a few times.
Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid
Some of the dialogue's the same on there, but
with wide straight roads
got
and
different
canals
dialogue.
running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design.
Like some of the dialogue on Odyssey was like, where is this see you next Tuesday? And you think, what? Kill this see you next... I think, hold on a minute. Is this supposed to be like a sort of like a kids game or sort of like middle sort of age, young teen sort of thing? I was quite surprised that.
A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports.
Do apologise if I seem to be drinking and
with grand buildings
burping
and
a bit.
parks,
Got one of those
including
tickly
Canopy Street,
cough
with
things.
its impressive gate
I don't know why.
bordering the eastern end.
Ooh. It must be fantastic to live in that sort of time, but not if it was sort of like a poor relation.
Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain.
Ooh. Does the sound alright though, Pudsey, yeah? Hey, got a trophy. Oh yeah. Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed. You can now explore ancient Egypt at your own pace or select options to choose a new tour by opening the pause menu. Right, okay. I think that's what I've just done actually. So how do you... So what, do you actually go there or? I'm not too sure. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, I suppose that's how you do it. It's been such a long time since I last played this. Yeah, I've just seen that. Been such a long time. Welcome to the 5 people watching. I do appreciate you coming in to watch. Hope you're all having a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. This is Assassin's Creed Origins. I finally completed Assassin's Creed Odyssey after 622 hours. That's all the puzzles, the Ostravas, all the DLC, Atlantis, the Underworld, Elysium, etc. So that included all of that.
To the major regions of Egypt.
I can't really say any bad words against Odyssey. When I first started it, when I first got the game for Christmas, a few Christmases ago, I got bored with it and I thought, hold on, no, this is too much. I don't like this game. It's too boring. But I decided to go back to it about 6 months or so ago and gave it another crack. I'm glad I did. The mythological, however you pronounce it, the creatures and the beasties and, Medusa, Cyclops, oh man, absolutely awesome. I know the game gets hate, Odyssey, but if you've got it, go back to it. Just give it a go. I played as Cassandra, obviously. I did try the male bloke when I very first started, and it didn't really appeal to me. So I decided to block the female and stuck with her. The storyline is absolutely fucking fantastic. Hold on, where am I going? I don't even... Am I meant to go up there? They've got Cerberus in there as well. The old doggies. I don't know where I'm meant to go here, so I'm just taking it. Take the guess here. But the cat, I don't know who the I must have a look, but the actor that played Hades on Odyssey was absolutely outstanding. He was just he had such a sinister, dark voice on him. He was amazing. I'm trying to... Alright, I've got... Why was I put in a boat then? What's this one going to be then? Oh, I see. I've got to go by... Oh, whoop, there's a croc there. Shit. Shit. I suppose I'll go and get the boat back, haven't I? Or is there one up here? Is there another boat up here? Why is there no boats? Oh, I'll have to go back and get my boat. Welcome to the 7 people in chat. I do appreciate you coming in. I hope you're all having a brilliant day. Hey, Trogon! How are you today, matey? Oh, thank you, Pudsey. You beat me to it. That's another one. Right, now I suppose I'm going to go back and get that boat, if I can remember where I put it. No, but as I was saying, I don't know who the main bloke was playing Hades on Odyssey. He was absolutely... I don't know, I'll have to check out who it was, but he was absolutely fantastic. Where's my boat gone? Ah, my boat's gone. I've lost my boat. Where's my fucking boat? Get on there. Oh, I need a boat. Oh, is that one there? I can take that one. Yeah, I'll take that one, sorry. Must have done. But no, I did honestly shit on Odyssey first time I started playing. I got so bored of it. It's just like, oh, rinse and repeat. Yeah, I know people say the games are rinse. Can I get through there? Rinse and repeat, etc. But after a while, you just get so used to doing what you're meant to be doing, mission-wise. You just crack on with it. But I loved it. But I sort of grew up with games like stealth-wise, like Siphon Filter, There's a Blast from the Past, Siphon Filter, Hitman as well, and Splinter Cell, obviously. Oh man, I'm going to go back to it eventually once I've finished this chronological run through of all these other ones. But I'll play as the other bloke, Christos or whatever his name was, because I sort of like was told not to play as a bloke. But when I first started, I started playing as a bloke, and his dialogue was terrible. I don't know whether no disrespect.
Life in ancient Egypt,
but I don't know whether it was the actual bloke or the actor or what, but maybe it's just his like dialogue he was given to do, I don't know. But he just didn't seem to click for me.
Due to its proximity to the Mediterranean, temperatures in Lower Egypt were less extreme than in Upper Egypt.
Oh, I was on Wonky Gamers stream last night for a little bit, and there was a streamer that streams, obviously was watching Wonky Dave, and me and him was chatting away about Creed while watching this Outer Worlds play, and he agreed with me that DLC is the best DLC ever in a game. It is one of the best.
Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Upper Egypt's crown was white with symbols of lotus and sedge grass.
Yeah, I was watching who's I watching? Oh, Bowser Reaper. He's another one that is a big Creed fan like myself. He's got a cat, he's got the books, he's got everything basically. So I got talking to him a few months ago, started watching him and like talking about the Assassin's Creed lore and all of this stuff. I've got the books and everything for Christmas, so I'm well chuffed. But he was playing this yesterday, and he said the DLC was fantastic.
Both regions had
even he says the DLC of Odyssey is fantastic.
Notably Memphis in Lower Egypt and Thebes in Upper Egypt. There were different religious cults in both regions, each worshipping their own native
I can't
gods.
honestly say I've ever played a DLC that's any better. I can't think, because I don't usually play a lot of DLC. The only DLC I usually play is like the Creed games, personally.
Many of the temples were designed in such a way as to represent the two
But the
regions,
Legacy of the First
and
Blade,
ceremonies
Fate of
often
Atlantis,
incorporated Upper and
absolutely
Lower
fantastic.
Egypt in their rituals.
No, I mean I'm not knocking. Oh, tour completed. Okay. I'm not knocking anyone that did the voices on that Odyssey game at all, but it's just something that Hades character was. He was absolutely fantastic. Right, I've just done that, haven't I? Yeah, I've done that one. Right, let's do that one. It was like, you know, like Nathan Drake is synonymous with, I can't remember his bloody name now. Not Troy Baker, the other one. The name escapes me. The fella that does Nathan Drake's voice. It's similar to that, you know. Yeah, he does. He stands out. Like the gentleman that does... I can't remember his name. I saw him in the film the other night as well. Nolan North, that's it. I saw him in the film the other night. He's synonymous with Nathan Drake. So, like, whenever he turns up in another game, you think, that's Nolan straight away. That bloke had that sort of voice. Hades. He was brilliant. But like Bowser, that I was watching yesterday afternoon, he's actually played Valhalla, and he knows sort of the crossover with Cassandra and that. He said, "Oh, you haven't played? Have you actually finished it yet, Darren?" I said, "No, I started it, but never really carried on." And he said, right, he said, I'll stop talking about it there because it's not fair on you. So he didn't want to spoil it. So he said, obviously, where you've done Odyssey first, before Origins in the timeline, it's sort of, one was released before the other, but it's canon. He just didn't want to spoil anything for me, which is good. I like people like him. Oh, you've actually met Nolan North. One of my Irish friend, John, he's met him as well. And I think he said he's met Troy as well. He said Troy's a bit of a, alright, you know, seems a bit arrogant, but, you know, who wouldn't be doing that sort of job? But he's a nice bloke, apparently.
Much of Egyptian civilization. For example,
I like Troy. Troy's alright. Nolan's wicked. Because I know a few years ago it was like every game Nolan North was doing the voice near enough in a lot of games, and like a lot of fans were like saying, "Oh God, can't they use anyone but Nolan North and Troy Baker for God's sake?" It was almost as if no one else was being used at that time.
And rich soil meant that Egypt's denizens were able to nourish themselves
really?
and ensure their country's strength in trade.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say that I've heard Nolan North and that in any Xbox games. Maybe they're contracted to do Sony games only. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever your time zone is, ladies and gentlemen. This is Assassin's Creed Origins, and yes, it is the Dazzy Dazzler streaming once again. It could be actually Rick and Morty, yeah. I hope you're all having a wicked day. It's not too good here in the UK at the moment. It's raining and windy at the moment, but I hope it's lovely weather where you are.
The River Nile, flowing from the south to the north, neatly traversed through both Upper and Lower Egypt. All of Egypt's major cities were built along this narrow ribbon of life. Protected by mountain ranges and deserts which acted as natural barriers to enemies, and sustained by the Nile's plants and wildlife, Egyptian civilization enjoyed economic and cultural prosperity for over 4,000 years.
Oh, did he really? I've got the Avengers, actually. I'll have to play that again. I didn't really notice.
Both ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks referred to the Nile as the river in their respective languages.
I do love the Uncharted games.
Over 6,700 kilometers, the Nile is one of the longest rivers.
I keep looking at the PS5 version because I've played them all from PS3 to PS4 Pro sort of thing.
The River Nile originates in the region of the
I
Great
finished every one,
Lakes, including one of the largest in the world, Lake Victoria near Tanzania.
But I quite enjoyed the Lost Legacy one. Not a lot of people like that one, but I really enjoyed it. It was different to have two female characters instead of Nathan all the time. Lost Legacy, that was it. I don't want to ride you. Oh. Alright. Over you go, son. Pardon? Yeah, I heard that about a year or two ago. Nothing's been said about it since, so I don't know what's happening there. So I think it's gone from Naughty Dog doing it to another studio. I'm not too sure. Oh, gold. That made me jump. I'm not too sure whether Naughty Dog will sort of assist if needed, sort of thing.
The river flows through African equatorial forests, swamps, volcanic lands, steppes, and deserts, splitting apart for a while and picking up various
I'd like to see a
and carrying them
sort of
all the
spin
way
off,
to
or it,
Egypt.
mate, not. I don't know. I
Its
don't know whether
main
you call it a
artery,
spin off
known as the White
or an
Nile,
actual
rejoins with the Blue Nile in Khartoum.
Uncharted game.
This is where it
But
weaves
have
through
you played
rich
number
deposits
4,
of silt and nutrients,
the
carrying
finale?
them along in its wake.
I won't say too much. If you haven't played number 4, I'm not going to say anything. Oh right, you played them all. I'd like to see his brother and Sully, because in that they said certain words, didn't they, in that game, and that automatically led me to think, oh, that could lead into a game itself. You know, the dialogue, the comment, what they were talking to each other about during that game, Sully and Sam, it could actually lead into a game themselves, just like the 2 female protagonists did in Lost Legacy. I'd like to see one with them 2, because Nathan's brother Sam's a bit of a mischievous little toe rag, isn't he? Oh, there's no definitive. Oh, I wonder who that was then. Maybe it's one of the studio people that done it then. There we go.
The Nile crosses 6 cataracts from the south to the north, creating natural obstacles between the various
I mean, a lot of people saying like Nathan's had his time and, you know, he's gone.
Of about 100
but then
kilometers, where the bubbling
my
and
way of
rapidly
thinking is
swirling
they could do
waters
something
advance
like similar to
tumultuously
Raiders of the
amid
Lost Ark,
enormous heaps
where
of
Sean
rocks and
Connery
benches of
played
hard stone.
Harrison's dad. And so, like, if Harrison's a bit stuck, he's not too sure, you know, is this the right sort of, should I be doing it, you know, is this the right Egyptian dialogue or whatever, hieroglyphics, etc. Oh, my dad will know more because he studied it more, so they could use Nathan Drake as a bit part character, sort of like a father figure, sort of like, yeah, I can advise you on this. Alright, Boomer. Yeah, it's time. Yeah. They could do it that way, or they could actually do, like, as I was just saying, Nathan as an advisor. You know, if they get stuck and they don't know whether it's Egyptian or whatever, they could just say, oh, we'll go and visit Nathan. But I wouldn't sort of want them to sort of like go and visit Nathan like Harrison did with Sean Connery as his dad in Raiders, and like get the father involved. I wouldn't want Nathan involved as such, because otherwise he'll be going back over old ground again. Ah, whoops.
It is after crossing Nubia
Oh, I thought I went too far then.
that the river officially returns to Egypt in Aswan. There are still 1,000 kilometers before it reaches Cairo and the Delta, bringing life to those living on its shores before it eventually empties into the Mediterranean Sea.
Oh, go away. Putty or whoever is a mod, can they get rid of that, please? I forgot about them. Oh, that's right, Boomer. Nice to see you pop in. Cheers, Boomer. I forgot about those buggers popping in. Have a good kick, mate. Yeah, I think they could use Nathan Drake as a top archaeologist advisor role type thing, but on its own merit, Cassie, Sam and Sully could make a good game. Ah, nearly bumped into him. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, because if you go down the road of sort of like Nathan is like an advisor, but then if Cassie or Sam or Sully
The
gets
delta,
caught
situated at the
by
north end of the
bad
Nile,
guys doing
also
something
known as
they
Lower
shouldn't
Egypt,
or
is a
whatever,
large
and then,
irrigated
oh
area
shit,
where
yeah,
the
we've
river
got to get
splits into
Nathan back
several
involved again.
tributaries.
Be going over old ground. But I did hear that Naughty Dog are doing their own IP, well, rumoured to be. Similar to, oh, you know the Viking series? I don't know if you've ever seen the Viking series. I've seen, oh, pardon me, I've seen all that series, absolutely amazing, and the Lost Kingdom. Seen all them. There were rumours that Naughty Dog was supposed to be doing a Vikings type game, but seeing God of War's been there, done it, I don't know. It's a bit like Ubisoft. They're still bringing out a feudal Japan game, aren't they? Red River or something it's called. And a lot of people are saying they've missed the boat because Sucker Punch that did Ghost of Tsushima has been there, done that, got the T-shirt basically. You know what? So what else can Ubisoft do? But I'm sitting back waiting patiently to see how this game's going to go first.
Salt swamps and sand plains. These lakes were
Oh,
refuge to a
Codename Red,
wealth of
that's it. Yeah,
species,
wow, they
as well
changed
as
that, wouldn't
water
they?
and land plants.
They will
The
change that.
occasional bandit could also be found sheltering within the denser reeds, waiting for the unwary traveler.
They'll change that. But a lot of people, as I said, they're just saying, nah, what's the point? What is the point of them doing that when Ghost of Tsushima has been there and done it? You know what I mean? They've missed the boat. But I'll sit back and wait and see what happens. I'm not fussed. I'm not a Ubisoft mark by any means, you know what I mean?
Welcome to Deserts
But I
Egypt.
would say though, their Far Cry games need a overhaul. They need to reinvent that. Yeah, see, I read that a couple of weeks ago. They're doing the multiplayer factions. So they released some still photos of the multiplayer factions, you know, the places where you'll be fighting and shooting, whatever, on the factions. But I did hear that they are doing, apparently it was on Twitter. Let's put it this way: believe it what you will. It's like a lot of it is all clickbait stuff. Anyway, they want it for clicks. But apparently, I don't believe it for 1 minute. Neil Druckmann was supposed to have told this insider they are making, or in the process of pre-production of Last of Us 3. I don't believe that for 1 minute. I looked at it on Twitter a couple of weeks ago and I thought, are you having a laugh? Honestly, I don't honestly believe Neil Druckmann would turn around and say, oh yeah guys, this is a secret, don't say nothing, but we're doing The Last of Us 3, alright? Keep it under your hat, keep it stum, you know? He wouldn't say that.
Reaching out on either side of
Insider said Neil Druckmann told me. I'm sure.
Eastern Desert. They cover nearly 94% of Egypt. Each of these parent deserts.
A lot of the stuff on Twitter's clickbait anyway, so you know what I mean. I saw it and I just started laughing, honestly.
Whale fossils were discovered within the depths of the Sahara. Known as the Valley of the Whales.
I just like the way they put it though. Oh, Neil, this is from an insider. Neil Druckmann told me that he's starting pre-production on Last of Us 3. Sorry, something like that. He would either announce it himself or keep it under wraps at Sony headquarters for another 6 months to a year before he even announces something like that.
The White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara.
There was something from PlayStation Universe came up my Twitter feed last night as well. and I
The
couldn't
wind
believe
has
it.
eroded the rocks of the White Desert into
Apparently,
stone
if you leave your
mushrooms,
PlayStation
the most
vertical,
famous of which is referred to as the
vertically,
finger of
it can
God.
fuck it up, basically. That's what they're saying now. But I don't believe that for 1 minute, for one simple reason. They've had 1 or 2 people out of 30 million units sold. You're telling me that that constitutes a major issue? They've had a few issues with vertical, with vertical PlayStation 5s. Something to do with liquid cooling gel or something inside. It can overspill, but that's another clickbait one as well on Twitter. Came up on my Facebook
The Great
feed as
Sand
well.
Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass
So I
rocks
get
the size of
messages
rough
at the moment.
boulders.
That's shit. Right. Yeah, I think it's just clickbait, mate. It's not nothing major. Oh, it's done now, is it right? It's not major. They've had about a handful, if that, people saying sort of, oh yeah, my PlayStation is buggered because it's vertical. What, literally half a dozen out of 30 odd million units sold, and they're trying to make it a major story. Because Sony hasn't commented.
The Katara Depression.
They've not commented on it at all because it's clickbait. They're just trying to get people riled up.
Located in the northwest part of Egypt. Reaching 18,000 square kilometers, the basin is
it's not a problem, Alf. Thank you for coming by. I don't mind.
Covered with salt.
Glad to hear you're feeling a bit better today.
Africa, after the Afar Depression.
Exactly. Thank you very much. You have a good day, yeah? Yeah, I know, I noticed that. I've just seen that, Pudsey. About bloody time, isn't it? Oh, the amount of times we tried getting that. I tried having a go, you tried having a go. Oh dear, that was funny. Right, where am I going now? Oh, right, over here, okay. Yeah, it's what I mean, Trogan. You know what I mean? Half a dozen people have had problems. That's it.
Temperatures reaching 36 degrees Celsius. The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected
Thank you for that, Trogon.
region. Today, the Katara Depression is utilized for oil exploration.
So I was just checking my other headphones. Yeah, I tried Nightbot, tried Stream Elements, certain commands would not work with either one. Me and my daughter tried, constantly. I tried it. I think it was last year, I was trying for hours, just wouldn't work, I got annoyed. Asked my daughter, she's a bit of a tech head. She tried. Oh, what's that?
The climate is very
I see.
With average temperatures reaching 36 degrees
She couldn't even do it. She tried and tried and tried.
The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected southwestern region.
So I took a chance and thought, you know what, quite a few streamers are using this thing called Fosterbot, and I thought, I'll give it a go. I'll install it. So it seems to be working, seems to be alright. There's not a problem there, so at least I know it's working. Right, that's done. Right, there's fast travel there to Siwa. I thought this was a male character. I didn't realise the female was on it. I thought it was Bayek in the thingy. Well, I thought it was anyway. Learn about the geography and the importance of the oasis of Siwa.
Welcome to Siwa.
Oh, it is Siwa. I wasn't too sure how you pronounce that one actually. Because I know last year, literally Stream Elements and that went down for nearly a whole day, I think it was. Loads of people were having trouble for a whole day.
The C1 oasis is located in a depression
And I know Twitch was having a major
its natural springs
issue.
And warm climate aided in the bountiful production of date trees. Though clearly influenced to some degree by Egyptian and African culture,
I didn't know that.
The area's isolation resulted in a unique society and language.
I didn't know you could choose your character. I just started with the female.
C1 temple architecture differed from traditional Egyptian temples. Old Kingdom Egyptians referred to the oasis as cauldron due to its unique geographical structure. Oases were crucial for nomadic tribes and caravans. Without them, there was no chance of survival in an otherwise harsh landscape. As such, oases quickly became hubs for trade, as well as areas of political control.
Oh, here comes the rain. Oh, that's that one. Do.
Because of the dry climate, there is very little rainfall to sustain the oases. Instead, underground rivers flood the natural basins.
Ooh.
Since many oases have a north-south orientation parallel to the Nile, some geologists suggest they were once tributaries of the mighty river. There is evidence that ancient Egyptians attempted to create some oases.
Ooh. Must have been right living in this sort of time if you're rich and you're well off, but not so much if you're as poor.
The Libyan oases are the best known, as they are geographically and culturally linked to the Nile Valley and the Delta. These western oases have a distinct geology from the other.
I think they've got the Discovery Tour in every Creed game now, haven't they? Well, except the early ones.
Dakhla, Farafra, Baharia, and Siwa.
So I think they've got the Discovery Tour in Valhalla as well, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe someone can verify that. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting year, this one for... Oh, there is one in Valhalla, yeah, I thought so.
The Spring of the Sun is
I mean, I know people are talking about Mirage, the new one that's coming out this year sometime. It's supposed to be Easter, but I can't see it being Easter. I think it'd be round about summer or just after, near Christmas. But I'm looking forward to that one in Germany, the Witch Trials. That should be pretty gruesome. The old Witch Trials. But someone did say to me they was doing that Codename Red was going to be a mobile game, but I can't see that. I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Oracles predicted the future, delivered omens that could be more or less obscure, and offered divine guidance. The C1 Oracle was considered one of the 3 greatest of the ancient world, alongside the oracles of Delphi.
Oh, it started in Origins, was it?
Because
that's what I mean. No, I haven't played this game.
The temple associated
I got it on the Xbox when it first came out. Ah, that. Oh, right. Oh, someone told me it's Codename Red. Shows how much they know. No, I mean, when you listen to people that say they're insiders and they're not, or people think they're in the know. That's why I only listen to people like Jeffrey Grubb and that sort of thing, Jez Corden. And yes, that is a Star Wars cup. And apparently when you light it, when you have a hot drink in there, the lightsabers all light up, which is pretty neat. I'm a bit of a Star Wars nut as well. Because I know there was a rumour with that mobile game and Codename Red, you can sort of cross over from console into mobile, mobile to console. I don't know if that would ever work, or if that was true, but
this action earned the approval of the Oracle, who
a bit
validated
like
his
the
claim as
Destiny
Pharaoh of
2
Egypt.
game. You
He
can
was
actually
confirmed as the
sort
son
of
of
do the
Amen,
crossover with
conferring
that as
upon
well.
him the most legitimate claim to date
Oh
of
man,
all Egypt's
I
foreign
completed it on
favors.
the Xbox. I've got to get one more achievement, unlock a bit of area, but I've already been all around and like I've nearly got all but one achievement on that. But I've got it to play on the PS5 and stream as well. I enjoyed it. I thought it was amazing. The second one looks even better. But I'll tell you what, when that game come out and they were saying, "Oh, just wait until you see Darth Vader, you're going to shit yourself," I said, "Yeah, whatever." And when I got that far in the game and come to, you know what I did? I fucking ran. I fucking ran like a little girl, literally. It's
The
massive!
powerful and the rich would send gifts or travel
It is
great
absolutely
distances
massive in
order to
that
ensure
Jedi
their good
game.
fortune by gaining the blessing
I
of the
did try
Oracle
getting a
of
few
Siwa.
hits in before running. I
Every
thought, no, I'm not going
successful
to stand
blessing
here.
only increased the soothsayer's prestige. Runner Eubotus, a famous citizen of Cyrene, consulted the Oracle in order to know if he would win the 93rd Olympic Games.
But it's good that
race
they've got the
in
same
408
character though,
BCE.
because like the
He
character
did,
that
enhancing
plays
the
in
standing of the
Jedi,
C1 Oracle
I
in the
saw him
process.
originally a few years, about 2 or 3 years ago, in a series called Gotham, based on like Batman, the early start of Batman. He played the Red Joker in that. The Red Hat, I think he was called then, originally. And I said to my missus then, when I first saw him in Gotham, I said, this kid, going to be a star.
The
He's got
Temple
it.
of the Oracle of
He was
Amen
absolutely
was
amazing
built
in
in
that.
the 6th century BCE by Pharaoh Amasis. In the game, its entrance is guarded by ram-headed sphinxes, the animal representing Amen. They were inspired by similar statuary located at the British Museum. Another option would have a Greek-influenced representation of Zeus Amen, a human-headed sphinx with horns. This representation of Zeus Amen was very popular in Siwa.
Okay. Tour completed. Right. Oh, I see. Bayek. Let's go with Bayek. Right, let's do the Fayam. That's looking even better. Did you see the Game Awards where he came out on stage?
Welcome to the Fayum.
Oh, requires a boat.
The Fayum Oasis is an enormous basin in the western desert that formed from the Nile's overflow. As such, it is not considered a true oasis, though it gives its name to the region, which covers Lake Morris.
Yeah, he came out on the
oasis
Jeff
harbors some of
Keighley
the
Game
oldest
Awards
archaeological
about a couple of months
artifacts of the
ago.
region,
There was like an intro on the
indicating
stage
that
and
the area
everything.
has been inhabited
Everyone was
by
thinking, what the
hunters
hell's
and
this?
gatherers
And all of a
since
sudden
the
it came
Neolithic
out,
period.
sort of like this creature he was fighting in the game, sort of thing. It was awesome.
The Fayum Oasis drains into Lake Moeris, which was a large freshwater lake, but at some time became a saltwater lake. In the 12th dynasty, ancient Egyptians redirected the water flow with a dam and dug a supply canal using the lake as their reservoir.
If they're careful with it, they got themselves a
Irrigation
nice little
enabled them to continue
franchise
growing crops
there.
of figs,
Series
grapes,
of
and
games.
olives
They can do a good
year-round.
series of games with it, with Cameron as a Jedi. Yeah, it's where I've downloaded it from.
Reed boats, feluccas, triremes, and kerkeros were the most commonly found craft within the landlocked waters of Egypt. They were used for various purposes, ranging from daily fishing, trade, warfare, and travel, to the ferrying of massive stone blocks used to build the great monuments of Egypt.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you go fast, well, on Odyssey, when you take these sort of little boats over, go really fast, they break up after a while. They just crash, crash and burn. Ah, I'll walk in the water, why not, mate? Beep beep. Thank you. Do. Go away, Croc. Yeah, if I remember rightly, somewhere in this game, you have to climb up the pyramids anyway for a viewpoint thing, I think. Hippo. Pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. Oopsie. Yeah, so I remember when I first played it on the Xbox. It was like, oh my god, you had to climb up this pyramid, man. It was fantastic.
The pyramids of ancient Egypt date from the Old Kingdom and can be found on the sites of Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur. However, one particularly famous pyramid of the time is located elsewhere. During the Middle Kingdom, some pharaohs chose the Fayum as their final resting place. One such ruler was Amenemhat III. His pyramid left a mark on the imagination.
Yeah, I think that was a pyramid that's further away from all the others.
They referred to it as the Labyrinth, mostly due to the vast mortuary temple complex at the foot of the pyramid.
Yeah, that's
Herodotus mentioned that he had visited 12 courts and over 3,000 of its chambers. But he was also well known.
Despite what people say about these games, the people that actually make and design these games, they put so much effort into them. It's fantastic. It's like Valhalla. I played a little bit of it. I'm not exactly halfway. I'm not even quarter of the way through it on the Xbox. That is more like an RPG type game, not a proper Creed game, but it's fun playing as a Viking.
Amenemhat's pyramid was built with a brick core and covered with stone slabs.
Oh, definitely.
Designed to be impenetrable. The burial chamber, made out of a single block of sandstone, is unique in its design. Richard Lepsius and Flinders Petrie both explored the pyramid site.
Imagine the work that's going into the Japan one. No, I mean, Japan's got so much history. I mean, you talk about Egypt and Iran and Afghanistan, that sort of region. And then you look at Japan, well, Japan's got just as much history, I would have thought, if not more.
Ubisoft decided to give life back to this lost monument and the many crypts that were said to be devoted to the sacred crocodile god, Sobek.
Yeah, I've got some Assassin's Creed books sort of thing. I'll see if I can grab them. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this one. Assassin's Creed, The Essential Guide. I've got that sort of, that's all the history and the Brotherhood sort of thing. I've got that one. And I've got this one as well. Yeah, Atlas. All to do with like the battle, you know, the islands and the countries they go to. There's the back of it. So yeah, it tells quite a bit of story about it all, sort of thing. I'm really chuffed with that. And I've got it's still wrapped actually. It's in cellophane. Assassin's Creed. The visual history of it, basically. So yeah, I got spoiled a bit, and I've got like a Assassin's Creed Odyssey cap and number 3 remastered for Christmas. So yeah, bit of a Creed nut. Oh, there's loads of stuff on Amazon or eBay. eBay do it brand new as well. So I mean, I've got my eyes on a few other Creed bits. You know, like the big massive cups they drink in Valhalla. Well, they do sort of like ornamental ones of those. They're a lot of money. They're about 45 quid, £45 over here. I don't know how much it would be in Australian money, but it's like exactly like the Vikings one in Valhalla, you know. I thought, yeah, I've got to get that soon. Is that gonna? Yeah, there we go.
Founded during the 5th dynasty, the site was popular during the 12th dynasty.
Yeah, I'm happy with those books.
During the Ptolemaic era, the metropolis was named Crocodilopolis by the Greeks in honor of the crocodile.
They have got more sort of like story books,
during the
Greco-Roman like era, that you can read properly.
Soldiers of the Ptolemies,
they've got I think it's a set of 5 or 6. I think that's about $24.99 on Amazon.
Tripled the arable land and turned the city into a lush
I think it's like the actual story of Ezio and all the other assassins.
The city's location was strategic and
a bit like Gears, really. Gears has a lore as well, don't they? Gears of War on the Xbox. They're from like books, storybook sort of thing. So it's the same sort of thing. Wow. That's a lot, isn't it, really? That is a lot of money. So me and this other streamer, Bowser, that I watch when he plays Assassin's Creed games, we talk about the books and like comics, etc. I prefer hardback books because I think like comics, magazines, you know, I mean, if you pay about 15, 20 odd quid for a comic or a magazine type collectible thing, it can tear quite easily. It's like, no, I don't want to take that chance. Oh, Wonky! That's not a problem, mate. I'm only on the Discovery tour at the moment, so... Right, get you writ down. Yeah, I don't know if I'll put in 622 hours on this game, but, you know, anything is possible. Yeah, Australia is very expensive. Mind you, a lot of American stuff's expensive now, isn't it? That's shooting up.
Of Shedet, a divinity associated with water and fertility, both very important to an area that depended on irrigation. Many local villages had the title Town of Sobek added to their official designations. During festivals, ancient Egyptians recited hymns to Sobek, asking for his divine intervention. Greek settlers and later Romans would help the Temple of Sobek's economy to flourish by adopting the local embalming mortuary rites. Their sarcophagi were beautifully painted and adorned with amazingly
That's, I
realistic
mean, the cost of
portraits.
living crisis thing's going through the roof over here at the moment. Although they reckon, like, by July, April, May, June, July or something, the gas and that's going to go down. It's going to be about £500 cheaper, but it's not much cheaper when you think about it, £500. Because I think I read the other day, food inflation has gone up. I think it was either 13.8% or 18.8%. It's one of those two figures over here in the UK alone.
Very similar
That's
to the
the
cult of
price
the
of food
Apis
gone up.
bull in Memphis.
Not the gas or
a living
electric, but just the
crocodile
food
was worshipped
prices.
within the precinct of Crocodilopolis's main temple. Known as Sobek to the Egyptians and
Because
Sukkos
our
to the
shopping
Greeks,
every month
it
used to
was
be
reported by
under
Strabo that
£100 odd
priests fed
pound,
it with meat, wine,
but
and
now
honeyed
it's
milk.
double,
They
well
covered its
over that
body
now.
with jewels
It's
and
just
gold.
stupid. You're paying for the same stuff,
After
but
its
it's just
death,
gone up.
it was embalmed and placed within the crocodile's grotto,
Oh, I bet.
alongside thousands of other mummified crocodiles.
Yeah, I can see you looking at me, bad boy. You ain't having me for dinner. That's that one done. Let's travel. Yeah, the food inflation and that's just gone through the roof. Now, I mean, over here we're getting help every month from our utility companies for the gas and electric, but I ain't going to walk in that water, or do I have to? Oh, right. But my argument is the utility companies make shitloads of money. They could be paying more than what they're doing now.
Welcome to the city of Memphis.
The city of Memphis?
Throughout all ancient Egyptian periods, cities had one thing in common. They were situated along the Nile's shores. Cities were often designated for government or for worship. Major cities had several temples dedicated to numerous gods and goddesses. Egyptians referred to the organization of their cities as a sepat, or later on by the Persian term nome.
Oh, no.
There were 20 sepat in Lower Egypt and 22 in Upper Egypt. The capital city of ancient Egypt.
Scenery on these games are absolutely out of this world. I mean, I've been to Italy when I was younger, but that fucking scenery there was fantastic. Yeah, exactly. It's like there was this survey thing before Christmas, and they was asking sort of like, would you be reserving money, say, sort of spending the same amount for Christmas? And people were like answering the survey saying they're going to be spending more all the same.
One
I thought,
of the largest was
what?
Memphis, located in
what
Lower
world are
Egypt.
you living in?
It was a key center for religious temples, including their most
But it's like you
important
said,
deity,
I mean, if
Ptah,
people like
god of
companies and
creation.
that see these surveys
Thebes,
and what people
located in
around the
Upper
country
Egypt,
are doing
competed with Memphis
and
in
how they're
feature as both
answering,
a
they think, oh
political
right, they're going
and
to
a
spend the same
religious
money, right?
center.
Fuck it then, we'll just put the
Two
prices up
important
even
temples,
more.
Luxor and Karnak, were built there. A minor capital of the Sayyid dynasty was the city of Sais. This was the last native Egyptian capital of Egypt.
Ooh. So, I mean, this year we spent a lot less than we usually do.
During the Third Dynasty, under Pharaoh Djoser, Memphis became the first religious and administrative capital of Egypt. Even when the political capital of Egypt decentralized itself, pharaohs were crowned in this sacred city in order to legitimize their ascension to the throne, up to and including Alexander the Great. Though little remains today save ruins south of Cairo, we can guess at the structure of the city, which stretched up to 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width.
Okay.
Memphis was also referred to as the city with the 100 doors, or the White Walls.
Really?
These names were in reference to the wall which surrounded the city. Under the protection of Ptah, god of craftsmen, the city was a thriving religious and economic
exactly.
hub.
So I mean, I've been out of work for a few months, so yeah, it's been hard. But the problem is, if I went on to benefit, it just wouldn't do nothing. Because obviously I have to take my wife's earnings into account, and you know, I mean, she earns, I'll get deducted. So, but I've got a job sorted out now anyway. Should have a PA's job paperwork all sorted out within the next couple of weeks with a bit of luck.
That ancient Egyptians developed the unique rendition of the world they lived in. However, it is vital to understand that their view of art and those who created it was likely very dissimilar to the modern concept of the word. Instead of artists, the creative
long story short,
and respected artisans.
My sister is housebound, so when I came out of work last April, I saw it. She was in tears. You know, she only had one carer that was doing 7 days a week. She'd had no help from social services over here or nothing. They were like literally leaving her in the lurch, saying, "Oh, sorry, we can't do nothing." So this main carer that's looked after my sister for 15, 20 years, she was doing 7 days a week. I came out of work in April through no fault of my own. So I turned around and said to this my sister's main carer advocate, who does all her legal stuff and everything for her, said, "Look, you can't keep fucking doing 7 days a week." I said, "You're going to end up in a coffin." I said, "Let me take over." So for the last 7 to 8 months, while I've been sort of looking for work as well, and getting let down, being told I'm not good enough or never will be good enough, but that's a different subject, I was looking after my sister. So at Christmas time, I find out the so-called company that's supposed to be caring for her has been leaving her in a bad state overnight, etc., where they're not meant to. So I said to my sister, I said, "Look, fuck it. Get me the paperwork and I'll take over. I'll help your main carer. So it'll be just us two, no one else. You can fuck those other arseholes off, and I'll jump in and help you," because I used to do care work anyway. So, and I was being let down everywhere else. So that's where I've got the personal assistance job now. I'm going to be looking after my sister. So, you know, I mean, the social services, the healthcare sector over here is absolutely abysmal. Yeah, I think it's given my sister a new lease of life. You know, she's sort of like, she'd rather have me than the care company that don't give a shit, basically, looking after her. So she seems a bit more G'd up.
And was produced by anonymous artisans who worked alone or with a team. Most crafts, that's
the PA job. I've just got to wait for the paperwork and all that to go through within 2 weeks.
Served temple rituals and were not meant for public display.
So
artisans rarely signed their names to the work. They were clearly aware that they possessed a unique skill and talent for the task.
And apparently the care company that's looking after my sister, they're in really deep shit with social services in the UK at the moment. So I can't say too much because I think it could go through a legal process, but they didn't do what they're meant to be doing.
So all its forms has offered not only a practical insight into the way ancient Egyptians lived, but in how they viewed the world and their place in it.
Because they were meant to be caring for my sister, and I was still getting phone calls at 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night saying, "Oh, can I come up?" And I'll say, "Well, what about your care?" "Oh, they haven't done it." So, you know.
From households and palaces to temples and tombs, pottery, papyrus, and
so I just thought, nah, fuck it, I'll take over. I know what I'm doing. I've worked in a care home. I brought up our daughter as well, who's autistic, so, you know, I mean, it's not like I don't know what I'm doing.
In ancient Egyptian
I've done the courses.
Drawing was used as illustration, such as seen in the Book of the Dead. It was also the first step in the creation of a relief, painting, or statue. Two-dimensional representations were concerned with order and form, and were intended to honor gods and promote the transition of the soul to the afterlife.
Oh, well done. Yeah, I can't. I just said to my sister, and I spoke to her main carer over Christmas. I said, look, this is getting beyond the fucking joke. I said, because I'm getting called. I was literally getting called out nearly every night, late at night, to go and help my sister. And I said to her, I said, what is this fucking care company doing? I said, it's getting beyond the joke. And she said, I don't know. She said they're meant to be looking after your sister, but they're not. So I said, you know what, fuck it, I'll jump in, get rid of them, and I'll jump in. But as I've said, I've got to wait for the paperwork and all that go through before they can turn around and say, yeah, fuck off, basically. You know, some people have said, oh, you know, do you mind looking after your sister? I said, no. I said, one, it's not that far away. All right, I don't drive, I haven't got a licence, so, you know what I mean, I can't drive up there by car if I'm needed all of a sudden, but I can use public transport.
Egyptians were concerned with the depiction of the human form's inner self. As such,
and not only that, I was getting fed up, you know what I mean. I used to do that, I used to do care work, but I'm going up there because someone who's being paid to do care is not doing their job properly, so I thought, fuck it, I'll just do it myself. Honestly, you would, but at the moment they're so badly understaffed. I think what it was, when that C word was going around and we had the pandemic, what it was, our health minister at that time said, oh, if you want to work it, all nurses and doctors, etc., have got to be double vaccinated. They've got to have that jab. Now, unfortunately, you can't force people, say like, oh, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. You can't tell people what to do. And of course, load of doctors, nurses, it wasn't just because of they're being told to have the jab, whatever. It's because they're low paid. They're doing extra hours for less pay. It's just like, we're not doing it, and they buggered off. That's what I think it was about, basically. The health minister said, like, anyone that works in the health industry, the care industry, health Department of Health and Care sector, they have to be double jabbed. They have to prove that they're vaccinated. Blah 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 blah. And of course, people that didn't want the jab and they were doctors and that said, no, F you, I'm off. They were under the pressure anyway because people were leaving left, right, and centre.
An exception to this were scenes depicting hunting and battle, where the environment
but
and I've
had all mine anyway, so
ways. Animals and foes were depicted piled up, as if describing chaos, with Egyptians standing in solemn.
But this PA job looking after my sister, you know what I mean, she's up the road, I'm down the road, and not only that, if anything happens between the family, I'm at home, I can get back home quick, sort of thing. So, you know what I mean, it's not too bad. I'm happy. Oh, fuck, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Shoved them out the way.
Could be either in high relief or low relief.
Oh,
Either
dear.
method required a surface suited to the desired technique.
Yeah, I know.
Preparation of the surfaces differed depending on the quality of the rock. A quarried block only needed a simple.
But like they're so low paid, it's just like, you know, I mean, before I took on going to be looking after my sister, it's like I was looking at jobs and like honestly, support workers over here are not, unless it's agency. You know, I mean, if it's for a proper company, it's not very well paid at all for the work that you have to do. It's like a lot of it's still minimum wage. It's like £9.50 to £10 or £10.50 an hour. Whereas, no, exactly. But that is part of why the nurses and that are striking over here at the moment, because they still haven't had their raise from last year. They want to talk about their pay rise this year, but the government have said no, F you, we'll only discuss your pay rise for the new year after April or something, I think it is. So, yeah. So I can understand why the nurses are not striking.
For reliefs, Preliminary sketches were drawn in
But my
red,
sort of argument would be sort of,
to position the
you
elements
know,
of the scenes.
the country is on its knees. You know, we haven't got a lot of money anyway. We're in the recession now.
The scene was ready
People are struggling to pay for, you know, choose whether, are we going to heat our rooms or house flats, bungalows, whatever, or are we going to eat instead? You know, it's got to that sort of, we should never be in that position. So I can understand why the nurses are doing it, but in another way, they should say, look, hold on a minute. We understand what the current situation is. How about give us half the pay rise that we're asking for? And I think it was yesterday or the day before, the union rep for the nurses over here in the UK have actually said, look, you know, we understand the situation in the country. Everyone is struggling for money. But we would take, instead of asking for like 19 or 20%, they said we'll take about 9 to 10% pay rise. That's it. We'll call it quits. And we'll talk about next year at a later date. Exactly. So now the nurses union, they're actually basically said, yeah, okay, we'll take less of the pay rise now, but the government is still not shifting, so I don't know what's going on with them at the moment.
As with a relief, creation of a sculpture began with a drawing. Most statues were made of quarried blocks of stone, primarily limestone, though sometimes harder stones such as quartzite were also used.
No, I mean, I didn't do care work for money at all. I didn't give a shit. But unfortunately, working in a care home a few years ago, I'd done my shoulder in, so that sort of put me out for a while.
The profession of crafter was organized and relied on a specific hierarchy.
Oh, me. Well, that was my fault. I tried catching someone that fell over. Well, apparently you're not meant to catch people when they fall. Otherwise you do yourself an injury. But I was new at the job at the time and I thought I was doing the right thing and I ended up doing my shoulder in.
An area of about 2.8 square kilometers in size.
Right.
At the domestic level, most Egyptians were craftspeople to a greater or lesser extent. The ability to repair tools was a daily necessity.
So, I mean, I was offered another job as well the other day. It would have been worth about 24 grand a year. It's health work,
but lacking in resources, worked at large estates, where the elite
my missus asked me if I was going to take it. I said no. She said, you're not. I said, no. Because I wanted to look after my sister. You know what I mean? It's less money, but money ain't everything. All right, everybody needs money for this, that and the other, but I mean, all right, I could have got twice as much money doing another job, but I weren't interested. Oh, right, okay. I just weren't interested in the extra money, unfortunately.
An ancient text known as the Satires of Trades has a number of descriptive summaries that offer teasing glimpses into how artisans were perceived.
Exactly.
A coppersmith was said to
no, I mean, when I was offered this other job for 24 grand, I literally spent the half, I didn't spend the whole day thinking about it. I just sort of like thought about it for about 5-10 minutes. I thought, no.
That of the scribe.
Now, I mean, I'll be more happier with what I'll be getting for looking after a family member than I would doing a higher paid job, because I weighed up the pros and cons. Would I want extra hours, extra stress and strain, etc., or would I just like to have what I have, get paid what I have, to do the work? And I know my sister's routines anyway, with her main carer, because like her main carer has explained how she has things, and I've done it the last 6-7 months, so I know what I'm doing. So I'd rather be in that routine than take the extra stress, you know. As long as my sister's happy and I'm happy, that's all that matters, really.
Archaeologists believe the site was home to skilled and respected artisans for over 400 years. It is considered one of the most important discoveries relating to Egyptian daily life. While much of the focus of Egyptian archaeology was on its kings and queens, it wasn't until the excavation of Deir el-Medina that Egyptologists were given a valuable window into the community life of ancient Egyptian artisans.
Ooh. Oh, that's that one done. They do have to put some work into this. Oh, pardon me.
Welcome
3 minutes.
to Evolution of Pottery in Ancient
Oh,
Egypt.
pottery.
Excavations all over Egypt have uncovered enormous quantities of
Yeah, I
pottery
saw quite a bit of
vessels
that
all
in
shapes and
Italy,
sizes.
actually.
The production of pottery was mainly confined to the outskirts
I've
of
been up Mount
settlements due to the
Vesuvius as
materials
well. Been in
required
Pompeii.
and to keep the kiln smoke away from
Been
inhabited
in the
spaces.
Colosseum as well.
The function of the product determined the selection
Pompeii's
of the raw
fantastic.
material, its treatment, its form, as well as the finishing of the surface. Pottery was essential to ancient Egyptians' daily lives. It was used
Tomb
in
of
all aspects of life,
Rekmire.
from the storage of grains and
Mile.
liquids to containers within the tombs of necropolises. The most common pottery was made from Nile silt that resulted in a reddish-brown clay. Limestone clay, which made for more attractive pottery, was only found in Upper Egypt.
Ooh. Yeah, oh, hello. Oh,
Early
I can't
pots
stroke
were
you.
made from pinched or coiled clay. Chopped straw,
Yeah, I went to
ashes,
Italy with my
and
mum
other
and dad
minerals were
years
added,
ago when I was
and the
a
mixture was
youngster.
then smoothed and
Went to
decorated before being
Amalfi,
put in the oven.
Sorrento. Lovely
Pots were fired
places.
in
I want to go back
bonfires
there
or enclosed within a
eventually.
brick kiln.
But Vesuvius, wow. That was awesome.
The potter's wheel
Awesome
was
to walk
utilized
up the
during the
side
Old
of a
Kingdom.
volcano. I nearly
Pottery became smoother
slipped
and
down
more
the fucking
polished,
thing, actually.
similar to river stones.
No, I've
It
never
was
been over there.
decorated
I've got
primarily in red
Facebook
pigment,
friends that's been
with
over
the
there.
black color achieved by exposing
He
it to
says it's
smoke.
awesome over there.
Pottery workshops were attached to palaces or temples, and around the late period, specialized workshops began to appear.
Yeah, I was walking up the side of Vesuvius up this path thing they got there, and like busy chatting away to my dad, and like the tour guide was in front and that, and I went to turn around, looked down. I saw like people at the bottom where they can they can't walk up the volcano, and I saw my mum, and then like somehow I lost my footing and my foot slipped and I went to go and my dad just literally grabbed my hand and pulled me straight back up. So I might not be here if he hadn't grabbed me. That was a bit scary. Yeah, that was it. I tell you, I've never been so quiet for about 2 or 3 hours after that. I tell you, because my mum and dad kept saying you're a bit quiet. Yeah, I nearly fell down a bloody volcano. That's why. But it was actually to go right up the top. You go. I don't know if you still can or not, but when I was there, you could walk all the way up and around Vesuvius and actually stand near the crater. You can actually see into it. It was smoking then, you know what I mean? But the tour guide said, yeah, exactly. The tour guide said it's been smoking for years, but it hasn't erupted since like that Pompeii moment.
Potsherds could be found anywhere and were the most common canvas for writing or drawing, in comparison to the more expensive papyrus sheets. Named after their Greek description, ostraca contained daily life records, letters, or could be drawn upon.
Yeah.
Artists drew sketches for temples and tombs, or simply for leisure.
Yeah, I think it's about four years ago I went to Portugal. That was good. Going to the Algarve. Minus a bloody cockerel down the road 4 or 5 o'clock every morning, cock-a-doodle-doo. I kept saying to my missus, I said, I'll find out where that frickin' cockerel is and wring its frickin' neck. I had some good, went out to Lisbon and everything in Portugal, but that was like a family holiday, me, my wife and my daughter. I worked literally 6 days a week to save up for that. At the end of the summer, before we went away, I was absolutely dead on my knees. So I'd done so much overtime to pay for that holiday. It was worth every penny though. Right.
Take your time. I'll wait. Welcome to the Egyptian household.
Yeah, because talking about volcanoes, they've got 2 that erupted side by side, didn't they, in Hawaii the other day? Didn't cause any damage to sort of life, but
in pre-Greco-Roman culture,
was it Kilauea and Milauea or something? I think they're called. I know the one's called Kilauea.
Until the Greeks and Romans restricted their rights,
one was called Kilauea and Kilauea, whatever it is.
Marriage contracts,
and the other one was Milauea, something like that. Literally, apparently, it's quite an interesting sight to see 2 volcanoes erupt side by side. But that was in Hawaii. Apparently they're well away from the human population, so they wouldn't cause any damage.
While others were available to both genders, including working as servants for the rich households. Social status did have an impact, though. The higher in status, the easier it was to obtain education and access different professions.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I just saw it come up my Sky News app, I think it was last night or the day before. I thought, oh shit, another volcano, because I heard about, obviously you see I've seen the documentary of the other one. Where was it, Jamaica or something that killed a load of people? I think it was Jamaica a few years ago. So I thought, oh shit, not another one. But apparently these 2 are well away from the human population, but they sort of, the experts were saying it's quite a rare sight to see one volcano erupt and then you get the other one erupting at the same time, so you get the 2 lots of like lava and that at the same time. It's quite a sight to see, apparently, according to the experts. Oh yeah, there is quite a few.
Homes were generally composed of 3 rooms.
Don't get me wrong.
First, there was the entrance,
if I won the lottery, I'd go to sort of Hawaii and all those sort of places. So I like Hawaii.
Then there was the ceremonial room.
I think I was probably watching
the last room was
Hawaii 5-0 when I was a kid. And the new Hawaii 5-0 that ended 2 or 3 years, a couple of years ago. You know what I mean?
Tables were not used for family
Seems a really
dinners.
interesting, lovely
Instead,
island.
Each individual had a small table of their own.
I don't think it really matters where you go in Europe. It's like every piece of Europe has got history, like Hawaii, Italy, Portugal. I was quite surprised with Portugal, you know what I mean? I didn't know nothing about the history of Portugal, and then sort of went round all these factories where they made the fire water and the history behind the fire water, the cork trees as well. I didn't know nothing about that sort of stuff. It's like fantastic. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but oh my word, it's fantastic to learn and know all those sort of things.
Marriages were a social contract rather than a religious construct. Family was vitally important to ancient Egyptians, and children were considered a blessing from the gods.
It's like where you are in Australia. That's got a load of history.
And cohabitation sometimes extended
every piece of Europe has history.
And sisters-in-law.
It's, I love watching documentaries on different countries and like their religions, their way of life. Those sort of documentaries, I love watching those sort of things. know what I mean? All the wildlife as well, you know, the amphibians and tigers, lions, cheetahs, jaguars. Oh yes, I can go all day with that. No, don't take it too lightly. I'll never forget, I will never live that down. I'll tell you quickly. In a factory, how they made firewater. And, like, the tour guide says, like, the person that works in the factory, turned around and said to a group of us, said, oh, who would like some firewater? Who would like to try some? There's this woman that was, like, in her 60s, 70s, put her hand up, and I did. I said, oh, I'll have a go. It's only water, no bother. But the old woman got to have a go first. So she took a mouthful, didn't seem bothered. And this woman said, oh, you want to have a go? I said, yeah, I'll have some, not a problem. I can handle it. And the woman that obviously runs the factory looked at me rather strangely, you sure? And no word of a lie, I took one mouthful of this firewater and my mouth and throat have never fucking hurt and burnt so much in my life. I was like gasping, tears are rolling down my face and everything. I thought, oh my God, I was in tears. Like everyone else just stood there laughing. I mean, what's so fucking funny? I was acting all the big one, you know, sort of, oh yeah, I can handle this firewater, not a problem. I'm a big boy, I can take it. And then, like, as soon as I took one mouthful of this firewater, it's like, oh my word. Burnt my throat, made my eyes water and everything. I couldn't speak for a while after that. Well, apparently the history behind it is the old settlers there,
played a large role
when they used to cook, they used to use firewater to warm some of their food up. It used to warm their food up because it was so hot. That's how they used to eat in those days. Apparently so. That's what they were saying. Yeah, the woman that went first, she bought a big massive bottle of firewater. And I mean, you know, like a big 3-litre bottle of Coke or something. It was twice the size of that. And I said to my wife, I said, how the hell is she going to get that through customs? I don't know how she got it through customs. She must have got it through somehow. But it was absolutely massive. I don't know. But this old woman, she took the mouthful of firewater to try it and, like, didn't even bother her. That's why I thought, it's only water. If she's had a go, I'll have a go. Won't bother me. Yeah, it did.
Town officials and the rich lived in mansions with numerous rooms that were luxuriously decorated. Only temples and tombs.
It's quite fascinating to see the cork trees over in Portugal as well. You know what I mean? It's like weird. They did have like a safari thing there, but I didn't get time to go there on that one really. Maybe next time if I go back there, I can go on the safari tour. Maybe go out with proper tour guides and that sort of stuff. Went to some underwater caves in Portugal. Yeah, the old original. Oh, hello, cat. You following me? I don't know if I can pet you, can I? No, I can't. I can't pet you. Sorry. No, I can't pet you. Yeah. Saw the old little water wheels, the original ones as well.
Funeral stone inscriptions focused on the main member of a household. Encircling this person would then be a spouse, parents, and children, possibly even siblings. These stones were so structured because there were no surnames in ancient Egyptian culture. Parents and children were a sort of family tree, which allowed for the identification of the deceased.
Oh yes, that was the little old lady, wasn't she? She was about 85, 90 years old, this tour guide told us. Right, this little house, with about 130, 150 steps, maybe more, going all the way up to this door. And this tour guide said, do you know this old lady walks down those steps, goes to her shop in the little town centre, right, and walks all the way back up those steps, all on her own, no walking stick or nothing. And from all accounts, she never used to get out. She's probably passed away now, but she'd never sort of got out of breath or nothing. It's like 100+ steps, literally going up and then coming straight back down to this one door. Yeah, that was that house with the white door, Pudsey, if you remember. And it had sort of like the lion sort of statue things on the front, didn't it, at the gate? Yeah, it must have been somewhere 150 to 200, maybe more steps, I think it was. Apparently she used to walk up, and she used to carry her own shopping as well. She used to go down to the town centre and carry her. People kept asking, apparently the tour guide said, like, because obviously he knew her, going around the town quite a lot. Apparently, he even used to ask her if she needed help with her shop. No, I can do it myself. And she carried her bags of shopping all the way up the top, all these flights of steps, and all the way back down. And after she'd done her shopping, she refused help. She carried them all the way back up to her front door as well. So, I mean, I think it's quite fantastic to hear, you know, someone that sort of age do that. Exactly. I've always said to my missus, like, if I do the lottery for fun over here, you know what I mean? I don't do, you know what I mean? People do the main lottery over here to try and get millions and millions and millions. I only do the Thunderball, which is $500,000. And like, people have said to me, said, well, that's not enough, is it? I said, what, you wouldn't be happy with winning £500,000? I said, for £500,000, I said, I could get properties I can buy fucking properties in places like Portugal or Spain or something and rent them out. So I've always said to my missus, if I win the lottery, because when we was over there 3 or 4 years ago in Portugal, a 2-bedroom apartment flat was only about £155,000, £180,000. And you look at the prices like around the world, I mean, that is cheap. And they're all sort of like kitted out, furnished. Yeah, that's the word, furnished. I was trying to think of the word. All the apartments are furnished.
Ancient Egyptians perfected the brewing method. Egyptian beer's quality was determined by alcohol strength, and flavor. During the Pharaonic era,
but no, if I win the lottery, I'm buying myself an apartment over in Portugal, in the Algarve.
The state and temples used
I'd like to buy a property in Italy, but that's very expensive.
On the lists of food offerings to the gods and the deceased.
I think the most expensive apartment I saw in the Algarve when I was over there with the family, because I actually looked at property prices then. It was, I think it was about 185, 195,000. Literally, it's so cheap. All furnished and everything. It's like...
Beer was the popular drink of ceremonies and festivals. The festival of drunkenness was even dedicated to it. Considered to be quite
oh yeah, my wife and daughter went out on a speedboat. I wouldn't do it. I chickened out.
Lives of ancient Egyptians.
Took the old speedboat tour around the Algarve Island sort of thing where we went and had a barbecue with the tour guide and everything on the beach. It was lovely.
Alcoholic beverage until the Roman era.
It's a different world out there, it really is, because like, you know, people over here, you know what I mean, you wouldn't even dream about, you know, being topless or anything on the beach or anything. But there, where we had the barbecue, when we went on this tour for these, we went under these underwater caves and went by the boats and everything. You know what I mean? The women there were topless. It's just natural to them. It's like, I just fucking laid there, laid in the sun. I couldn't be bothered. I just laid there with a couple of beers and that was it. I was alright, I was. But it's like a whole new world over in different countries, you know what I mean? Even Italy. that was even, I know I'm talking
Recipes
going
for
back
beer varied
fucking
over
years and
time
years, but
and
even that's
depended
a
on the
whole new
quality of
world.
the materials.
Different.
Bakers and brewers typically worked alongside one another at the same workshop or house. Many families often produce the quantity appropriate to their own consumption, with better quality beers produced for festivals and other special occasions. The most basic recipe used
Oh,
milk
that
and
was that
cereal
underwater
as the
one
main
where it had that
ingredient.
opening up the top as
Fruits such
well.
as
I remember
dates
that.
were added along with honey and spices. Once baked, bread would be crumbled into the brew to start the fermentation process. Adding grain enzymes would break down the starches, turning them into sugar and
Yeah,
creating a
I've
thick
always said
mash.
that to my wife. Always said that to her. No, I mean, obviously I'd rent it out to people that I trust, sort of thing. I'd just let them know, say, look, you know, I've got this nice little 2-bedroom property or whatever out in such a country. If you throw us a certain amount of pound every week or month, whatever, you can go over there and stay over there for a while.
Once ready, the bread and grain mixture was compressed and then strained through a sieve with water into the mix of malt beer. Once fermented, the beer mash was transferred to large containers.
So you sort of like hear stories, don't you, of so-called people, like they buy the properties and they rent it out to their so-called, well, that they thought was friends. A few years ago there were stories going around like, oh yeah, these people owe me money. Well, what'd you do then? Well, I bought this property and I'm renting it out to my friends. Well, did you have a no contract signed that you have to pay so much. They just gave me the money. Said, well, that's half your trouble then. I mean, there's stories going around left, right, and centre of so-called friends stitching friends up, not paying them for stuff. They used to go over abroad and live in these properties and not pay any rent or nothing.
Once smooth,
so obviously that sort of thing you have to be a
pottery
bit
jars
careful
and
with,
sealed
you know what I
with a
mean? You
clay
can't do
stopper.
it willy-nilly.
It probably couldn't be kept for long and likely had a thick, pasty appearance and texture.
Oops.
Very little was wasted.
Oh, kicking my
Leftover grains
furniture.
were reused to make sourdough bread or combined with the next batch of beer. While there are many ancient accounts for making bread, most of the knowledge known about ancient Egyptian brewing comes from an account by the alchemist Zosimus over 300 years after Cleopatra's reign. More recently, Dr. Delwyn Samuel, an archaeobotanist,
not only that, if you buy your own sort of apartment abroad,
however, experts
whenever
are
you
unable
got
to replicate
whenever
an
you got a
authentic
holiday
brew,
from work,
since
especially
not
during the
all of
summer or something.
techniques and ingredients
Oh right, I've
used
got
by
2 weeks
ancient
off for the
Egyptians
summer.
are known yet.
Sod this, I'm off. Laters, book a flight, and away you go.
Food was prepared on the floor until
I mean, so not only can you rent it out, you can also use it yourself.
The introduction of durum wheat improved bread quality, meaning that the upper and middle classes ate better. The poor, however, still made do with a diet consisting of a gruel made of vegetables, softened bread, or barley.
Welcome to the 5 people in chat. I do appreciate you being here. And yes, this is the Dazzy Dazzler finally streaming after a short time away. I hope you're having a good morning, afternoon or evening, or wherever you may be. Let it be awesome. No, you always get those sort of people, don't you?
Dough was kneaded by
This
hand
is
or
the
foot,
Discovery Tour of Origins, not the actual game. I totally forgot this game had that on there actually.
Honey and spices.
But thank you for all stopping by. I do greatly appreciate it.
Ovens were circular or beehive shaped and made with clay or brick. If there was no oven at all, a bread maker used the hot sand to bake flatbread.
See what I mean? People, you know, they do all right. Everyone wants a bit of money, but like when you see people put in so much, I've seen people like in supermarkets or newsagents. They're sort of like handing over like 40, 50, 60, 70 pounds to do the lotto and the Euro Millions, and they hand out 20, 30 quid for doing scratch cards, and I'm thinking, Really? Are you that desperate to win that sort of money? Welcome, Pergamon91. Thank you to the stream. This is a Discovery Tour of AC Origins. I am Dazzy Dazzler. Hope you're having a brilliant day. Or afternoon, evening, morning, wherever your time zone is. But me, as I said, $500,000 does me fine. You know what I mean? If I win $250,000, fine, I'm happy. But people that go and hand out £50 to £70 to do the lottery and do like Euro Millions, honestly, you're barking up the wrong tree, boys and girls, because people like that are never going to win nothing.
Also contributed to attrition and prematurely worn teeth. The team tried to portray
That's just being desperate to get money.
And commoners sweeping sand off.
Me, I'll just do I'll do the Thunderball, and that's only 2 days a week. And I'll do the they've got one for Set for Life, where if you win you can get 10,000 a month for life or something, you know. But I mean, if I win, I don't. It's all a good bit of fun. I don't spend a lot of money on there. When I used to do the lottery before, I used to win sort of like £10, £20 a week, near enough. It was nearly every week I was winning 20 to £25 a week, so I was happy. That's good. That I never thought of it that way.
Welcome to Wine in Ancient Egypt.
Oh.
When the god Horus lost his eye in a war with Seth, the ancient Egyptians believed the eye turned into a vine, and the vine's tears became wine.
I try not to donate
Early
to too many charities.
Dating back to 3150 BCE, contain the hieroglyph for vine. Regarded as extremely valuable, wine was highly sought after by the elite.
Oh, dear.
It was also an essential part of many religious ceremonies.
Oh dear. It is quite weird when people look at you funny after you say something like that.
A millennia-old tradition.
It's like that when I was watching your stream yesterday and you were talking about a senior moment.
Ancient Egyptian bureaucracy.
When I say things like that, I'll get the strangest looks to say, what are you going on about?
Clearly identified on labels. Every landowner with a modicum of self-respect usually kept a vineyard. This held particularly true in the regions of the Fayum and the Nile Delta. Documentation
it's like some of the sayings, like a senior moment, or I don't know, there's loads of other sayings that people come out with. Like 2 heads are better than one. It's like some of the people, what do you mean?
Established for every step of wine production shows that ancient Egyptians knew that the quality and longevity of wine could easily be affected by any number of variables, which they paid careful attention to.
Yep.
Egyptians had different kinds of wines, most of which ranged in quality from
I don't mind wine occasionally, but I wouldn't drink red wine.
To which honey had been added. The soft negem, obtained by drying the grapes in the sun.
If I drink wine, it's got to be Chardonnay. I don't like most of the other wines.
The peyor, the mediocre rated wine, resulting from the second pressing of grapes and reserved for a less discerning
Good afternoon,
palate.
good morning, good evening, wherever your time zone is. To the 5 viewers on the chat, this is... Oh yeah, I've done that enough times. This is the Discovery Tour of AC Origins, and yes, I am streaming once again. It's been a while, but I thought I'll come back. Now I've sort of got a bit of a better schedule to myself. I think is that. Yeah, I heard that one when I was a kid. Something about, like, if you drink the blood of Christ, something's supposed to happen. It's like the crying angel, isn't it? You see documentaries of it. I think it was Argentina. Was it Argentina or Brazil, wasn't it? They're supposed to have had this big thing about the tears of Christ on the cross or something. I remember seeing a documentary a few years ago about it. Hiya, Bowser. Doing all right, mate. How's you? Oh, look at that. Bowser's playing Origins as well.
Welcome to Oil in Ancient Egypt.
Just doing the Discovery Tour at the moment.
Castor, sesame, and moringa were the source of the most common oils in ancient Egypt. Oil was used for various purposes: cosmetics, medical
Hope you're not working too hard today, Bowser.
perfume, athletics, and rituals, to name a few. The team decided to use oil.
Oh, quiet day for you today, is it?
To add more gameplay.
Yeah, you're having a bit of a quiet day. Oop. There we go.
Ancient Egyptians originally used castor oil in wick lamps, but also for cosmetics, such as facial and hair treatments. There is mention in some papyrus
Trogon,
of
are you
castor
still on
oil
here?
being prescribed to treat constipation and help pregnant women. Castor beans were found in ancient Egyptian tombs as early as 4000 BCE.
Bowser's another Creed fan. If you like Assassin's Creed, Bowser's the man. He loves Creed like you and I. Why should I have to follow? Oh, I see. You hold that down and it sprints. So it's not like that on the other one, though.
Olive trees were present or scarce in ancient Egypt's early history.
Yeah, so if you want to
olives were mostly
watch
imported from Syria
any streams with Assassin's Creed in,
their
Bowser is your man.
Remained uncommon until the mass arrival of Greek settlers during the reign of the Ptolemies, when demand increased sharply. Olive trees were normally found in the region of the Fayum and the lands surrounding Alexandria.
Oh, tour completed already? That seems a bit rushed, but never mind, no matter. I thought I'd done all this. Oh, didn't I do all this? Odyssey's going to take you a while, mate. Probably not, not as long as me, but but I'm a sucker for the scenery and that, so.
Welcome to
the mummies.
The first mummy.
I don't know if I'll do 622 hours on this one, though. Ooh.
The oldest mummies recovered date from the Old Kingdom, though Egyptologists believe that mummification was in use much earlier than that. At first, the body was mummified through environmental desiccation, by leveraging the dryness of the environment and the heat of the climate. Early experimentations in mummification were conducted with the use of resin made from tree sap. Strips of linen were only used on some superficial parts of the epidermis of the hands or jaw.
Oh, through the door.
Ideologically, the will to preserve the body is not explained in any way until 3600 BCE. This is when the Egyptian belief that the body housed the soul was finally documented for modern Egyptologists to eventually decipher. It was not until the arrival
Welcome
of the
to the
myth
6
of
people in the chat. I
Osiris
do
in the
appreciate
Egyptian
you all
religion
coming in and
around the
stopping
5th
by.
dynasty
Hope you're all having a
that
good day.
mummification was thoroughly
If you're
conceptualized.
lurking, I don't
The
mind. If
practice
you want
was
to pop in and
thereafter
have
grounded in
a little
both a
chat, feel free.
mythological and ideological
I won't
point of
buy it.
view.
Yes, I've heard that about that Ezio collection. It looks very outdated, but I can bypass. I can bypass that.
Osiris was mainly known as the god of the dead and the god of resurrection.
Because when it first
The
came
most
out,
well-known
one of the
Genesis
streamers
myths
was
concerning
playing it,
Osiris is that of his dismemberment.
and I asked them. I said, "Is it this bad?" He goes, "Yeah, it's not very good. It's very outdated now." So, you know, they could remake that eventually, those ones.
It is Plutarch who gives the most simplified and complete summary of the story. Within Egyptian mythology, Osiris
It's a bit like
represented the
Uncharted
first
1, isn't it?
king
That
to
looks
rule
outdated
Egypt.
now, even with the
Jealous of his power, his
updated
brother Seth attempted
graphics
to
bit on
usurp
the
his throne.
PS5 version of it. It
After
still looks
several unsuccessful
outdated.
attempts, Seth succeeded in killing his brother by dismembering him and scattering the pieces of his body all over Egypt. Isit, the great of magic, traveled all over Egypt in search of the pieces of her husband's body. After a long search, she recovered all the pieces save for his manhood, as it was eaten by a fish.
I can answer that for myself. Ezio, head and shoulders above the rest.
Isit then reassembled the body of her husband by
I would say Ezio's my first best favourite, obviously.
Nephthys,
That's what really
powerful
got me into the
magician.
Creed games,
They gave
the
Osiris
Ezio
the breath of
Auditore
life. This not
storyline.
only brought him back from the dead,
Second one would
but
have
also
to
allowed him
be
to recover his virility long enough to
Edward
impregnate
Kenway
Isit, thus
from Black
ensuring
Flag,
his
I think it was.
succession before
He's my
once
second
more
favourite.
dying. Thus Horus was born.
Ooh, Bayek.
Ooh. The ritual used to bring Osiris back to life essentially depicts how he became the first mummy.
I know we
It is
sort
why,
of
on
mentioned
the
this
sarcophagi of
briefly on
kings,
your
we often find Isit and Nephthys represented as the
stream
magicians who
yesterday,
restore life to the
but
deceased.
I still think they could. I don't know. They could go back to it in some shape or form, but Adewale, that was Edward Kenway's right-hand man in Black Flag. His story, they could extend that. They could really go back to that. He's got plenty of story. You know, I mean, in those sort of days, you had like obviously slavery, racism, etc. So he could tell his own perfect story as a assassin. Would Ubisoft be willing to tread that sort of story? I'd like to see it done personally. Right, mummies of ancient Egypt. Bloody hell. I forgot how long this was. God, talk about taking time. Never mind, it's good though. Giving me a bit of a refresh. Long live the sheep. Call me a nasty bastard, but I used to kill the cattle in Odyssey. I used to kill them. Oh, right, okay. That'd be interesting.
Welcome to Mummies of Ancient.
Who is that?
Process used by ancient
It doesn't get a mention, but that weren't too bad. The other DLC that was part of Black Flag, I think it came out on the PSP as well. That's an old toy. Liberation was it? I can't remember the assassin in that either.
The wealthiest members of the court.
I think it was Liberation, wasn't it, the other DLC? I can't remember the assassin's name. There's a female, I know that. No, Freedom Cry was Adewale, the big coloured assassin. He was Edward Kenway's right-hand man in Black Flag. I'm on about this other DLC. It was on. I'm sure it came out on PSP as well. It had a female protagonist.
They were placed on inclined tables.
It wasn't a long DLC. It weren't a very big
they were
DLC.
cleansed by priests
I think it was. I'm sure it's called Liberation. Because I actually had it on the PSP somewhere. I think it's upstairs. If anyone can remember or refresh my mind, I'm quite happy to accept it. It's one that doesn't get a mention. It's which I find quite strange, really. But
spices and all kinds of essences to further purify the body of the deceased. Finally, all body hair was meticulously removed.
Yeah, it's definitely. Oh, Liberation was 80. Oh, okay. I thought it was Black Flags. Aveline, that was it. That one doesn't really get a mention either.
Once the body was properly purified, embalmers removed the organs, following very specific procedures. First, the brain was extracted
I'll have to have a go at that. Have a go at the remastered version of that.
Then, using a spatula, the pieces of the brain were removed as thoroughly as possible. What matter remained
I do feel sorry for the actor that played
achieved through the use of a caustic liquid.
The assassin in number 3.
Once emptied, was
he gets a that person gets a lot of hate for that part,
with strips of linen cloth and liquefied resin,
which is a shame. Yeah, there's I think it was early last year. There's a YouTube podcast. He does a show with a few other fellas. He was streaming Assassin's Creed 3 on YouTube, and it didn't set. Not many people really wanted to watch. I mean, it's not one of the best ones to
embalmers made an
play.
incision on the left flank and carefully set
I think
aside
he only
the
had
viscera.
about 1 or 2 people watching on
The
YouTube.
inside of
It's
the body
like,
was also rinsed with palm wine. Then the embalmers
I don't know
filled the
whether
belly
it's
with pure
like
myrrh,
because it's a lot
cinnamon,
harder to
and
get
other
noticed on
perfumes,
YouTube
and sewed it shut.
or what,
The
but
removed viscera were washed in palm wine and packed in crushed herbs before being placed in canopic jars.
Hi, Miss Sybil. How you doing? Oh, Rocket League. Yeah, I hope you're having a good weekend. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. Doing not a problem. Not a problem. Just doing a chronological run through of all the Creed games. So I've finished Odyssey now, so that's done. So I'm on to this Origins one now.
Canopic jars were placed close to the sarcophagus or kept in a chest nearby. At first, the viscera were wrapped in tissue and placed in the vases. As the ritual requirements became more elaborate, ointments, spices, and
No,
even water and
he's had a bad
were
day.
added to the process.
His missus left him, so he's a bit cut up about it. Sorry. Bad pun, I know.
Towards the middle of the new
I
kingdom, canopic jars
played
assumed the appearance of the
3.
four sons
I think
of
it's on the
Horus.
Xbox 360.
They were known as the protectors of the
And
viscera. These protectors had their
I don't
own
know.
guardians,
It's good,
each a goddess
but
of the
I know
dead.
it's all history laden.
Imseti, the human-headed god,
But
protected the liver, and
it was just a
protected by the
case
goddess
of everywhere. Every time I went to turn
Hathor,
around or go
the
somewhere,
baboon-headed
there
god,
was this history.
protected the lungs, and was
Move along a
protected
bit.
by the
Oh, another
goddess
bit of history.
Nephthys.
Oh, another bit.
Dumut,
It just
the
got
jackal-headed
got
god,
annoying to
protected
me in
the
the end.
stomach, and was protected by the goddess Neith.
But I think that's where I'd only
finally,
just sort of
Pt1,
got into playing the Creed
falcon-headed
ones
god,
after the Ezio
protected the
ones.
intestines and was protected by the goddess Selket.
Oh, I'll get you written down. Is Sybil? Yeah, I've got the side-scrolling ones as well.
Natron is a naturally occurring mineral found in evaporite. These sedimentary rocks are made up of mineral salts and were generally mined from lake beds in Egypt.
Right.
Embalmers used natron as a desiccant to dry the flesh and stop the corpse's putrefaction process.
Ugh.
Once the body was cleansed and eviscerated, the deceased was covered in natron for about 40 days. Once desiccated, the body was prepared to be wrapped in strips of linen.
Lovely. That's what I was saying to you yesterday, Trogon, on your stream. Ubisoft does get quite a bit of flack, but for what they actually do with these games is absolutely fantastic.
Once the body was fully desiccated by the
But it's just the Far Cry games. They need to reevaluate those a little bit.
Or a wig.
They need to try and jazz them up.
To give the body a more colorful and
don't get me wrong,
appearance.
having Carlos Esposito as the enemy in number 6 was fantastic, but the problem was he wasn't in it long enough. He really wasn't. Because I think it was, what was it? I've done Far Cry 3 and Far Cry 4. They copied. I'll get my words out. They copied the map from 3 to 4 and slightly copied it from 4 to 5. It's the same sort of map, and like I know a lot of people were getting rather ticked off about it. So I think that's why they tried mixing it up a bit with 6. Oh, definitely not. I think that's it, isn't it? I've got one more. Oh.
In addition to the jewelry and amulets arranged on the skin of the deceased,
5 I played. 3 I've completed. 4 I've got a few little achievements and that to do, but I'm not in no rush to go back. 5 I've fully completed. I thought the villain was not as good as Vass. Vass was just absolutely top notch. That actor that played Vass was absolutely brilliant. He was the best one, Vass, out of the whole lot, I think. He was good for what it was. The protagonist in 5. Not knocking him, but he was brilliant, but not as good as Vass. And 6, well, I would say Carlos is the best, but he's not in it enough. Is the tour done? I think I've done the tour. Oh no, there's one more.
Masks were an important part of a mummy's finery. Early wooden funeral coverings were very expensive.
I weren't too keen on the villain in 4, to be honest.
Created through a technique known as cartonnage.
No, I mean, it seems a bit dead to me.
Were created by laying several layers of linen or papyrus pulp on a base made of mud or straw.
But Far Cry New Dawn, would I go back to that?
Ornaments and the animal coffins of the
with that sort of game, Far Cry New Dawn, it's one and done. Yeah, I mean, fair play. If you want to get all the trophies or achievements if you're playing on Xbox, by all means, go for it. But I've done the story, done what I needed to do, and that was it for me. Oh shit. Have I just... What? Oh, I've got to press that button. Oh, I thought it crashed for a minute.
Cartonnage evolved to cover the entire body of the mummy during the 22nd dynasty.
That's what I mean. It's Far Cry New Dawn was all right, but it's not the sort of game you. Yeah, I want to go back and try on a new game plus setting, or I want to try on a harder level set, higher level setting sort of thing. It's not that sort of game where you go back.
Cartonnage envelopes were usually covered with inscriptions and polychrome decorations, specifying the names and titles of the deceased, scenes depicting daily life, or decorations specific to the funerary world. This was a true gift for Egyptologists eager to study the funerary rites of the ancient Egyptians.
Far Cry New Dawn was meant to be DLC for Far Cry 5, but someone in Ubisoft's offices obviously thought, no, hold on a minute, we can make a lot more money releasing it as a single game. So apparently that's why that became a single game on its own. Oh, 5 Story's brilliant. It's another one. Far Cry 5 is like it can be a bit repetitive, a bit like AC Odyssey, another example, repetitive, rinse and repeat. But just let the story, you've got to give it at least about 5-6 hours worth of gameplay on 5 to really start getting into the story. Just let the story flow. That's what I did when I went back to Odyssey after about a year or two out. I thought, no, I'm going to go back to it. All right, it seemed boring, rinse and repeat. But no, let's go with the story. And I'll let the story flow. And I'll start. And eventually, as I said, 622 hours later, I've done it. But I'll just let the story go, and I totally really enjoyed it. That's what you should do with 5. Don't knock it. If you're only going to play it for about 20 minutes, half an hour, oh fuck this, I've had enough. It's boring. You know what I mean? You're never going to properly get the gist of the story.
75 different stages for the opening of the mouth.
Because all these game developers, when they release the games, they're trying to express a story, and if they rush the story in a game to you, the people buying the games, well, it's game over, you know what I mean? You're going to finish the game in about 20 minutes, half an hour to an hour, and that's it, you're done. It's not worth nothing. So they've got to try and make the story sort of exciting, but try and build it up to their viewers as well. Oh, the bow's awesome. My favourite weapon, that was. I think in the medieval one, not medieval, the Stone Age one, they done Primal. I was using like a bow sort of thing. The spear was good as well. I enjoyed using the spear. I did enjoy that spear.
Was reserved for a very specific set of people.
Primal, yeah, that's it.
Who wore the mask of the god
but no, just give 5 a chance.
Of the family.
The stories doesn't happen just within 5 minutes, 10, 20 minutes, half an hour of playing the bloody game. Yeah, my Irish friend got me into playing Primal a few years ago. I've got to go back to that. Right, let's go there. See, that's the problem with a lot of people these days. They want to play these games, but they want to rush. They think they're going to... Some people think they're entitled. Oh yeah, I demand a really good story. It's going to get me straight into the game. I can finish a game within 2 or 3 hours and I'm done. They don't think about games like Far Cry where, alright, the protagonist is a bit of a... I don't like using the word crazy, but you know, that's the setting. You can't just have a villain like that come straight on the scene and said, oh, I am such, I'm going to do this, you're going to do that. You know what I mean? It's just not good. You've got to have somewhere to start the base story.
Welcome to The Importance of Mummies.
Welcome, Leonis. Yeah. That's what it clocked as, 622 hours in Odyssey.
The first hieroglyph for embalmer appeared in
Hope you're
pyramid
doing well.
texts of the Old Kingdom. It is likely that embalming was a trade that progressed alongside the evolution of ancient Egyptian funeral practices.
Oh, League of Legends. I ain't heard that one.
Of how embalming
Oh,
came to be a profession,
thank you, Pudsey.
we do know that embalmers had a hierarchy, and that each embalmer specialized in a specific phase of the mummification
622
process.
hours. But I'm not one to rush through a game. I like to take in the scenery and all that sort of stuff. So I mean, I'm about quarter of the way through Numbers Far Cry 6, but it's not so much the running around, it's just the fact like you hear from Carlos every now and again, and I'm thinking, you know, was it because he's got commitments, i.e. like the Mandalorian 3, possibly he might have come back, or I don't know, whatever films he's doing, he might not have had proper time and effort to stay there and do more, so it's a bit disappointing he's not in it more. That's right, mate, not a problem. Nice to see you come in. Hope you're having a good day. We're just talking about Far Cry, Creed, those sort of games.
Was where the embalmers mummified the bodies.
I mean, if you've got any favourite Creed games or any favourite type of games you like playing, please feel free to chat about them.
Of the city due to the smell of decomposition. In the New Kingdom, however, the Uabet was located.
I just think Carlos just didn't have the time and commitment to do more in the Far Cry 6. I think he only had a certain amount of time, possibly, because he might have had to do other films or TV series or something. So Ubisoft might have only been able to get him for a certain amount of time and days. So, which is a bit of a disappointment. I'd love to have seen more of him. Because when he plays a bad guy, he's awesome.
Rituals. The richer citizens of Egypt also enjoyed complex embalming options, though none of them allowed for the removal of the brain or viscera. After purifying the body,
welcome to the 7 people in chat. I do appreciate you coming in. Yes, it is the myth, the legend, as someone called me earlier. Dazzy Dazzler streaming yet again, once more. This is AC Origins after completing Odyssey. I do welcome you in. Hope you're all having a good day, morning, afternoon, evening. Feel free to pop in and chat or lurk. I don't mind, whichever you're comfortable with. Oh, Breaking Bad. Awesome. Love it. But then again, a lot of people turn around and say they hate it. They think it's boring. You know what I mean? It's just some bad guy, you know, telling people to make drugs, etc. No, it's not. It's brilliant. Oh, hello, Jeez. Happy New Year to you, buddy.
For all those who could not afford any embalming process, desert burials offered a popular alternative to preserve the bodies of the dead.
Oh, nice. That was sort of the same sort of thing in Pompeii, actually. Yeah, I took a break from streaming G's for a while, but now I thought, sorry, now I've got a bit more time on my side. I can sort out a semi-sort of schedule.
Were often sent back to Europe. Curio cabinets dating from the 16th
yes, I'm enjoying it. This is just a Discovery history tour bit at the moment, but I've done Odyssey, which is quite well documented. Bit crazy, 622 hours, but hey ho, to get the best out of the game, you've got to do what you must.
The
I'm trying to do.
Was heralded by Napoleon Bonaparte's Egyptian campaign, which lasted from 1798 to 1802.
Yeah, I had family
The following years were
issues
marked by
and
a
things were
resurgence
going on
of
in the
interest
background. I
from
just
wits,
sort of
enthusiasts, and
lost
scholars
interest in
who
streaming for a
exposed
while, you
Egypt
know.
to the
It's
general
just like
populace.
I tried coming back at
Many
Christmas
research
Eve with
societies
Boomer
focusing
and
on
someone and
Egyptology were founded during those
Love
years.
Lucy, female streamer. I had a bit of fun and Fall Guys, you know. I thought, you know what, I'll give it another week or so and then I'll think about coming back. And nah. I don't know if I'd do 622 hours in this one, actually. I don't know what the actual high account would be. Because I don't think this is actually as big as Odyssey, is it? Or is it? I don't know.
By 1868, mass tourism began in Egypt under the aegis of the Cook
I don't know
Agency.
if this is going to be as big
The
as
race would indulge in leisure trips
Odyssey.
to Egypt
I've
and bring
done it
back
on the
mummies.
Xbox, but it didn't seem as big as
Upon their
Odyssey.
return, they would organize evenings that consisted of unpacking mummies.
Because I think
and removing
Odyssey's
strips of linen and
map
amulets
is
layer by
twice the
layer.
size of this one.
These were
I could be
considered the
wrong.
shining cultural events of the season. The Egyptian collections of many a museum were founded as a consequence of this mass pillaging.
I don't know. I don't know which one's bigger, but I think Odyssey is way bigger than this one. Oh yeah, I've got to press that first.
Thanks to those dubious parties, the fantasy of a mummy coming back
Just
to
like
life,
to say a big
seeking
welcome to the
revenge
7
on its
people watching in the
defilers, was
chat.
born.
If you want
The
to
mummy
chat,
malediction myth
feel
has
free. We're
remained
talking about
steady in
all Far
popular
Cry
culture ever
games,
since,
Creed
particularly in
games,
written
any type
media
of games.
and
Anyone
cinema.
takes your fancy, just drop a chat. If you want to lurk, that's fine. It's even better. But whatever you're doing, you have a great day, good morning, great afternoon. Done. Right, that's that one. I forgot about all this. Damn. I've played a little bit of Valhalla, but as soon as I sort of got the gist of the new game coming out, Mirage, I thought, you know what, I'll do a chronological run through. So I've done Odyssey, I'm doing this one and then I think Valhalla is after this one actually, chronologically, timeline wise.
Welcome to Amulets and Rituals.
Oh yeah, Curse of Pharaohs, yeah. But I don't know whether Ubisoft actually classed this as bigger than Odyssey. I don't know, I suppose people would argue that, you know, you've got a certain amount of size of DLC, etc. to count in, so...
Carved with images from hieroglyphs or in the shapes of gods.
But what I did play a bit of Valhalla before I stopped and then started my chronological run through. I thought it was really good. More RPG than Creed, but I enjoyed it, raiding the villages.
Were meant to be worn forever into the afterlife.
Wow, that's a lot. No, that's what a lot of people were saying about Valhalla, though, weren't they? They were saying it's not a proper Creed game. You can't really stealth it, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, being an assassin, it's sort of like you're supposed to be stealthy, sneaky, sort of thing.
The wealthiest of Egyptians could obtain a divinely ordained pendant, in which was hidden a magic formula inscribed on a piece of papyrus. It would act as a unique spell tailored to the owner.
No, the Vikings wasn't, so, you know what I mean, that goes against the argument straight away.
Religion was so important
you can give me money if you like, mate.
That it permeated every aspect of their daily lives. Since water was the source of life and had the symbolism of purifying the body and the soul, all daily routines began with ablutions. Personal prayers to the gods were sometimes written or spoken, with family prayers passed down through generations. There was a complete calendar of each of the religious days, both good and bad.
Yeah, because that's the DLC with Cassandra, isn't it?
Wine, milk, and ointments, Offerings to the gods consisted of small amulets to life-size statues and family
I think that's the
shrines.
DLC with
During the
Cassandra.
Greco-Roman period, offerings to the gods consisted of mummified animals, cats for Bastet, dogs for Anubis, and birds for Thoth.
I mean, after completing Odyssey, I actually thought I'd have sort of like Creed burnout, but no, I love the franchise.
Gods, oracles offered guidance and judgment for all Egyptians, regardless of status. Crucial advice was offered on everything from day-to-day farming management to a pharaoh's decision on whether to start a war. Oracles were often used to decide legal issues. If the accused refused the judgment of the god, another god could be consulted in hopes of a more favorable reply. It was oracles that guided the Greek sailor.
I like setting the Valhalla. I was not even a quarter of the way through it, so I stopped and started doing this run through.
During Alexander the Great's campaign to
I
conquer
did play
Persia,
of it, I enjoyed it.
He consulted the oracle at the Temple of Amun within the oasis of Siwa, and was subsequently ordained.
See, it goes back to the argument of like been there, seen it, and done it with this feudal Japan, because Sucker Punch have done it with Ghost of Tsushima, so a lot of people are saying like Ubisoft have missed the boat, but we'll see. See how they can approach it. Maybe they can approach Japan in a different way, I don't know. Be interesting to have an assassin sort of samurai, wouldn't it? Give you the choice. Slash and dash, or basically stealth it and cut their heads off.
Welcome to Temples and Ritual. During rituals and festivals, the god was carried on a solar barge between the areas of a temple or the temples of different cities. Funerary carvings and paintings covering thousands of years, as well as the Book of the Dead, depict the same ship and ore
of the god Amun-Ra.
Solar
Amun-Ra!
Uncovered
Scorpion King, the mummy.
Tombs. They were intended to carry the pharaoh into the afterlife.
Yeah, I think people seem to forget that. They seem to think, well, hold on a minute, Sucker Punch have done it already, so why is Ubisoft bothering? It's the same as the Skull and Bones one. I think that could be very much dead in the water before it even turns up.
That Ra, the sun god, traveled the skies in a boat known as the solar barge. The solar barge was believed to cross over to mythological lands.
Because Xbox have got Sea of Thieves, which I think Skull and Bones was going to be sort of that sort of thing, and then Skull and Bones got put back, and now they're supposed to be releasing Skull and Bones sometime, I think this year or next year. I think they might just actually put that out as a free-to-play type game, like Sea of Thieves, but like pay for transactions inside sort of thing.
The lion-headed war goddess, to kill all humans. To his chagrin, Ra quickly realized that with all humans gone, there would be no one left to worship him. In order to stop the rampaging Sekhmet, beer was brewed and dyed red with pomegranate juice.
Ooh, I could see me Parker in some bits there.
Sekhmet drank every drop of the brew she could find, eventually passing out drunk. When she awoke, she was calmer, and her lion visage had changed into Bastet. The Festival of Drunkenness was celebrated in honor of that myth.
Ooh, right, okay.
Unlike the daily rituals that took place in the temple and
Chamber
were performed
of
by priests, festivals allowed the entire population of the city to participate. Festivals helped mark the passing of the seasons in the agricultural calendar. In reflecting the cycles of life, festivals
is that Wukong game where he plays like a monkey sort of thing, isn't it?
The sense of order that pharaohs
Not Wo Long. They've got a game coming out called Wo Long, but there's actually one called oh, I can't remember the name right now. Wukong, that's it.
The importance of these festivals is demonstrated by their longevity. Records show that Osiris festivals
I think it's Wukong, where you fight as a monkey, sort of, you know, like a monkey chimp sort of thing.
Control and promote the king's reign. Both the Opet and Set Jubilee festivals were specifically intended to celebrate the renewal of the king's power.
Yeah, I think the one you're thinking of is Wukong, but that keeps getting delayed for some reason.
The temple hierarchy consisted of high
It's one of those
priests,
weird sort of games that keep getting delayed. It did look a bit scratchy on the surface when they showed a demo of it. I think it's the not Game Awards. I think it's last year at the Game Awards. Actually, I think they showed a trailer of it, and it looked a bit scratchy. So they definitely needed to polish it a bit. I don't know what you're arguing about, but
Egyptian priests were not confined to solely religious.
Oh, that's it, Sun Wukong. Yeah.
Had crucial roles in Egypt's administration.
I think he got delayed till next year. I think possibly because I think they got quite a bit of flack from the trailer they showed. I think it's last year they showed a trailer at awards, game show. I think they got a bit of flack for it. It looked very scratchy on the surface, very bad.
Scribes were custodians of the sacred sciences.
Very jittery and
Some priests
stuttery
were
sort of thing.
associated with the funeral rites and were considered the group with medical knowledge. The servants of the Ka were low-ranking priests who carried food and offerings in funerary rituals. Lector priests were distinguished by their ability to read, and their main duty was to recite specialized religious texts in both temple and funerary rituals.
Oh, we're going now. Oh, okay.
Priests and all the officials who served the temple worked only 3 months a year.
I think my new game would probably be,
at least within the temple
I don't know, probably God of War, probably.
Each outgoing group
But then saying that, though, I've got Forbidden West cheap for Christmas, and Kenya, Bridge of Spirits, cheap as well. So, I mean, I've got those two to play as well, plus that Jedi game as well, so I've got enough for a while. But probably within the next, I would imagine within the next 2 years, God of War Ragnarok will probably be on one of the PlayStation tiers.
Only priests were allowed within.
It'll probably be in PlayStation Extra within the next 2 years, I expect.
While the team chose to allow any character access to this space in some game temples, normally it was reserved for priests alone.
Yeah, I've heard that about Forbidden West is really good, but it's like if you're not into sort of like a lot of dialogue type games, that's not the game for you. But I don't mind if all the dialogue adds to the game. It's brilliant, and the story, I don't mind. I love games like that.
Once selected, a foundation ritual was performed. The pharaoh was required to complete 10 steps in the ritual, which required a mix of offerings.
I did want to get Sifu because I love the old kung fu type games as well.
Once the temple was complete,
I'll get that eventually.
Construction of the chamber containing the shrine, or naos, began.
I just like the concept of Sifu, where you get older if you mess up. If you mess up, you start getting a grey beard and grey hair and that sort of shit.
The naos was where the god statue
So I was watching someone play it a few months ago on Twitch. It's like, wow.
And decorated with gold, silver, and precious stones.
So I think one of the scenes I saw in that Sifu, you end up fighting about 8 or 10 people. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Such as Amun, Ta, and Osiris.
Yeah, it's like, it's called Sifu, S-I-F-U, Sifu Vengeance or something. It's like you go through these different phases, But every time
Through
you
the statue,
lose,
the god
you
came
get
to the
older.
shrine to eat, drink,
So obviously,
and communicate with the
if you
pharaoh,
lost quite a bit,
or with the
you
priests
can end up
standing
an
in for
old
the pharaoh.
master type character, and then like end up fighting about 8 or 10 young guys, and you've got to try and beat them, sort of thing. Otherwise, you restart from the beginning, sort of thing. I like the concept. All right, it might be a bit. Oh, that's done. I like the concept of it. You know, it's different. So I can't think of any other games where you sort of do that and then you get old and die, sort of thing. But it's different. But it's like I said earlier, though, this year should be a great game year, basically. As long as delays don't start happening, obviously, if you start getting delays, you're going to start having issues.
Welcome to Temples and Priests.
And yes, I know about the arguments between the Xbox fanboys and the PS fanboys, you know, oh, Xbox got no games, blah, blah, blah. They keep cancelling and delaying their games. But, you know, I mean, if you've got a PS5 as well, you've got best of both worlds.
Meaning Palace of the Ka of Ptah. The name of
I've got both systems.
Translated into Greek as Aegyptos.
Both of them do their own thing, you know what I mean?
Modern name Egypt.
So I don't get into all this fanboy bollocks.
Temples were the center of
I
religious,
just
political,
find it's
and
not worth my
economic life
time.
in ancient Egypt. These sacred places were viewed as the literal home of the gods and goddesses.
No, I mean, I have games I play on the Xbox, like Halo and all that sort of stuff.
Which was accomplished through elaborate ritual.
Yeah, exactly. And like games like, not so much this, but like God of War, Spider-Man, I like playing on the PS5. I mean, both systems all do their own thing, so I mean, it's not like one does more than the other.
Located in the center.
All right, the backwards compatibility
was the most
is different, but
and imposing building in the city. The long walkway leading toward the temple, known as the Dromos, was guarded by rows of sphinxes. The entire sacred area was designed to keep the statue.
Now, I mean, a few months ago, like everyone was going around saying, "Oh, stop buying like Grand Theft Auto 5, or we're never going to get to see GTA 6." I hold my hands up. I was one of the ones that was saying on Twitter, yeah, don't buy it. I've tried buying it on Xbox One and PS4, and I'm never going to buy it again. Yeah, what did I do before Christmas? I went and got the Series X version of GTA 5. So, yeah, I'm much to blame as anyone else. But they are doing 6 now anyway, so... But that won't be out for another, I don't know, probably about 3, 4, 5 years.
The Dromos opened into a courtyard.
Right, Bowser, thank you very much for coming in. You have a nice evening, yeah? You're streaming tomorrow, aren't you?
Special festivals, the general
if you're on tomorrow, I'll catch you then, buddy.
But under no circumstances would they be allowed into the sacred spaces beyond the courtyard.
Where we going? Down there. Excuse me. Coming through. So,
the Memphis alabaster sphinx was discovered in 1912,
really?
Almost completely buried in water and sand. 8 meters in height and weighing in at roughly 90 tons, it is still mounted on its original pedestal.
Yeah, I think they're doing number 6, or sort of getting the scripts and all that sort of thing together now.
Rock, which is similar in appearance and texture to alabaster.
Oh, there was something came out from Rockstar a few months ago. They said they are sort of edging towards doing 6 now. But, you know, I mean, by their time schedule with their games, you're probably looking somewhere between 4 to 6 years.
To determine when it was created. Egyptologists believe that its facial likeness
I think GTA 5 was released in, what, 2020? 18, 19?
And 1400 BCE.
So,
it is believed that this monument once stood outside of
Yeah,
the Temple of
probably
Ptah
about another
and
5,
was
6 years,
integrated into
if you're lucky.
subsequent extensions to the complex.
So I mean, they was going to be doing a remaster of the original Red Dead Redemption.
The size of the imposing sculpture
Apparently,
reflects
you know, for Series X and PS5, they're supposed to be doing a remaster. But apparently, the people that were working on that game, that remaster, they moved over to work on Grand Theft Auto 6 now. Yeah, because the I've been quite happy with Red Dead Redemption first one remake, so I quite like that. I played it on the 360, and I think it was PS3 as well. I played that on PS4.
In Egyptian culture, some animals were associated with gods.
It's a shame when they start working on a game and then they have to sort of like pull the crew off, say, "Oh look, you know, we want you on this really big game. Can you come over here and work on this now?" So they pulled them from Red Dead over to GTA 6. So. But Vice City, if that's true, Vice City's going to be done. That'd be awesome. Hopefully it'd be like the 80s style again. That was brilliant. Tommy Vercetti, have your own Scarface villa.
Later it was associated with Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, thus becoming the funerary divinity Osiris.
Yeah, my son bought that Grand Theft Auto trilogy. He goes, "Oh, Dad, I've got the trilogy." And I kept telling him, I said, "Don't buy it." And he was on about buying it. And I told him, I said, "Don't." I said, "It just looks, all it is a cash grab." I said, "They haven't done nothing much to it." "Oh yeah, but they've updated the graphics, they've done it." I said, "Son, don't go and waste your money." And after it came out, he messaged me a few weeks later, "Oh, Dad, I got it." And then guess what? Within 2 weeks, "Oh, I should have bloody listened to you, Dad. It's fucking shit. They haven't done this." I said, "I tried telling you. It's a cash grab. Don't get it." I said, "But you didn't listen." I said, "Now you wasted your money."
The Apis bull lived with its harem in a
he weren't happy because they didn't update this and they didn't do this to this game and this that to that game in the trilogy. So I said, "Look, I told you so."
Among them, the bull had
I said, "I'm not trying to tell you how to spend your money, but anything like that, at least get some advice on." I said, "If not from me, but some other people you know that actually play games and know what they're talking about."
Egyptians would search for its reincarnated form among the livestock.
No, I mean, I don't know a lot, but I know a little bit. Where the fuck am I going now? Oh, right, round here.
Like other living divinities, the mortal incarnation of the Apis bull was prayed to, and when it died, it was given a luxurious funeral, which included mummification. Until the reign of Ramses II.
Yeah, I think they've. I think, as you said, I think that trilogy really buggered them up. And even the bloke in charge of Rockstar, didn't he? He came out. He said, "Look, sorry, but I hold my hands up here. That trilogy was rushed. It was no good. It wasn't what we wanted. I do apologise." Dan Houser, yeah, that was it. He came out and apologised. He said it was rushed, it was terrible, we didn't work on it properly. He admitted they didn't work on it properly, so there you go, cash grab. But problem is, people have played GTA, the fans. No, I mean, if they'd literally remastered all three properly, I would have got it. No shadow of a doubt. I know there's that bloody little helicopter bit where you go through the car park thing. That was annoying. That was. I thought I'd go that way. Where am I going? Oh, there you go.
Ancient Egyptians believed that temple rituals were essential to maintain order in the cosmos and allow communication.
Yeah, it's a shame a lot of people like don't come out and say, "Yeah, we admit that was our fault. You know, we didn't do this properly, we didn't do that properly." Not many people come out and say that. I was quite surprised when he actually admitted it was a fuck up. If it had been done
Details of
properly,
the
I would have got it,
ceremonies
but
found on
there's
temple
just no way,
walls
you know what I mean?
provide a thorough overview of the stages of the daily ritual.
No, I mean, if they come out in another 3 or 4 years' time, say, oh yeah, we're going to remake
Each step of
Vice
the highly
City,
symbolic
like what they've done with the other
ceremony was
trilogy,
accompanied by
but we're
specific
actually
recitations,
reimagining it
many of
all,
which
we're
referred
redoing
to
it all with
mythical events.
Grand Theft Auto 4. You know what I mean? Would people turn around and say, oh yeah, we'll buy it? Or would the actual fans turn around and say, well, you know what? Hold on a minute. You've done us over with the trilogy. You've done us with that. Let's see the actual gameplay of the new trilogy that you want to make. You know what I mean? I saw some gameplay and as soon as I saw it, I thought, nah, that's never going to be good enough. Not for me, anyway.
The high priest would first awaken the sleeping god with a chant. Then the seals of the shrine's doors were broken.
It was never going to be good enough for me. But if they want to redo it later down the line with Grand Theft Auto 4, I want to see gameplay footage, in-game engine, before I even think about spending my money on it.
And kissed the ground.
I mean, games like God of War, Ragnarok, that's done by Santa Monica, you know what you're getting.
The god was then washed with incense-infused water.
Yeah, exactly. They've got hit with Red Dead Redemption and GTA.
Cleansing was followed by adorning
They could do those for years.
The final ritual required the priest to sweep away any footprints.
No, I mean, they don't have to do like John Marston, obviously, but I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2 all the way through, so I don't know what happens. But, you know what I mean, they don't have to stick with John Marston. There's plenty of Western stories they could tell. I'm not being funny. If they wanted to go further with the Western series, they could get the copyright and permission to do a Man with No Name game. You know, Clint Eastwood type character. The good, the bad, the ugly.
Each temple dedicated to a god had at least one high priest devoted
to its
care and service.
So, I mean, you can get those, if you can get permission or copyright from, you know, the film studios to do games like that, that's alright.
300 years.
There's so many different Western stories you can tell, like Billy the Kid, Doc Holliday, Wyatt Earp. You've got all those. No, I mean, I'd love to play as like I don't know if you've seen the film Young Guns 1 and 2. Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen, Kiefer Sutherland, and Lou Diamond Phillips. They played Billy Holiday. Oh, Val Kilmer, Doc Holliday, Wyatt Earp, Kurt Russell played it in Tombstone. You know what I mean? Those characters. You know what I mean? If you can get permission and copyright from film studios, the families of those, their ancestors or something like that, you know? Because obviously you have to go through permissions to do games based on people most of the time anyway. So, you know what I mean? If you can get all that done. Exactly, yeah, it could be good. I'd love to play as Billy the Kid in a Western. That would be awesome. Because apparently Billy the Kid was such a fucking arsehole. He was like a slippery eel. No bugger could catch the son of a bitch until the end. But there's so many stories about Billy the Kid, you don't know what to believe, really. I've seen loads of documentaries on it. And Wyatt Earp.
In the 21st dynasty,
because some say that Wyatt Earp actually killed Billy the Kid, and some say he didn't, and Billy the Kid lived till he was 80, 90 years old somewhere else. So, you know what I mean? Whatever spin you want to put on it, you can definitely do games on it.
These king priests caused a massive decentralization of power, known as the Third Intermediate Period.
Between Westerns and GTA, they've got it sewn up, if they're clever enough. It's like a Naughty Dog though. That's basically, as we was talking earlier, they were supposed to be doing a new IP. Well, people want something like a Viking sort of God of War style game. Yeah, fine. Oh, is it? I played that on the PS2, 3, I think it was. That was awesome. That game. I loved playing that game. I didn't like the second one though, but the first one was brilliant. But you know, if Naughty Dog hit it out the ballpark with a new IP, and it is either a space adventure game or a Viking type medieval game, whatever, and they hit it out the ballpark, see, they've got Last of Us and their new IP that could really lift off. Same as Rockstar. They've got Red Dead Western and GTA modern day setting gangster style mafioso shit, you know. So they got two different genres, and Naughty Dog could have two different genres: action adventure and like medieval type space adventure, whatever IP they're going to be doing. So they can get it sewn up.
Only 2 known centers have been uncovered. One in the abandoned city of Akataki.
Oh, I didn't like Black Monday. I didn't like that at all. The first one was the best one.
Inscriptions.
But if they're redoing the Getaway, I'll be up for that. As long as it's got all the Cockney rhyming slang in there from London and all that sort of stuff, it's brilliant.
It is presumed.
I think they did a VR version a few years ago, didn't they, of the Getaway? I haven't got VR. I haven't got space where I live to have VR, so that's never going to happen.
The House of Life offered training for the elite, destined for occupations such as astronomers, doctors, veterinarians, diplomats, architects, translators, or theologians. Some institutions focused on specific disciplines, making them a central hub for the country.
So yeah, there's so many different genres, like game developers can open up and have them for themselves, so to speak.
Not limited to
Bully.
For young
Yeah.
students,
Loved it.
House of Life was a source of
Little
reference for
bugger.
many scholars.
Love the little
With rooms
shit.
dedicated to papyri
Yeah, I mean, you just want to get hold of him and give him a few
because
good old
papyri
slaps, don't
were
you?
preserved
But
there.
he was good.
Romans referred to the House of Life as a library.
Oh, can you? I didn't know that. I thought you need to stand up and do VR, because I've seen oh God, who is it? I can't remember his name. He's in our group, the Spire, geez. He was playing it a little while ago because I watched him. He was doing Resident Evil on VR as well. He was standing up, so I just immediately thought, you need to be standing up and playing it. Z, that's it. Z plays gaming, that's it. Yeah, because I always thought you had to stand up to do VR. I thought, oh no, it's never going to happen.
Ancient Egyptian economy was based on an unequal system of redistribution of goods. The state of Egypt collected the crops, and the temples distributed them.
Because I know a lot of people are moaning about this new Sony VR 2, aren't they?
Capable of counting and ensuring a fair redistribution.
They're saying it's going to be about £500 to £600.
This meant that the temples played.
I can sort of understand why it's going to be that sort of money. You know what I mean? It's like new tech, isn't it?
There are records of pharaohs making offerings of large tracts of land and animals to temples.
Hiya, Dr. Cronite, welcome in. Thank you for coming in.
Ramses III offered generous gifts to the temple of Amun in Karnak in such
How you doing? I do drink coffee. Like, I have about 2 cups a day, and then I drink tea. I blame my sister for that. She got me into drinking tea when I was younger, and I've always liked to taste tea after. But no, I don't know if you've seen the price tag of this new VR2 coming out. Geez, I did read something. There you go. Twitter again, clickbait shit. It's supposed to be about £600-700. They're saying, but I can't believe that. Most I reckon it's going to be between £500-600. I don't know, obviously, what it'd be in US money or Australian money, but yeah, I think it's going to be about. That's what they're saying. Somewhere between £500 and £700 or dollars, whatever. But it's new tech. It's going to cost a lot, but I can probably more or less guarantee they'll have waylay plans for it. You know, oh, if you can't afford it, we can do it this way. You know, pay, I don't know, $30, $40 a month or whatever, or $20 a month. Or it would take you fucking ages to pay, but they'd do like a catalogue does. You know, I don't know if you have catalogues where you are, but over here we have catalogues where you buy stuff and you pay so much a month or whatever. Oh, sweet.
Constructed with bricks made of mud.
Yeah, that's what'll happen. They'll do waylay plans for it, where you pay so much a month for it if you can't afford to pay. Obviously, if you're a big businessman or you've got a good job and you can afford $600-700 or pounds, you pay for it straight away, sort of thing. But
sandstone and harder materials such as granite, quartzite, and travertine. These heavy
PUBG, are you
blocks
still
were
around?
so prized that they were often transported from quarries located hundreds of kilometers away.
Quest 2, that is nice to full one, great for the average casual VR user.
Limestone was common.
Can you message your brother? He's just messaged me saying he's online now. So just tell him I won't be on till at least after 6 because I'm streaming at the moment. I'm not going to drop everything just to play online over there.
Would then be finished with a finer limestone that was polished smooth and decorated as needed. Limestone was used for the building of the first pyramids and for most of the religious.
So you can play most games with the Meta Quest 2 one then.
Ancient Egyptians preferred to use sedimentary rock beds or layers
that's not
like
too bad then.
And limestone.
Is that the one from Facebook or is that Oculus? I can't remember. They've got so many different names.
Extract stone was the open pit quarry. Stone cutters would find quality stone, shape, and dig it out on site. Open pit quarries enabled many workers to work simultaneously on many blocks, which allowed for better productivity.
Yeah, they've been in this shit lately, haven't they, old Facebook? Oh, Marky Mark.
Large grid directly on the stone surface, taking care to leave a space between the blocks. This allowed them to.
Thank you, Wookie. So I'm only doing the discovery tour on this at the moment. I should probably actually play the game tomorrow.
Stone workers used iron chisels for hard rock and bronze or copper tools for softer rocks such as limestone. Removing material.
Yeah, he wants me to play that firefighting game. I'll do that later tonight with him.
Quarries, that trench was wide enough to accommodate a worker who would then cut the block entirely on site. For harder rocks like granite, workers cut a series of holes. Yeah,
because I read that old Marky Mark from Facebook had to get rid of Sal Giffey or something, didn't he? Because he owned too much, apparently, or something like that, anyway, to do with the business. So he had to release some of his assets.
The gallery extraction technique.
Right, you're back in 2 minutes.
Desired rock was buried under layers of rubble. This method was often necessary in order to find the whiter and finer limestone required for a smoother finish. The first step was for the stoneworkers to create an access pit that would allow them to reach the desired wall of stone. Once a wall of quality stone was exposed, workers could then cut out smaller blocks. This pit required a descending platform. Designed like a stairway, it allowed them to free multiple galleries of blocks.
So I've accepted these in a moment. Wait a minute. Oh, that's better. Oh, sorry about that. Calling nature and all that. Oh, right. Let's get cracking. Thank you for staying with me.
To cut the stone, they created a longitudinal kerf, or slit, and then cut the rock at a 90-degree angle. The lower side was determined along the geological layers or by using a horizontal cut. Wooden wedges were inserted in the rock and hammered in. Shock waves were then generated using hammers, fracturing the blocks at the seam.
Oh, right. Yeah, they do that sort of thing when they're doing the bodies as well, don't they? To take the brain and that out.
To maintain the stability of these mining pits over the course of quarrying, workers would leave support sections of unexcavated rock.
Oh, okay, that's short and sweet.
In every
chapel
quarry,
dedicated to the god of the Nile, Happy Gebel El Silsila.
In particular, Serket, the scorpion goddess, was considered a very powerful deity among quarry workers. Every mine and quarry of ancient Egypt included a scorpion charmer who was said to use magical powers to ward off the dangerous insects and keep the workers safe.
Find a pen that works. There we go. Hey, completed. Thank you. Right, there we go. Get on that one. Ramesses the Great. More statues and temples bear Ramesses to name than any other pharaoh. And like many rulers before him, he substituted blah blah blah. Oh, Caesar had expensive taste. That was well documented.
Welcome to Workers and Transport. Whether workers were employed for the pyramid construction or at the quarries, the government supplied food and housing. Workers for the pyramids and royal necropolises were housed in more permanent villages, such as the famous Deir el-Medina. Quarry workers had more temporary lodgings. All skill levels were needed and utilized, from basic work hands to prepare the gypsum.
Yeah, I think most of these places on this Discovery tour you go through during the game anyway. But it's a good little bit of history to know.
Skilled architects and engineers were employed year-round, while support labor were often farmers who worked on the quarries or construction during the Nile's flood season. The basic laborers were hardworking and versatile. Many may have been farmers who joined the construction during the off-season.
So my phone keeps going off.
Villages listed assigned job titles.
Notifications, etc.
Archaeological research shows that no food was stored or prepared on site, but instead workers received abundant rations of bread, beer, and meat. These rations were taken care of by an administration outside the village. Medical treatment was also available for those who were injured.
Next one.
While some quarries were close to the Nile, others were located across the desert and required long expeditions. These expeditions were sanctioned by the state. They involved complex logistics and required many participants.
Transporting
a block by land meant that workers had to overcome the weight and friction of the load.
3, 4, 5. Well, about 10 people pulling that.
They first dug a track in the ground. This path was sometimes reinforced with rails upon which a sled, used to ferry the blocks, would be pulled. Whenever possible, blocks were toppled from a higher elevation onto the sled. Workers then poured water onto the clay
pulling that bloody thing,
creating a slick surface to more easily move the load. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that animals were used to tow the burden.
Oxes and that, wasn't it? Cattle.
During flood season, the Nile was at its largest and deepest, which allowed the transportation of the heaviest and biggest loads. Quarries close to the river had troughs dug out to deliver the stones to the shoreline. Harbors and wharfs situated at the river's edge allowed the transfer of materials and supplies. Harbor warehouses accommodated additional stocks of stone so that they were available for the winter sailing season.
Oh, where are we going now? Right, this way.
The Wadi al-Jarf papyri detail a limestone
papyrus,
intended for the
telling the daily lives of port workers who transported huge limestone blocks to Cairo during King Khufu's rule.
One papyrus is a fragment from a foreman's notes taken while working on the Great Pyramid. It details the transportation of limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to the construction site of the pyramid. The other papyri are shipping logs containing archives of the sailors assigned to sail the Red Sea and the Nile.
Okay.
Stone cargo generally weighed 15 tons per boat, amounting to roughly 6 or 7 blocks per trip. For heavier loads such as obelisks, monolithic pillars, or gigantic statues, larger boats were used.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
These transports are the ones typically showcased on temple walls. River transportation was the most efficient way to ferry stone blocks between the quarry and the construction site. Blocks were transported by flotillas of several types of boats. The most detailed illustration of transport by river is a relief of Queen Hatshepsut's barge with an accompanying flotilla.
Ooh, okay. Alright, that's that one done. God, I didn't realise there's so many of these to do. "12 years to construct and was built mostly of limestone." Oh, you learn something new every day. Although I did that at school anyway, so... In Hepchet Noom, learn about the basic agricultural food production techniques and understand how the Nile was the centre of ancient Egypt wealth.
Welcome to Agriculture and Seasons.
Go.
While crops were cultivated in different oases around the desert, most of the arable lands were near the Nile. 2 types of cereal grain were cultivated, barley and an ancient wheat known as emmer.
Emma?
These 2 key ingredients contributed in establishing bread and beer as the staple of the Egyptian diet and the basis of its economy.
Okay. Oops. Finger slips off the button, huh?
The Ptolemaic era created an agricultural revolution with the introduction of advanced agricultural techniques and new grain types such as rice, durum wheat, and pearl millet. The resulting agricultural mass production greatly increased the economy of ancient Egypt. It also prompted the development of storage and transportation, allowing long-distance trade with other regions.
Ooh. There we go. Oh no, we're going through the grass. See, that cow I was killing in Odyssey. I know, I'm a cruel son of a bitch sometimes. But then I needed that for the leather, so unfortunately I couldn't avoid that.
Bread and beer rations were part of a system of barter payment. The state used those goods to pay wages for those who worked in the quarries and at the construction sites. Beer was so important to ancient Egyptians, they had a goddess of beer brewing, Tenenet. Tenenet is seen in many paintings and sculptures with beer, and women are depicted as the primary beer makers.
Ooh. Ooh. Let's go to the next one. Let's go, 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 come on. I honestly didn't realise this was so long. Don't matter.
In order to increase agricultural production, fertile land was divided into plots and large agricultural villages were encouraged. The state and temples were the biggest landowners. Depending on the region, fertile land was managed by civil servants or rented to individuals. Ancient Egyptians relied on rudimentary tools for land cultivation. Soil was broken down with hoes, and wing plows were used to make furrows.
There and there. Excuse me, doggy. Or whatever you are. Oh, it's right out there. Oops. Go, 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 go. Come on. Have a splish splash. Splash splash, I was taking a bath.
The three seasons known as Akhet,
Akhet.
Peret, and Shemu corresponded to a
Senjum
specific
and
phase of the
Limferti
agricultural
in the fields of
process and the
Alaru.
river's natural changes.
Laru,
Akhet was the time of the flood,
Iru,
beginning with the
maybe?
appearance of the star Sirius in July. Peret was the time when lands were cultivated, plowed, and sown. This fell between October and November. Shemu ran from May to September and was when harvesting and taxation began.
That's Japan, isn't it? Up and down. Time for another bath. Oh, wrong way. Down the corner. Where are we going? I missed the marker. No, I didn't. That's right. Go away, Croc. You ain't having me for dinner.
The pharaoh's duty was to uphold order against chaos and provide for his people. Priests and local governors also wanted to appear as protectors of the people. However, any variation in the Nile's seasons could cause
see the
water
pyramids from here.
shortages.
Woohoo!
This had devastating
Oh, look at that.
consequences on
There's two
wheat
there.
and barley crops.
And two over there.
The pharaoh, administrators, and priests knew they needed to
And there's
demonstrate
a
their
mountain.
ability to prevent such a catastrophe from happening. And so they invented the story, which would be inscribed upon the famine stela.
Oh, okay. I take it the next one's over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. There you go.
The story begins with the pharaoh worried for his people. The Nile hasn't flooded in years, and his people are starving. In search of the origins of the flooding, Djoser seeks out Khnum, the protector god of the region and the source of the drought. Djoser gives the god offerings and orders his priests to restore
Not
the
Dozer.
Temple of Khnum.
Oh no, that's Ghostbusters,
These
sorry.
offerings please the god, and the
Djoser.
floods are restored.
I thought she said Dozer.
This story was intended to highlight
it
the
Gozer?
importance of the
Oh, it
deity
Dozer, isn't
in
it?
everyone's daily lives, while
Ghostbusters.
also demonstrating the crucial role that the priests and the king played in feeding and protecting the people of Egypt.
That's that one done. Oh, all these. Oh, I've done all those anyway, those bottom ones, so it's not too bad. Right, let's go. Do 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 do. Gonna have to turn my light on in a minute. It's getting a bit dark, isn't it? Canopus Gnome. Learn about the ancient Egyptian agricultural techniques. Oh, I've done this one. Oh no, it's
Welcome
different.
to ancient Egyptian cultivation. The new
Well, I've done
grain
this one.
types of the Ptolemaic period required a great deal of water. Farmers needed to ensure they had effective, consistent irrigation.
Irrigation using a
The
shadoof.
Nile's rising and receding
Shadoof.
waters naturally irrigated most of the crops. Areas where the Nile didn't reach, such as gardens and vegetable plots, required an irrigation tool known as the shadoof.
Shadoof.
The shadoof allowed easy transport of water from its source. It consisted
Yeah,
of a
that's
tall
that
wooden
there then.
frame with a long pivoting pole and suspended bucket. The system could be raised and lowered with little effort.
Oh, okay. Right, where are we going next? Up here.
Later, a sakya, or water wheel, was invented. The sakya needed animals to turn the wheel, which rotated buckets through the water. It drew the water to an elevation of 3.5 meters and enabled a great deal of control over the irrigation process. This improvement supplied
That's a lot of
larger
area to
areas
cover.
and thus resulted in larger harvests.
Okay.
The threshing process separated the grain from its husk. Workers would spread the ears on clean ground.
Threshing and winnowing.
Oxen, cows, or donkeys were then guided back and forth to trample the grain. This continuous movement worked the grain loose while preventing the animals from eating it. Unwanted chaff and straw were swept away, or gathered and added to the mud used to make bricks to make them stronger.
Tomb of Pahari. Go, go, go.
Winnowing was the stage where
Winnowing.
workers used wooden scoops to throw ears in the air. The wind carried off the chaff, leaving the heavier seeds to fall to the ground. This action was repeated until the undesired materials were sifted out. Grain waste was mixed with manure or other organic substances to produce brick-shaped dung lobes that could be easily burned. A standardized brick size enabled Egyptians to mass-produce this byproduct and use it as a commodity.
Oh, that's how they've done it, was it? Oh, God, pardon me, that was a bit...
Transporting large amounts of grain required ships equipped to carry heavy loads. These goods were moved during the Nile's flooding season, when the river was deep enough for large ships. The transports stopped at checkpoints to accommodate customs and police controls, as well as for technical requirements and weather conditions.
Right, where are we going now? Round the corner. Oops, sorry. Oh.
Having reached Alexandria's inner harbor, the wheat was unloaded under the supervision of a civil
Model of a granary with scribe and overseer.
Portions were distributed to Alexandria's city market, and the remaining stockpile was either exported or stored in warehouses.
Ah, okay.
Grain storage
Model of a
facilities were located
I
across
see.
all
Same
of
thing,
Egypt.
right? Okay. Same
Temples
model.
and institutions had large silos, while individual houses had storage sheds.
Yeah, that's the one you got to destroy in Odyssey.
Arched
Actually,
cellars were built into the foundations.
Takes away
These
some of the power of
watertight
the
were accessible
owner's
from the ground
lands.
floor through a trap door. Royal granaries acted as the storehouse and distribution centers, and managed state payments to civil servants, soldiers, and the police. Though plastered on the inside, silos weren't completely sealed, and so remained susceptible to mice infestations.
Yeah, probably mice droppings and everything in it. Ugh. Not pleasant.
When the grain was ready for processing, it was poured into bowls and pounded into a coarse flour.
Did they sort out the mice droppings from the grate?
To make it of finer quality and further ground between stones. Ancient Egyptians did not stock flour.
Hey, Ralph.
Fresh grain was portioned out each time to produce flour as it was needed.
Oh, is that it? Okay, one more.
The sieves used by ancient Egyptians were unable to filter out sand and stones.
Oh, right.
Grit often passed into the flour,
Oh.
causing long-term tooth abrasions
Oh,
among
yeah,
all
I'll bet.
classes of Egyptians.
Ooh, nice. So, in other words, they would have ended up eating the mice poo and stones as well. Oh, no, but, ugh. Oh, no thanks. I mean, Definitely get tooth decay in that back then, wouldn't you? Caesar would sleep at odd hours to protect himself against assassination attempts. Yeah, I'll bet. Body had to be intact in order to be resurrected in the next life. Oh, I've just got to go and do something. Call someone. Dinner. That's right, I did say 15-20 minutes, so. Oh. Right, let's do that. Yeah, it's been a good stream so far. Quite happy with the turnout. Oh, that's that all off. Although I totally forgot about this Discovery tour, though. Totally forgot about that. I'll have to remember that when I hit Valhalla. Right. Ooh. Let's go. Egyptian women could loan monies, operate barges, serve as priests, initiate legal suits. They owned vineyards, ships, businesses, slaves, etc. Drachmi. That was used in Odyssey. Hey, old drachmi.
Welcome to Rediscovering Egypt. In the 19th
Saqqara.
century, the increased intensity of tourism and excavations, as well as the outflow of antiquities to other countries, threatened Egypt's archaeological heritage. Egyptians took part in this destruction by ransacking sites for artifacts to sell, quarrying stones from ancient monuments, and removing sebak, ancient mud bricks, to reuse for their own purposes.
Okay. Oh, you wouldn't want to be under that if it fell on you. That's for sure. Oh, Francois Auguste Ferdinand Mariette,
was taken in 1858,
Egyptologist.
when the Viceroy of Egypt created the Antiquities Service. Supported by a team of foreign scholars, Auguste Mariette exerted an iron grip on the service.
Okay.
He carried out his work across Egypt and into Nubia, intervening on almost every major site. Aware of the necessity of keeping unearthed artifacts in Egypt, Mariette requested a museum be created for that purpose in 1858. This museum was the ancestor of the Egyptian Museum.
Hey, look at me like that. I'll be back to deal with you in the game, sunshine. Look at me like that.
Gaston Maspero, Mariette's successor, expanded and reorganized the Antiquities Service and instigated laws regulating the export of artifacts. French scholars ran the service until it passed into Egyptian hands in the 1950s. As of the mid-19th century, Egyptology was fast becoming
Welcome
a
to the 5 people
discipline
in the chat.
within both
Hope
private
you're all having a good
institutions
morning,
and
afternoon,
learned
evening, wherever your time
societies.
zone is. This is Origins Discovery Tour. I totally forgot it had the Discovery Tour on the game before you actually start the actual game itself. So, about halfway through the Discovery Tour now.
A French architect, archaeologist, and former researcher, Jean-Claude Golvin, now specializes in the artistic reconstruction of ancient cities and monuments.
Okay.
To date, he has created more than 800 drawings, which include
Yeah.
3 volumes focusing on the reconstitution of ancient Egypt. His work is exquisitely detailed and can be found in books and museums around the world.
Cool. Oh, here we go.
The team was thrilled to collaborate with Jean-Claude Galvin in order to recreate Egypt for the game.
Ah.
In the 19 exclusive watercolors he created for the team, Galvin used scientific data as the base and then extrapolated to provide a full interpretation of various locations and
So much
monuments
work
in
goes
ancient
into these
Egypt.
games, it's bloody
Both early
brutal.
sketches and fully rendered images were then used by the team as references while building the world of Assassin's Creed Origins.
So, did they use the same bloke for the Odyssey and that then? Oh, wrong way. Should have gone Specsavers, son. Ooh, up we go. Up, and over.
Although ancient Egypt's rich religious culture and its mortuary monuments continue to be investigated, the modern discipline of Egyptology has shifted focus. Rather than single-mindedly retrieving impressive artifacts, Egyptologists today focus instead on increasing the body of knowledge. In the past, excavations took place in the field, and while that is still the case today, much of the work on Egyptology now takes place in libraries and archives.
Okay. There we go.
Today, archaeology in Egypt relies on an interdisciplinary approach, where traditional Egyptologists are helped by a wide spectrum of scientists from other disciplines and new non-invasive techniques. GPS data, satellite imaging, and ground-penetrating radar allow archaeologists to gain a sense of what lies underneath the ground before excavating.
That's that one done. Tutankhamun's dagger has a blade made of iron from a meteorite. True or false? I don't know. I wouldn't know the answer to that. Learn about the use of natron. Oh, natron. Yeah, I've heard of that before. Mine the nature there.
Welcome to natron is a colorless salt that was used by ancient Egyptians for food preservation,
that was in Odyssey as well,
and glass making. It was also used in the mummification process.
Yeah, used in Tutankhamun's embalming.
During the ceremonial embalmment ritual, the priests packed the body in natron in order to remove all of the moisture.
Okay.
Once the body was thoroughly desiccated, they could begin the wrapping. Natron was mined in Wadi Natron. The main mining methods involved either cutting slices out of the lake bed when it was dry, or raking through mineral-saturated water to gather the mineral salts during the floods.
Right.
Both techniques are
Behind
still
the
used
scenes
today and inspired the team in their recreation of the mines located in the mountains northwest of Memphis.
Not Memphis, Tennessee. Do. Yes, I know about climbing. Climbing up the wall. Just like I drive my missus up the wall sometimes. Right. Fauna of ancient Egypt.
Welcome to Fauna of Ancient Egypt.
Welcome to the 6 people in the chat. This is AC Origins and I am Dazzy Dazzler. Welcome in. If you want to chat, that's fine. If you just want to lurk, that's even better if you so wish to.
Both domesticated
This is the
and
Discovery
wild
tour
animals were
of
features
Origins.
in ancient Egyptian bas-reliefs as early as the first dynasty.
Hope you've all had a good day, or good morning, or good afternoon,
While
wherever your time zone
served
is.
as a reliable food source, it also influenced both culture and mythology.
Right, let's go in there. Don't worry, I'll be killing you later. Let's see, I suppose I'll have to get the trees as well, same as Odyssey.
Egypt's terrain allowed for a diverse range of animals,
Gazelle.
including panthers, rhinoceroses, elephants, and many variations of antelopes.
Yeah, I'll come back for you, Medina. The old crocodiles in there as well, somewhere. Hippos.
The Nile was home to many species of fish.
Yeah, nasty bits of work they
and
are.
Crocodiles.
Oh dear. Leave me alone. I know how pesky you are. Go, go, go. Come on. Get out of there. Thank you. Yes, you're wet.
The wide variety of birds that populated the riverbanks, from raptors and waterfowl to songbirds, were all
Wood
catalogued
and
within
bronze
Egyptian
statue of
hieroglyphic
ibis,
signs.
anthropomorphic
Encounters with reptiles
Thoth,
and
whatever you
insects,
pronounce it. I
such
think
as
it's Thoth.
cobras, scorpions, and scarabs, influenced hieroglyphs and art.
Right, is that the tour? Oh no, there's one more. I thought that was the tour done then. Oh. He loves getting wet, this fella. Come on, Bayak. Move. Oh, there's my breakfast, there's my dinner, and there's my tea. I'll come back for you, thank you. Oh, tiger. Lion, sorry.
While all animals had sacred meanings, lions in particular represented power and royalty to ancient Egyptians. They were so prized by pharaohs that they were hunted to extinction within Egypt.
Right, that's another tour done. Okay, now, come on. There's no accurate records of who Cleopatra's mother was, how long she was in Rome, how often she was pregnant, was she married Antony or not. I thought she did, Antony and Cleopatra.
Welcome to Flora of the climate and unique geography of the Nile Delta offered a wide variety of plant species. Many of these plants served as sustenance for ancient Egyptians and as crops for trade. The Nile's consistent seasons allowed Egypt to sustain itself for centuries.
Don't like being in this water, especially with the fucking crocodiles about.
Possibly the most useful of the plants was
Oh,
the
papyrus
papyrus.
boats, relief from
This
King
tall sedge plant grew in
Nisier's
abundance
chamber
along the
seasons.
water's edge of the Nile. Commonly known for its use as paper, the ancient Egyptians found many other functions for it, including rope, sandals, and mats. Papyriform boats made from the plant are seen in paintings and reliefs, and were used in ritualistic ceremonies. There were many types of trees along the River Nile, such as the date palm, carob, and tamarisk. The earliest fruit tree cultivated was the fig tree, followed by apple, pomegranate, and eventually olive trees during the era of the New Kingdom. Mango cultivation was the result of a late import
Welcome,
from
John
Asia
Morrose, to the
during the
stream.
Middle Ages.
Hope you've had a good day. Welcome in. Thank you very much for popping by. Ah! Get over.
Some trees were associated with
sticky.
gods, such as the acacia with
Weird.
Horus. The divinities Thoth and Seshat were depicted inscribing the reign of the king into a Persea tree. The sycamore was connected with the goddess
Nakashuti,
Iset,
scribe, counter
patron
of
of the
grain,
ritual of life.
in the granary of divine offerings of Amun. Okay. Oh, there's another one done. Oh, desert visions. Crossing the desert is a difficult experience. You're exhausted, thirsty. Sun will burn you so much you might start hallucinating and see things that don't exist. Wood was so scarce that when the building was abandoned, all wooden parts, such as doors and scaffolding, were removed to reused somewhere else. Ooh. The Romans were said to have no taste in luxury, but Caesar did. Well, Caesar did like his luxuries. Sure.
Welcome to Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs.
Oh, hieroglyphics.
Hieroglyphics were used as sacred writing,
Cut and
appearing
inscribed
on
the name of
monuments,
Horus
statues, and
Semukai.
sacred papyrus texts. The earliest symbols that resemble hieroglyphs
This is
were on
interesting.
pottery dating back to 4000 BCE. This stylized form of signs and drawings was the only writing used from its ancient origins to the end of pharaonic history. Ancient Egyptians referred to hieroglyphs as the writing of the gods.
Ah! That's it. Thought it was going the wrong way then.
Considered a difficult language, it was intended for pharaohs, nobility, and priests, and meant to be
The
used in
seated
ceremonies,
scribe, 5th
within
dynasty.
tombs, and for government
Okay.
records. Since few Egyptians were able to read the ancient hieroglyphs, the mythological aura around the language was persistent,
See
even
me
in their own culture.
going on that rope later.
The structure of hieroglyphs offers insight into Egyptian culture,
Agricultural
not
scenes,
just in
tomb
what the
of
translations
Nakut,
say, but in the structure of the
18th
symbols
dynasty,
themselves.
that one.
They were found on tomb walls, on sarcophagi, on statues, and on pottery, and were meticulously recorded in countless ancient papyri. In many temples, priests would perform rituals and daily offerings.
Papyrus with
These were
worship
accompanied by
performing rituals in the
hieroglyphs
9th
used as
century
spells.
before Christ.
In tomb paintings, the
Or BCE,
hieroglyphs are
whatever,
represented with formulas to recite. These spoken words were meant to be spells which would allow the deceased to benefit from the offerings for all eternity. Spells and The most famous of ancient Egyptian documents is the Book of the Dead.
Oh, I've heard of that one.
Written in hieroglyphs and hieratic texts,
So is
it
Ash.
depicts
Ash
important
has heard of
spells
the Book
and
of the Dead,
rituals.
the Necronomicon.
These spells were intended to ensure a smooth transition from life to death and allow the deceased to safely navigate the perils of the afterlife.
Ooh, Papyrus Nefertiti, Weighing of the Heart, 9th century. Okay. Small
Even
safe.
after it was deciphered,
Really?
the reading of hieroglyphs remained difficult at times due to the many directions in which they can be read. Depending on the orientation of the signs, hieroglyphs can be read left to right, right to left, horizontally or vertically, though never bottom to top.
Oh, right, okay, I thought they could.
A clue on which way to read is to first notice which direction the figurative signs are facing. If a pictogram is looking to the right, then the reader is meant to start from the right and read towards the figure. Column text on a papyrus begins from the right, then goes top to bottom for each column.
Oh, okay.
Text written on tomb walls resembles the structure of a page from a comic book. The text can be placed in front, behind, or above the character, and its symbols look in the same direction as the character. Another clue is that the name of a god or hieroglyphs meaning gods or kings are always
Yeah,
written
lived a
before
lot.
the descriptive text. Compared to alphabetical languages, Egyptian hieroglyphs have more symbols. Confronted with the absence of vowels, the Egyptians invented a category of signs. When placed at the end of words, these signs help inform its meaning. For instance, a drawing of a lion will refer to a lion and also relate to the abstract concept of a lion as something dangerous or powerful.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Middle Egyptian hieroglyphs contained a little more than 700 signs. By the end of the Greco-Roman period, there were 10,000 signs.
How the hell can you tell? You know what I mean? How can
Egyptologist
you
Sir
read that?
Alan Gardner created a list classifying common hieroglyphic signs and
That's
their
incredible.
variants.
10,000. Crikey. You wouldn't use all of them, surely, would you? I wouldn't have thought. But I suppose
Ancient
they use the
Egyptian
majority of
languages
them.
have many similarities with Asian and African languages. They have evolved in similar ways to the various forms of written Egyptian. These languages belong to the Hamito-Semitic group. There were 5 clear evolutions in the Egyptian language, each with their own distinctive structure. These languages are known as Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. Coptic is the only living language that allows linguists to define the vowel structure and to distinguish different dialects.
Really?
While hieroglyphs and hieratic
Book of
script
the
give
Dead,
us an idea as to how the ancient Egyptian language was structured and written, the way it was spoken is still up for debate.
Not too sure how you
The
pronounce
team
that.
opted for English as the spoken language, with the characters using ancient Egyptian and Greek words and accents. The language that is spoken in the background by the crowds is largely based on Sir Alan Gardner's Egyptian grammar. To help resurrect a dead language, we consulted Egyptologists and dialogue coaches to establish our target sound and cast actors with Arabic, Hebraic, and African backgrounds to bring the game to life. After Alexander the Great's arrival in Egypt and the establishment of his reign, Greek became the language used by the governing bodies. The inability to read hieroglyphs caused resentment among the Greek population. It's from this tension that the Rosetta Stone was created. The spread of Christianity ended pharaonic culture and resulted in the destruction of its pagan monuments.
Really?
This also marked the end of hieroglyphic writing and understanding.
Well, that's that tour done. Let's go there. Right, let's have a go. Jean-Francois Champollion. Learn how hieroglyphs are identified and deciphered. Okay.
Welcome to Jean. Between the 5th century CE and the Renaissance, knowledge of hieroglyphs was entirely lost. Many enthusiasts tackled the challenge of deciphering the language with little success. Some groundwork was made with various researchers identifying names and some grammatical structure, and confirming that cartouches were markers for royal names. They were still missing a critical piece of information that would eventually be revealed thanks to the discovery of the Rosetta Stone.
Oops, didn't mean to do that.
The Rosetta Stone was found in 1799 by Bouchard, a soldier in Napoleon's army. The stela dates from 196 BCE.
Oh, that's that there.
Written in ancient Egyptian and Greek with 3 scripts: hieroglyphics, Demotic, and Greek alphabet. Following the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte in 1801, the English took possession of the stone. It has been at the British Museum since 1802 and remains the most visited object of the museum to date.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you very much, Elf. My name is Dazzy Dazzler. I've just come back to streaming after a little while away. This is the AC Origins Discovery Tour. Not the actual game, but I will be starting that tomorrow, hopefully.
The first
Hope you've all had a good
translation was
day.
of the Greek section only in 1803. It detailed a decree of Pharaoh Ptolemy V, reminding the citizens that their pharaoh had led Egypt to prosperity. It was fully translated
I am
20
a,
years after by Jean-François Champollion, who was
Oh,
working
hello.
with the facsimile.
Oh, I think you're part of the Goat Gang, aren't you? I remember the name. Yeah, I thought so. You took some time away from streaming, didn't you, last year, I think it was, if I remember. Because you used to stream quite late, and I used to sort of like sit up for a bit and watch you. Yeah, same person, thought so. Welcome in, hope you're doing better. Nice to see you. Just make sure I get you down. Are you sort of... Yeah, I've had family issues and things going on in the background, so I haven't been able to stream for quite a while. I had things going on. Nice to see you come back.
Through his studies of the stone, Champollion was able to
I
make
was
a critical
away for quite a
observation
while, and then
that
like
would
Lost
unlock
Boomer
the
sort
whole
of...
mystery. That hieroglyphics were
He
not only
hinted and he
ideograms,
wanted
but
me
also
to do a
phonograms.
Christmas stream with him on
Hieroglyphs
Christmas Eve, so I
consist of
came back
phonetic
for a
glyphs,
couple of
symbol
hours or so
characters,
then.
and
It was alright, I
logograms.
enjoyed myself coming
Essentially,
back.
they are a combination of phonetics, alphabet, and full words, which in total form a language.
I quite enjoyed myself coming back after time away at Christmas Eve, so I thought I'll give it
While
another week or
studying
two
the
and then
stone,
I'll go
Champollion
again.
realized that there was a difference in the number of hieroglyphic characters
Does you good
in
sometimes to have a
relation
little
to the number
bit
of
of
Greek
time away.
characters for the same word. This led him to believe that hieroglyphs must
You just
have
got
phonetic
to,
characteristics.
sometimes you just got to step back and
This was the first step
have time
to
for yourself
unlocking the
and
Rosetta
deal with
Stone's
things
secrets.
that are happening in the background. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't too sure if I was following you or not, because I know Twitch has got a habit of unfollowing your followers, sort of thing.
Egyptian rulers' names.
There's been a lot of that going on at the moment.
Pronunciation to the Greek version. For example, Cheops had been the Greek name given by ancient chroniclers to the owner of the Great Pyramid, Khufu.
Ooh, Khufu.
The next step for Champollion was to confirm that his approach was verifiable by using the Philae obelisk as an additional reference.
Pardon me.
Engraved in the obelisk are 2 inscriptions in Egyptian hieroglyphs and Greek. Once he confirmed the names of Ptolemy and Cleopatra within these texts and confirmed the same phonetic patterns as on the Rosetta Stone, Champollion knew he was on the right track.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad now. I've had a bit of time away.
Champollion had
So at one time I was streaming a couple of times a day in the morning and the afternoon at one time. Got a bit too much with everything else going on.
On the obelisk as the phonetic translation of Ra. Further translation only strengthened his conclusion.
Oh
Egyptian
shit!
hieroglyphs encompass the
I've just seen how long I've been going for. I didn't realise I was even streaming that long.
Which means that the symbol represents the word itself.
Right, that's that tour done. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ran far. Oh no, it's wrong. Wrong, isn't it? It's not Forrest Gump. The founding of Cyrene.
Welcome to Cyrene.
Cyrene. I thought it was Cyrene.
Cyrenaica stretches across the coast of northwest Africa. It was known as Pentapolis in antiquity, a reference to the 5 main cities that formed the Greek colonies. Built on a lush plateau of the Green Mountains, in what is present-day Libya, a colony of Greek
it's right,
settlers
if you was well off in those days.
In 630 BCE.
Life of luxury.
Cyrene's population quickly grew, spreading out across the terraces of the plateau, making it the first and largest of the 5 colonies.
And there we go, up here. Do, 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 do.
The city of Cyrene was founded by Batos Aristotle, guided by the Oracle of Delphi. Overcrowded and suffering from drought, Batos's home island of Thera could not sustain its citizens.
Welcome into the 4 people that are watching. Hope you've all had a good day, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever your time zone is. I hope the weather's nice for you. It's not too nice over there in the UK, but
however, rebellion
hope you're all having a good day either way.
And henceforth, the city was governed.
I hope you have an awesome weekend. Ah, come on. Oh, without, I'll press the button first and then I can move on.
The key features of Cyrene were temples dedicated to gods, Apollo, Demeter, and Zeus, alongside Ptolemaic gods such as Isis and Serapis. A large agora defined the city's center, and on the western edge, the famed Acropolis was built. A fortification wall was added around the harbor at the end of the 2nd century CE. As the city grew, more buildings were constructed beyond the walls.
Ooh, artwork. I love watching people do art. I used to do that when I was young, a lot younger, but I don't do it now.
Under Roman influence, Cyrene became an economic powerhouse, rising in status throughout the Mediterranean.
Two-faced bust, likely Aristippus of Cyrene and his daughter Arete.
For that of the Greek city Kos. Some of the great minds in ancient math, astronomy, and geography were born or established in the various schools of the city, which included an institute of philosophy founded by Aristippus, a pupil of Socrates.
Oh, God. Oh, I just had a text. Okay. Right. Statue of a draped woman, Acephalos, found in Cyrene's ruins. Ah, it's not a problem. Everyone gets a shout out here. Doesn't matter if you're a streamer or not a streamer. All get a shout out.
Eventually took their toll on the city.
So I know a lot of people just join Twitch and they just watch. They don't sort of stream or nothing. I mean, so.
The nearby port of Apollonia was an
thank you for the follow, Phantom Devil 601.
Sheltered by 2 islands.
Thank you very much. It's appreciated.
Along with a lighthouse,
I will follow you
with keys
back
and warehouses to accommodate the increased shipping traffic.
Yeah. Right, there we go. Yeah. Oh, is it up there? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Ah! Up.
With its success as a commercial trading port, Apollonia surpassed Cyrene to eventually become the capital of the Pentapolis. A number of earthquakes gradually shifted the city, causing many of its original structures to sink. Some of its ruins can still be seen underwater.
Apollonia ruins on landscape against cloudy sky. There you go. Hey, talk completed. Thank God for that. I don't mean that in a bad way. It does go on a little bit. Hatshepsut was Egypt's first female pharaoh. There was no conquest during her time. Instead, Egypt received a fresh helping of delicate art, blah, blah, blah. Right, now where we go? Oh, it's this way, is it? Like a Colosseum. Oh, Gladiator
Arena.
Oh, just like the Colosseum, basically.
While gladiators would not perform in Cyrene until later in the Roman era, the team decided to include a gladiatorial arena for two reasons. First, they believed it was important to portray this aspect of Roman life. And second, they felt it would add interesting gameplay possibilities.
And not only that, once they die, they believe they go to Elysium, i.e. which was in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Welcome to the 7 people in the chat. If you want to just lurk, that's fine. If you want to chat, please drop a hello, whichever, in the chat, whichever you want to do. Hope you're all having a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever your time zone is. This is the one and only Dazzly Dazzler, streaming again after a short time away. I will be streaming sort of regularly as time permits in between my job, shall I say. So in between times I will be streaming if I can. A bit more than what I was. Hope you're all having a good day anyway, and an awesome weekend. Oh, no to you.
Eventually, volunteers began to enter the ring. For status and money, many of the more skilled combatants increased the quality of the entertainment. Thus, the profession of gladiator came to be. Bound by contract to the master of the gladiators, the fighters were fed, trained, and guarded in barracks.
Right, here we go, round and round. This is like a history tour of the game, but most of these places you sort of go back to in the game anyway. Get off this wall.
Gladiators were separated into heavy and light armored fighters, each with their own set of specific armor and weapons. Organizers often had two audience-favored factions face each other in combat.
Whereas, in story-wise, if you're a Roman or gladiator of one kind, if you lived a good life, you believe you did good, you end up in Elysium, a nice, peaceful, happy-go life, which is really good in the Odyssey, the way they portrayed it. But if you're an evil bastard and you kill, rape and pillage as a Roman or mercenary, whichever, you end up in the underground, and it ain't pleasant, believe you and me.
Organized. Fights were
that is how they used to live in those days, their beliefs. If you've seen the Russell Crowe film, Gladiator, you would have noticed he goes to Elysium, the fields of flowers, etc.
and gained great
at the end.
as celebrities.
But if you're evil, you end up with Hades and Cerberus in the naughty old underworld, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, but if you're a bad arsehole, you're going to end up like that. Well, I've got someone texting me. Right. Okay. Yeah, they call it the Field of Reeds in this one, but in Odyssey it's classed as Elysium.
Welcome to the Agora and Thermal Baths.
But going along the same lines as the Russell Crowe film, they portrayed it quite well because he dreamt of going to Elysium in that film.
Its central courtyard was open to the sky,
So it
while
wasn't too
market
bad.
stalls and shops ran along the sides, some neatly tucked away under long-roofed colonnades. As in other Greek cities, the Agora included a central hearth, known as a Prytaneum. This place served as Cyrene's official embassy, where guests were welcomed to the city.
I'll be with you in a minute. Ah. Right, cherry. That's thank you, I think.
An unnamed statue representing naval victories was the centerpiece of the Agora. The statue's female figure likely represents Nike, the goddess of victory. It was likely very similar to the victory of Samothrace, which currently resides in the Louvre Museum and served as a reference for the
Corral
team.
Monument, archaeological site of Selene. Okay.
The Cyrene Agora also displayed many temples and monuments celebrating its founding king, Batos, and the city gods.
Libya now, is it? Okay.
There were 2 altars associated with the temple of
Tomb
Apollo
of Batos.
and a marble statue base dedicated to the goddess Libya.
Zorro? He's not in this game, is he? Oops. Oops.
The civic buildings
Oopsie
included
doopsie.
a law court, complete with an archive library that would have housed legal documents and other papers essential to the city's governance. Traces of fire damage to the building's remains indicate that it was possibly destroyed during the rebellion
Oh, that's
of the
that
Jewish
building there
community
they're on about.
in 115
Civic buildings.
CE. Public baths were common in Roman and Greek cities, and Cyrene held true to this tradition. 2 thermal baths from different eras were discovered among the ruins. An inscription at the entrance of one of the baths is presumed to be attributed to the owner. It dates the building to the Hellenistic period.
Ooh, right, okay. Let's go. Might as well enter.
Mosaics were originally created for practical reasons, the need to waterproof floors. Imported by Greeks in Egypt and Cyrenaica, the designs represented either scenes from daily life, marine fauna, or mythological figures. In addition to traditional Greek motifs, they also integrated concepts specific to Egyptian culture, such as the Nelumbo. The best examples of mosaics recovered to date, however, come from Alexandria.
Oh, okay. I'll be with you in a minute, solid Sarah. So, one of my streamer friends just messaged me. I'll be with him in a minute.
The baths were fitted into an underground tomb dated somewhere between the 8th and 6th century BCE. Bath seats were carved directly in the rock, allowing for more comfortable ablutions. As with many of the public buildings, the thermal baths were elaborately decorated. Statues such as Aphrodite and Eros the Archer were discovered within.
Ooh. Aphrodite, that's the goddess of love, I think, as far as I know.
The Frigidarium, a pool of cold water, was the first room
the
visitors
Agora
entered.
and thermal baths.
It was followed by the Tepidarium, or tepid water area, and then the hot water room.
Hi, Miss Blackbeard. Oh, pardon me. Sorry
Water
for that.
for the thermal baths was sourced from a natural spring. Burning stones were deposited into the water to create steam as required. The flowing water of the spring ended in a cistern
How you
and
doing?
fountain referred to as the Aqua Augusta.
Hope you're having a good day.
Later
Oh,
Roman
Fallout New
baths were
Vegas. I've
built
never
under
played that.
Emperor Trajan
Always wanted
and
to.
then restored under Hadrian.
Oh yeah,
After
it's
the
be early
earthquake in
morning, wouldn't it?
365
Where you are?
CE, they were replaced by
Oh,
baths of
I'm good.
Byzantine design,
Very good.
with stones from the old thermal baths used in the reconstruction.
Just trying to get back into the
The
swing
team
of
relied on
streaming again
documentation describing the
after a
baths
bit of
built
time
under
away.
Trajan in order to create the location available in the game.
I'm more than happy with people that I've had in today. What's that, midday? Make sure I get you written down. Right, let's go on to the next one. The Temple of Zeus in Cyrene.
Welcome to the Temple of Zeus in Cyrene.
Oh, everyone deserves a lay-in now and again.
Facing east towards the rising sun stands the temple dedicated to the cult of Zeus. It was built sometime in the 5th century BCE.
Sometimes when I do
70
that,
meters
sleep
long
late,
with
I end up with
46
bad,
Doric-style
literally,
columns, the
my
imposing
shoulders
structure was the
get
largest Greek temple
buggered,
erected in
and I end up
Africa.
with a headache where I slept
It
in
was
too
only
long.
slightly larger than the Parthenon and the Temple of Zeus
But
in
I
Olympia.
sometimes go to bed about 12, 11, anywhere between 10 and 12 in the evening, and then drop off about an hour later, and then wake up by about 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock next morning. So I think I'm following you already. Come on, Twitch. What are you doing? Yes, I am. Okay. So at the moment, Twitch has got a habit of unfollowing people. You know,
The exterior was
the amount of
designed with
followers you
decorative
have.
elements
It's
common
like
to
I've gone
Doric
from
architecture.
8 or 9 less than 300
The
down to
dimensions
about
of the
5
columns were
or
different,
6 less now.
giving visitors an
Apparently,
impression
Twitch
of
has got a habit
uniqueness
of
in
just
viewing
like
each facade.
taking followers off people. I don't know what it is. I think it's their algorithms and all that sort of stuff.
After the temple was destroyed during the
Yeah, I
Jewish
don't know what it
rebellion,
is, but
Emperor
like
Hadrian
you
had
think
it
your
reconstructed.
body will say,
He
yeah,
chose not to
sleep in
rebuild
for a
the
bit,
outer
stay in
portico,
bed for a bit
but did
longer.
restore the new Corinthian columns in
But
marble.
by the time you wake up,
The
you feel
temple was later
awful. You feel
completed
worse than
under
what you went to
Marcus
bed
Aurelius.
before you went to bed.
In the time of Augustus,
Yeah, as I
a
came
faithful
back
but smaller imitation of the
Christmas
Olympian
Eve
Zeus
to
was
do a
used to
special,
be
I was
worshipped.
persuaded by a lost boomer
Hadrian
to
then installed
come and
a
have a
new
bit of fun
12-meter
with him
high
and Love
statue
Lucy.
matching the
So I
Zeus
did
in
that on
Olympia.
Fall Guys.
It was
And
made
then
of
like
chiseled marble,
I was going to come
with the
back a
head,
few days
arms, and
after,
feet
but I thought
carved
no, I'll
in the
leave it for a
round.
while longer. I'm glad I did actually, because apparently Boomer said and quite a few other people said Twitch just sort of went haywire for a day or so. Apparently, like people were not getting their streams out or nothing. It just went crazy. So I'm glad I waited.
Archaeologists confirmed that there was a monumental statue of Zeus in this temple, though experts remain divided on whether it was one of Zeus or one more specific to the cult of Zeus Ammon. The team elected to place a statue of Zeus Ammon in this location, knowing that Cyrene was central to the spread of this cult in the Greek Mediterranean
Because I had,
area.
I think it was Love Lucy and someone else, Christmas Eve when I was playing with Boomer and that. Lucy turned around and said, I'm sure I'm following you, but then when she checked, apparently Twitch has unfollowed her from me. She said I wasn't even at my limit. I think it's 2,000 or something you get. So she couldn't understand it, but she followed me back anyway.
Camera. 'Cause I don't know. 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 'Cause
But apparently Twitch has just got a habit of doing that. Even if sometimes if you're not at your limit of followers, they just sort of click you off. I think possibly it's where Twitch is tries to update so much at one time and it can't do it.
Welcome to Important Monuments of Cyrene. The Sanctuary of Apollo sits on a prominent edge of the plateau of Cyrene, overlooking the Mediterranean Sea.
It's like Apple phones, really. You know what I mean? They don't try and update too much at one time. They bring out a big update
or by the sacred way,
every few months or whatever it is. And it seems right, but occasionally the big update they bring out fucks up and they have to bring out a patch for it, but they don't try and do everything at the same time. They spread it out. Okay, whatever. Alright, okay. Right, let's go. Pardon? That didn't sound right.
The abundance of temples and statues throughout the city reflect the various Greco-Roman and Egyptian cult influences over the
Isis
centuries.
nursing Harpocrates, Horus Child,
Cyrene, and Zeus
terracotta from
stood
Cyrene.
alongside those of Ptolemaic gods, such as Serapis and Isis. Numerous fountains were decorated to represent other gods, including the city's namesake, Cyrene.
Okay, now where we're going up here, I suppose. Come on, Bayak, up the steps, eh? Yeah.
A vestibule known as a propylaeon.
Ooh, the Fountain of
marked its
Apollo.
entrance and highlighted the Fountain of Apollo. God of the sun and of protection, Apollo was an important deity to both Greeks and Romans. The sanctuary built in his honor was considered to be sacred.
Okay.
The imposing temple was built on a natural cornice, stretching more than 200 meters in length and roughly 50 meters in width, and was surrounded by a vast Doric colonnade. Sections uncovered by archaeologists indicate restorations to the columns were made between 115 and 116 CE.
Sanctuary of Apollo. When he was a god, wasn't he?
The altar was located
Apollo?
in front of the temple. Both are estimated to be the same age, though restored at different times. Many bulls were sacrificed each year at the altar in honor of Apollo. The imprint in the stone of the ring used to strap the animals down is visible to this day.
Right, okay. Excuse me, come through. Oh, sorry. Barge him out of the way.
Carved during the Roman era, the Apollo Cytharide was discovered near the temple. It is considered an important archaeological find. The statue of Apollo was in pieces when it was uncovered. Remarkably, most fragments were found, and the restored statue is currently at the British Museum.
Ooh.
The team extrapolated the statue's final look based on the current partial reconstruction and placed it inside the temple to reflect the patron deity of the area.
Nice. Is it that way? Yeah, it must be. Oh, where are we going now? Oh, sorry. Get out of my way. Must be this way then.
The amphitheater of Cyrene is located on what is known as the Terrace of Myrtosa, next to the sanctuary of Apollo. It was built on top of the old theater in the 2nd century. Originally used as
on
a
Discord
stage,
now.
the theater became an amphitheater once the taste for Roman gladiatorial entertainment reached the city.
you getting all these messages? So I've got a load of Discord messages here. I'll be with you in a sec. Good old Discord. Time. Who the fuck's that? Half these people I don't know. Right. I think that's it. No, one there. Right. Done. Sorted. Thank you very much. Discord, don't you just love it?
Entrances were placed at both ends of the amphitheater. A wall replaced the first 2 rows
Sanctuary
of
of Apollo
bleachers as protection from the array of wild animals in the ring. The tunnel used for the parade of beasts and gladiators circled the arena, unlike the Roman Colosseum's tunnel, which was beneath the amphitheater. The basement and corridors accommodated both the gladiators and the animals, and included lifts that raised the traps into the arena's center.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, wow. How do you use
Since the original theater was close to the cliffside, the expansion didn't allow for a perfect circle. Instead, junctions of the semicircle formed the arena into an oval shape. This elliptical formation still ensured an excellent view from all angles. The team decided to create a perfectly round theater for technical reasons and used the structure of the Roman theater as their reference.
There we go. It's another tour done. Let's get this one done. Herodotus reports believed that in Egypt men stayed at home to tend the loom while women ran the markets, and that the women urinate standing up, the men sitting down. Wow. So the women done a wee-wee standing up, and the men sat down. Okay. Karanaka. Learn about the Acropolis walled in the city of Cyrene. Okay.
Welcome to the Acropolis of Cyrene.
Oh, sorry, I thought he was going to carry on talking for a minute.
Located on the western edge of the city, Cyrene's Acropolis was smaller than the one in Athens, though its high vantage point provided protection for the city. At its entrance was a single door, flanked by 2 towers. An inscription, legible to this day, states that the walls and the citadel were restored in the time of Augustus.
Position and plan of Cyrene by Beechey and Walker in proceedings of the expedition to... Oh, something's come on the screen then, I can't read that. The northern coast of Africa. Okay. Oh, get out of my way. I think I'll come back to here on a mission later in the game, actually.
Excavated from the site, including one of
Portrait of Berenice, found in Hermopolis, Magna, Egypt, 246 to 221 BCE.
At the northeast tower, there is a sanctuary consisting of 2 small temples with a vestibule and an altar believed to be that of Serapis and Isis. When the temples were excavated, archaeologists found traces of fire damage. However, there are no indications as to when this fire occurred.
Go on, get up those steps. You're fit enough.
In the 20th century, A fortification was built above the ward to defend against an invading army. It covered the ancient remains of nearby Roman houses
So I see,
entirely,
it's all the way round.
and archaeologists have yet to fully excavate them.
Acropolis of Cyrene. Ah, so they haven't excavated them all now. Oh, they might have done by now, but at the time of the game coming out, no, they didn't. The wood was so scarce that when building a band was all when parts such as doors and stuff were removed to reused somewhere else. Major exports of Cyrene. Learn about what the major sources of economic wealth were for Cyrene. Okay.
Welcome to Major Exports of Cyrene. Cyrene's main source of economic wealth was in the cultivation and export of poppies and silphium.
Separate ring-based chocolate. The
Though the
poppy
opium oil from the poppies
suggests that
was
the
also
jars
an
once
export,
held opium,
little
which is
known
made
about
from the
this
sap.
crop. Information
Yeah, they had a
about
lot
the
of opium
cultivation
in
of
those
silphium,
days, didn't they?
however, is more accessible to us.
It was all at the orgies and that they had in the baths and shit, wasn't it? The old opium.
Silphium, with its yellow flower, was considered a gift from the sun god. Grown solely in this region near the Mediterranean Sea, silphium extract was exported at high prices and was so crucial to the wealth of Cyrenaica that it was depicted on their coins.
Yeah, it was like opium was like the old version of like speed and all that sort of stuff, wasn't it, in those days, from what I can gather. And obviously, if you've seen the film or TV series Caligula, you know what that's all about.
Silphium's roots produced a resin used by both the Greeks and
The
Romans
bars of
in medicines
Aphrodite in
intended to
Eros.
cure cough, fever, indigestion,
Eros.
and many other ailments. It was also used as a contraceptive. In a compilation of culinary recipes from the 4th century BCE, the herb is mentioned in various recipes, including a flamingo dish.
So one of my followers are asking if I'm live. I thought, well, I should know whether I'm live now or not, but don't matter.
High demand, overexploitation, and possibly a shift in climate all contributed to the eventual extinction of silphium. The last mention of it dates from the 4th century CE, and to this day, no traces of this plant have been
Cyrus
identified.
II, King of Cyrene, supervising the weighing and saw silphium. Yeah, when I went to Pompeii, Rome and all that, I learned all about that in the Roman baths, and that the tour guide went into great detail of what happened and what was going on back in those days. I think, wow. You know, I mean, I was only a young kid then, and I'm thinking, what the hell? My eyes were wide open when I was a kid and going to Pompeii, going round on the tour in Italy, and then finding out, oh, is this what they done in those days then? Oh dear. Learn about funerary monuments made in it. Oh, of course, I was young, so when the guide was telling me what they was up to and what sort of things they were doing, I was sort of like saying, Mum, Dad, what's this? What's that? And like, Mum and Dad was, I'll tell you later, son, tell you later.
Welcome to The Origin of the Pyramid.
They were good. That was funny, that was.
The origin of the word pyramid is controversial. Most believe that it originates with the Greek word pyramis, which referred to a bread of conical shape. Life and death in ancient Egypt were modeled on the cycle of the sun. The perfect shape of the smooth-faced pyramid became associated with the metaphor of the pharaoh transformed into one of the
Mind you,
sun's
they do
rays
say
at death.
some people do that sort of thing
Pyramids
still, you know,
represented the
party like
Benben,
that.
the
But
primordial mound of the Heliopolitan creation myth.
I mean, my
These
missus,
stories permeated every aspect of
yeah,
Egyptian life.
my
To a
missus
greater
asked
or
me years
lesser
ago
extent.
after I met her, you know, we was talking about, you know, the birds and the bees and that sort of thing. She go, I don't know, I think she was just inquisitive as well as I was at that time, and she said something about, oh, would you like ever like go to an orgy, or would you do a threesome and that sort of thing? I think no, you know, it's every man's dream, but no, not for me. You know, I mean, I found my woman, I found the woman I wanted. I weren't like going to go elsewhere and go off. But no, she asked me the questions, and I said, no, I wouldn't have the nerve. You know, it's every man's dream to go to that sort of, you know, have an orgy with other women and like party hard sort of thing. You know, nah, not for me. I might have done it before I met my missus, but like not now. No, I mean the amount of times I hear like people say like, oh, the man's most wanted fantasy is to, you know, sleep with two women, but 9 times out of 10, people that have, the blokes that have done it have said it's the worst thing they've ever done. So,
in Lower Egypt that we find the oldest
no, I mean, I would have done it like before meeting my missus and that, but
BCE.
I wouldn't do it now.
Study of the tombs
I'm happy
revealed
where I
that
am.
the bodies of the deceased were deposited in a shallow grave, in a fetal position. Though a few objects were recovered from these graves, they offered no insight as to the social class of those interred within. In Upper Egypt, pre-dynastic practices are easier to
No, I
study,
mean, always had
but
my
reveal
school
more
friends
complex
used to
funerary
brag and
rites.
boast about doing this,
They are
that, and the other.
divided into
Whether
two
or not they did, I
cultural
didn't know,
phases,
but they just
Bidarian
like to boast
and
about it.
Nagara.
Do
The
this, that, and the other
Bidarian
with
phase
girls and
ranged
young
from
women and
4400
all this. I don't
BCE
know.
to 3800
I just
BCE.
went along with it.
Small necropolises were discovered on the outskirts of villages, revealing the emergence of a funerary cult.
Ooh.
The bodies of the deceased were lowered into an oval grave
Thank you for the
and
follow,
covered with
Kaloon
goat or gazelle
Manati
skins.
035.
Items needed in everyday life were added
Thank you very
alongside
much.
the body.
It's appreciated, very much so. Hope you're having an awesome day. Origin is awesome. I'm just doing the Discovery tour at the moment, so it'll probably be something like tomorrow I'll actually kick the actual game off. But I've gone through Origins on the Xbox version, so no, I mean, to me it's good. It's as good as, if slightly not better than Odyssey.
During the three Nagara
But I think it's the
periods,
setting of
ranging from
Egypt and that makes it
BCE
special.
to 3510 BCE, funerary practices evolved in complexity. The shape of tombs changed from oval to rectangular, mimicking the homes of the living. The size of the burials increased and funerary items
I'm
became more
trying to do a
stylized
chronological
and
run
numerous.
through of all the Creed games.
Tombs gained complexity with masonry,
Timeline
wooden
wise,
veneers,
not
or
sort of
raw
release
bricks
date
added to
wise.
strengthen the
Some
structures.
of the streamers that I
In
follow,
time,
they're doing sort
socially
of like
stratified necropolises
stream,
emerged.
you know, release
For
time,
example,
like
in
what games were released
Hyrcanopolis,
first
the
in that
elite
particular order.
and
But
commoners
I'm
had
actually
separate
doing
necropolises.
the chronological timeline run through. I've done Odyssey, Origins is next, and I think as far as Valhalla's after this one. So Valhalla will be the next one once I've got all the DLC and that done on this one.
The term mastaba, meaning massive bench in dialectal Arabic,
Mastaba?
refers to a form of funerary
I thought she said
architecture that was
masturbate for a
present
minute.
in Egypt from the
That's
Archaic
my
period
dirty mind.
to the Middle Kingdom. An evolution of the burial
Oh,
pit,
I don't know.
mastabas were generally composed of
What
two
ones you got at
parts.
the moment,
A
or you
structure
not
was
got
built
them?
above the ground in the
I
form of a
started off
massive rectangle with
years
stepped
ago on the
walls,
original
and
Xbox
a
One with
subterranean burial chamber was located
Altair,
underneath.
the original
Smaller
Assassin's
mastabas
Creed, the
often
first game,
surrounded the
the
much
actual
larger
first
tomb
game.
of the king. These
And
generally
then I
held the
went
remains of the
into
king's
sort of
relatives and
Assassin's
courtiers.
Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, Unity, etc. And it went on and on sort of thing. But Black Flag for pirate ships is amazing. I enjoyed doing that. The only one I had the only bit I had trouble was those legendary ship things you had to destroy. They were a pain, some of them.
The arrangement of the substructure of the mastaba evolved during the course of the Old Kingdom. From the 5th dynasty onwards,
Oh, a lot of
often
people
featured
like to be a
multi-room
pirate, don't they? You know what I
substructures,
mean?
with sometimes up to 30 rooms. Also, the quantity
A load
and
of
quality of
streamers were in
decorated
here
surfaces
earlier. We were
increased
talking about
noticeably,
like favourite
as well as the
Assassin's
number
Creed
of
games,
statues found within.
and like the DLC from Black Flag, Freedom Cry with Adiwali, he was very underrated. He should have had his own game, I think. I think he should have had his own game, Adiwali, because he was the right-hand man, co-pilot of Edward Kenway in Black Flag.
Would be covered in scenes of daily life, illustrating the prosperity of those lucky enough to comfortably spend eternity near the pyramid of a pharaoh. The best example of this type of
I keep getting these bloody
is
Discord
the tomb
messages.
of
Where are you
Meroruka
going?
in Saqqara.
LSW, where are we going? Where are we going then? Where are we going then? It says I've got a message there and I can't see it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, Discord's going crazy. That's usually quiet on the weekend. Generally. Oh, let me get out of it. Oh, it's completed. Okie dokie. Fine. Oh. This is going on for a while, isn't it? So much history. Oh, Syndicate, just for the London setting. It's based in London. It's fantastic. I enjoyed the London setting.
Take your time. I'll wait. It's not like ancient Egypt is going anywhere.
Jacob and Evie Fry.
Welcome to the Step Pyramid Complex of Djoser. The Step Pyramid is at the center of an enclosed complex.
But out the recent ones, I would say Odyssey has been my favourite so far.
All built for the afterlife of Pharaoh Djoser. The funeral complex.
The storyline and the DLC. Actually, the DLC of Odyssey is one of the best sets of DLC I have played ever in a game.
The elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this was a technological marvel of its time.
The legacy of the First Blade, Atlantis, Underworld.
Regarding the design plans of the
fantastic
complex was discovered on a section of stone containing an architectural sketch of a vault.
But when the Creed games were going through a bit of a lull, I went off it for a little bit. You know, they went through a bit of a lull. I thought, yeah, same old rubbish basically. But this one, Origins, brought me back into it again.
Originally intended as a mastaba, which was a flat-roofed rectangular tomb.
But overall, Syndicate, I love the London setting. Because I'm in UK anyway, so
for the great Pharaoh Djoser, and began to add the steps.
I should be doing that on my run through as well, eventually. Oh, is he? Oh, wicked stuff. I'll get him tabbed up. So I'm just going to finish this tour off as soon as I can. I think I might be following your hubby, I'm not too sure.
Is enclosed within a 1,600-meter long wall that is 10 meters high. This large wall was made out of white limestone and oriented along the north-south axis.
Who's your hubby? Is it Bearded Beatdowns? Or is it Captain... I can't remember. So I remember you coming in a few weeks ago. Both of you started following me, sort of thing.
While there are 14 doors, only its eastern door was intended to accommodate the living.
Ah, that's the one. Yeah,
doors
yeah. I'm pretty
were
sure I'm
built
following
as
him.
portals for the king's ka to pass through. Along with false doorways, the walls were designed with bastions and steeples resembling a defensive
God, the amount of
wall.
time it must have took to build
The
this lot is
positioning of these
amazing.
design elements suggest that they were related to the Hebsed festival.
Here we go again.
The
Coffin
only real
of
entrance into the
Amini.
complex
Detailed
is at the
doorway
end of a long,
and
narrow
niches.
passageway.
Okay.
This enclosure has a stone canopy carved to resemble wooden logs. At the end of the passage is a
Ah, I
large
see.
opening.
Yeah, so I follow
Meant to
Bearded
resemble a
Beatdowns as
doorway,
well.
it has carved doors and hinges that are permanently open and immovable.
I thought at one time all of you was related in some way, but I know you're not. But when I first saw you, you know, one I think it was your husband that was on, and Bearded Beatdowns was on as well. I kept thinking, I wonder if they're related, because like you both of you were sort of streaming sort of within a matter of hours of each other, sort of thing.
The corridor
A few
is
weeks
lined
back.
with 20 pairs of columns up to 6 meters high, built by stacking stone drums. The completed facade was made to resemble reed stock bundles.
Stela representing
Traces
interlocking
of
doors.
red paint were found on the columns, along with black paint on the support walls.
See, that's another
This
game they could do, couldn't they? Quite easily on Story of Blackbeard. He's a legend in his own right, so you know what I mean. There's so many different sort of stories these game companies can do, but you know, it's just the fact: are they willing to take the risk on that sort of subject?
Chambers are located on either side of the columns and are thought to be chapels representing the provinces of Upper and Lower Egypt. According to some Egyptologists, the arrangement of the rooms may be symbolic of jurisdiction and judgment.
Oh, the reign of Tutankhamun. Or as my mum used to say, Tutankhamun.
Guarded by a line of carved snakes,
oh yeah.
this tomb is located at the southern end of the courtyard. The burial chamber is beneath it, down a 30-meter deep shaft. The low-ceilinged chamber resembles a mastaba and is relatively intact.
I wish he wouldn't say mastaba. I keep thinking he's saying masturbate. I don't know why. It's just my mind, I think.
It was once polished limestone. Too small for a body, it is possible that the tomb was intended for the king's ka, or to hold the canopic jars containing the king's organs. Later traditions in burials would have the canopic jars in the same chamber.
There's so many there's different tombs for every direction. Because they believed in all the stars and all that sort of stuff, didn't they, in those days?
From the tomb to underground apartments.
It could be actually. Might actually be where it came from.
In the afterlife. Many large jars of pottery were found.
It's like when they said Dozer earlier, I kept thinking of Ghostbusters, but that's Gozer, not Dozer.
The false doorways
when he first said it earlier, Dozer, I thought, hey? Where's the bloody Ghostbusters?
In these reliefs, he is seen carrying agricultural tools, running, and performing a ritual for the reanimation of the deceased.
I'm sure it's Gozer with a G in Ghostbusters. So that's where they have Rick Moranis and Sigourney Weaver on the roof.
Chose stone as a building material,
and the Marshmallow Man going through the streets, the Stay Puffed,
following
puffed,
the completion of the initial
puffed man.
Imhotep devised a burial of more ambitious dimensions. He set about stacking mastabas on top of each other. Evidence shows that the pyramid.
I was going to stream yesterday, but we had tree loggers cutting someone's tree down behind us, and I had the tree chipper machine out the front. I thought, no, I can't stream with that.
At its base.
Honestly, it sounds 20 times louder right in your ear, all that bloody machine.
A staircase allowing the pharaoh to enter the divine world was represented by
Saqqara.
a tiered pyramid
View
oblong
of
in
the
shape,
Step Pyramid by
completely
Lepsius and
enveloping the
Lolius,
original mastaba.
1849
The pyramid
1856.
itself is a solid structure. All of the chambers and tunnels are beneath the structure.
Well, yeah, they used to go underground, the tombs and stuff, wouldn't it?
Pharaoh
There's
Djoser the
Dozer.
Sacred was the founder of the Third Dynasty. He ruled for 19 years.
Really?
During his reign, he was known as Horus Negericat, divine of the body.
Ooh.
He was given the name Djoser several centuries after his death as a sign of respect, and he is regarded as one of the greatest pharaohs of Egypt.
Yeah.
An apocrypha was drafted in his name during the Ptolemaic period, 2,500 years after his death.
Wow.
Djoser was associated with
So
the
many
sky god
pyramids on
Horus
this-
in his
on
human
this, isn't it?
form. A plinth near the Step Pyramid is inscribed with his name and associated with Horus. He was the
Someone's
first to
birthday,
reside in
fireworks going
Memphis,
off outside.
making it the central hub of government for the region.
What is it? No, it's not a
Djoser was
special
known
event
to
today.
have built many
Okay.
temples and monuments before the complex at Saqqara. The funerary complex
do as well.
was the first of its kind.
That's why I think
and
this
would
game
mark
sort of
Djoser's
pulled me back
greatest
into Assassin's
architectural
Creed,
achievement.
because about a few years before this, it went into a bit of a lull with Unity and that. And I was sort of like, I weren't really fussed whether I played a Creed game or not, really. But this one brought me back. The history is absolutely fantastic.
The funerary complex was built to resemble Djoser's palace, with the stone carved to imitate mud brick, trees, and reeds. Creating these details and softer textures in hard stone would have been a time-consuming, labor-intensive task. Much of the complex is
But it's
designed
like
to
I was saying to
accommodate
one of the other
Hebsed
streamers
Festival,
that I was talking to
allowing
on
the
the
king
stream
the ability
earlier.
to affirm his rule even in the
I don't think it
afterlife.
really matters what sort of part of Europe you go to or travel to, whichever, or you live. Every part of Europe has got a segment of history. Assassin's Creed 3. America, that's got history. Australia, history. Japan, history. Everywhere you go, it's got some form of history. Even over here, we've got history sort of thing. So, don't matter where you go, you've always got that history. But I don't know, there's some sort of thing to do with the pharaohs and the Egyptians and all that sort of thing. It's
In the corner is
got a
temple
mystique
referred
about
to
it, shall I
as
say?
T.
It's
This
like,
temple
I
is
think the
among
word.
the
I think
most
that's the word I'm looking for.
mysterious structures in
Mystique,
the complex.
aura.
Its outer facade is plain, while inside it
I
is
mean, it's
decorated
just fascinating
with intricate
to
gem
know
pillars and
and
carvings.
trying to learn.
It's possible that this place was intended to be where the Ka of the King materialized, symbolically visiting the platform of the Hebsed courtyard from the afterlife. The Hebsed festival enabled the pharaoh to maintain universal order and renew godly powers.
It's like I went to Portugal a few years
Through
ago.
a
Even
series
that's
of
got
trials
quite a
and
lot of
religious
history.
rites,
I didn't
such
even
as
know that
dance,
myself
offerings,
till I went
and
over there with the
visiting the
family.
sanctuaries of various deities,
That's got amazing
the
history.
ruler's vital force and divine nature was confirmed. The celebration was meant to represent the ruler's jubilee and would take place every 30 years.
Welcome
though
to the
the
7
deadline
people
was
on the
not
stream.
always
I
followed.
do welcome you in. Hope
The
you've all
earliest
had a
known
good
ritual
day, morning,
dates from
afternoon,
the
evening,
First
wherever you may
Dynasty.
be. My name is Dazzy Dazzler, and this is the Discovery Tour of Origins. I'm on the middle of a chronological run-through of the Creed games, timeline-wise. I've done Odyssey, so this one's naturally next.
Within the complex of Djoser, southeast of the pyramid, is a dedicated space for this essential ritual to be performed by the king even in the afterlife. The Hebsed courtyard is lined with false chapels and equipped with a platform featuring 2 staircases meant to represent Upper and Lower Egypt.
Okay. Up and down we go. I think all this bit you come back through on like doing missions anyway during the game, so it's not too bad.
Located
You
in the
revisit the
courtyard, the two
area.
pavilions are believed to represent the palaces of Upper and Lower Egypt. Rectangular in shape, the two replica structures face one another. Their facade is similar to the chapels of the Hebsed ceremony, with column crowns carved to look like falling leaves. Because Queen Hetep Hernepti and Princess Inetkas's names were discovered on a stela near the pavilions, it is thought that these funerary
Viewpoint,
chapels were intended for
synchronization.
them.
No, I think it's on one of the bigger pyramids over there, I think. They do that in the game. Come on, Bayak, let's get running. Doobie 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 doo. Thank you.
The funerary temple is on the north side of the complex, facing the stars where the deceased ruler was believed to travel after death. Within this temple was the pharaoh's serdab, or cellar.
Yeah, I think they
It
go
is a
through that bit
small,
first and then they
enclosed
actually
space
go
with one
straight
wall
in,
sloped
put
to
into the
match the
tomb
first
sort of
step
thing,
of
I
the
think.
pyramid.
See, when I was at school, we did all this, but I think schools only have a certain amount of time they can spend on the subject, so I didn't really do too much on this sort of thing.
The north wall has two observation holes. A statue of Djoser is seated on the throne, wearing a mantle and a tripartite wig with a crown known as a Nemes. Representing the king's ka, this statue looks through the observation holes into the courtyard, enabling the king to observe the ceremonies and receive offerings in the afterlife.
Ooh, okay. Oh, that's different. Do. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, okay. Oh, going down into the tomb now. Inside Dozer's Step Pyramid. Learn about Dozer's Step Pyramid and Imhotep's influence. Oh, Imhotep. The mummy.
To inside Djoser's Step
Brendan
Pyramid.
Fraser. Rachel Weisz.
The architect of the Step Pyramid, Imhotep, was a man of great importance to Pharaoh Djoser and ancient Egyptians in general. The base of a statue of Djoser, discovered in 1926, celebrates Imhotep as a carpenter, sculptor, stonemaker, and chief of the seers. Little is known of Imhotep's day-to-day life. While he is credited for writing medical texts, it is for his role of architect that he is most famously known.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
From the design of the pyramid to the elements within the complex itself, Imhotep set out to create something that would immortalize his king. An architectural achievement, the Step Pyramid was made from stone blocks instead of mud brick.
Jesus.
It was the first time Egyptians built a monument of that height. Imhotep explicitly intended for the stone to reflect natural materials. The funerary complex of Djoser remained famous throughout the centuries and millennia, and its great architect, Imhotep, was deified by ancient Egyptians during the late period.
Ooh. Where we go. Oh, yeah, puzzles and all that galore in here. Yeah, I remember this bit. This pyramid.
In addition to the central subterranean palace built for Djoser, 11 wells were dug. Each went to a depth of 33 meters and connected with a horizontal gallery extending for about 20 meters. The first 5 galleries were intended for members of the royal family.
So what was the other galleries intended for then? Oh, jump over.
2 passages lead underground and branch off in 3 directions to various magazine galleries. This vast underground space accommodated sections for storage and ceremonial offerings. One of the tunnels, starting on the east side of the pyramid, contained 40,000 stone vessels, many of them belonging to the king's ancestors.
Ah, that's better. I can see what I'm doing now. Oh, I've got to go now. Back this way. Okay. Oop.
The burial chamber of Djoser is located at the bottom of a 28-meter deep central shaft. According to Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Lauer, the chamber was originally made from polished blocks of limestone, while its ceiling was decorated in 5-pointed stars. At some point, however, the limestone blocks were replaced entirely by pink granite blocks, leaving behind only fragments of limestone blocks decorated with stars.
Pink? How the hell would they got that then?
At the foot of the chamber are many tunnels going in all directions. This maze of tunnels,
Pyramids of
galleries,
Saqqara,
and
vertical
chambers
section
stretches
looking
over
west in the
5
pyramids of
kilometers.
Giza from
There
actual
are a number
survey
of dead
and
ends
measurement
and
by
false
J.S. Perrin,
doors.
detail
They may have been
1839 to
intended for the
1842.
afterlife, rather than to fool thieves.
Okay.
Unlike the Great Pyramid of Giza, or Menkaure, the Pyramid of Djoser does not have any extra openings dug out by thieves. There was no need for them. Because of the easy access into the tunnels and along the corridors, thieves had little trouble clearing out the temples once inside. It is unknown when the mummy of Djoser was stolen. All that remained was a left foot, found by French Egyptologist Jean-Philippe Lauer in 1934. This architect, who devoted his whole life to meticulously exploring the complex, believed it belonged to Djoser.
So it's just into text.
The Pharaoh's apartments, also known as the Blue Chambers, are decorated with blue-green tiles meant to imitate the reed matting that covered the walls and windows of his palace. The stone is carefully curved and painted to look like the rolled mats of open doorways and curtains.
Okay.
There are two long rooms running side by side along a north-south
axis. This is on a mission in the game as well. I remember this one.
Has false doors separated by stone panels, while the north room is a corridor which allows access to side chambers. Nearby chambers originally housed the pharaoh's treasures.
See that way? Oh no, wrong way.
The door frames are made of fine limestone and carved with the king's name. As in the south tomb, reliefs are carved into the doorways. These reliefs show the king performing rituals and visiting divine sanctuaries for all eternity. Their interiors are fictive additions made by the team to add to the wonders of the tomb. It is clear from the elaborate detail and scale of the complex that this funerary monument was a technological marvel of its time.
Hey, tour completed. Loads of, so much history, it's unbelievable. I used to love watching, I love watching the documentaries on all these pyramid sort of things, very interesting. Sakura Gnome. Learn about Sneferu's pyramid at Meidum. Pardon me.
Welcome to Sneferu's first pyramid. With the long reign of Sneferu, the first king.
Welcome to the 7 people in the chat. I do appreciate you coming in. Hope you've all had a brilliant day and you're having an awesome weekend.
In Egypt.
This is the Discovery Tour of Origins.
From the step pyramid to the
hopefully I shall
testament to
be actual playing the game by tomorrow on stream.
The first attempt at this design was the Pyramid of Meidum.
Welcome to the 8 people. Thank you very much for coming in. Hope you've had an awesome weekend. Having a good day.
Started as a 7-step
This is the
pyramid.
Discovery's tour of
It was later
AC
altered
Origins.
into an
I am doing a
8-step
chronological
structure.
run-through of all the
The
AC
final
games,
phase of construction saw
timeline-wise,
the steps
not
filled out
release
and an
date-wise.
outer casing applied to achieve a smooth surface.
Feel free to drop a hello in the chat. If you like the content, please follow.
The smooth dressing of the walls
And I will follow
did
you
not
back.
provide sufficient bonding, however, and the outer casing did not rest on
Oh, that is
sound
some height on
foundations.
that, isn't it?
As a result,
Even
the
that
bases
little
of the
bit.
4 outer buttress walls gave way, causing the walls to slide down and collapse. While the Maydoun Pyramid was abandoned due to design flaws, it showcased other innovations that would impact all future pyramid designs.
Yep, up we go again. There we go.
As well as the smooth sides, it was the first time a ceremonial pavement was built, leading from the valley to the temple of the pyramid. Another innovation was that of the funerary chamber.
Oh, I can't wait
which
to
was no
actually
longer
start the
at
game.
bottom of a well,
Get
but
my
rather above
stealth
ground
mode
level.
on. Awesome.
This change signaled the beginning of the 3-bedroom system.
There we go. Completed. Next one, please. The bent pyramid of Dashur. Oh yeah, it's bent, isn't it? I love that. I didn't realise that.
Welcome to the bent pyramid of Dashur. After the construction of the Maydoun Pyramid failed,
Yeah, we used to have
Sneferu transferred
Sky
his residence
TV,
and the official
and
necropolis to Dashur.
yeah, I didn't realise the Discovery tour take this long.
A funerary monument. The resulting structure.
We used to have Sky
known as the
TV
Bent
over here,
Pyramid,
Miss
is the only
Blackbeard,
one of its
and
shape in Egypt.
National Geographic Channel was my channel to go, and Discovery, but more the National Geographic Channel for documentaries on animals and all this sort of stuff. Now over here, it's sort of, because I think Disney has bought the National Geographic Channel company or whatever, I think, or they own a stake in it. So obviously it's on Disney Plus over here at the moment. So I always watch Geographic channels on the Disney Plus app now.
Though the pyramid also proved unstable and was abandoned.
Yes, I think Disney own quite a few companies, don't they? They own like Star,
heralding an important design transition.
National Geographic, and there is another few they own as well. So it comes up on the Disney app as well, like all different. Oh, Fox, that was it. That was the other one they own as well. So yeah, I'll watch all my documentaries through there.
The bent pyramid was unique in having 2 separate entrances, one on the northern face and another on the western face. The chamber of this pyramid was too small for a human burial. It was probably meant for the burial of a statue designated to house the Ka, the vital spirit of the deceased king.
Okay.
With the bent pyramid, architects successfully experimented with a
Weird,
completely
isn't it?
new idea.
How it's bent like that.
To build the pyramid with a core of huge stones settled on a progressive horizontal design.
Oh.
This way, each construction phase could be completed in a single stage, allowing the architect complete control over every design element. Unfortunately, these precautions did not prevent sagging or cracks in the interior rooms of the pyramid. Sneferu abandoned the monument and began the construction of yet another pyramid.
I did try playing that. I started it on the Xbox and never sort of carried on with it. Got waylaid by other games, unfortunately. There we go. Next one. I really should stop, really, but this is just interesting. I haven't played it since the Xbox version, so I find this all interesting, redoing all this again now.
Welcome to the Red Pyramid of Dashur.
Oh, without a doubt. It's like I was saying a little while ago. If you're like well off and like you're upper class sort of thing, and you was earning loads of drachma or whatever in this sort of time, it must have been fantastic, life of luxury. But like, if you was on the poor side, it'll be like you'd probably have to build most of this sort of stuff, the pyramids and that. Well, it would have been good either way.
The Red Pyramid was built 2 kilometers to the north of the Bent Pyramid. It was so named due to the reddish limestone used in its construction. The Red Pyramid reached a height of 105 meters.
But you know, I suppose you could say the people the workers actually built the pyramids, they probably didn't even realise how much history they'd be making just putting those blocks in place to build those pyramids.
New design concept, the use of casing blocks.
That's that one. The workers probably thought, oh God, we're being used and abused, and never thought any more of it. Little did they realise how much history they're actually making there and then.
The descending corridor of the pyramid, which opens to the north, arrives at ground level, where 2 almost identical spectacular chambers with high ceilings are aligned north to south and connected by a short horizontal passage. In the south wall
that
of
passage
the second
there,
chamber,
yeah, that's it, yeah.
accessed by a staircase, another corridor leads to the final chamber, which is built within the masonry of the pyramid itself and aligned east to west.
Okay. That way. You know, I mean, being rich and well off in those days, you probably like used and abused. Oh, definitely. You know, being rich and abusive towards your workers, you probably, you know, just sat back sipping wine or whatever it was in those days, watching the hard workers set those stones.
The annexes of the Red Pyramid.
Thing is with me though, I would have whether I was rich or not, I'd want to jump in and out because I always want to be busy. I wouldn't like to sit there and like bash poor people and say get on with your effing work and do this and do that and whip them and all this sort of stuff. I could be into that even if I had loads of money. Not for me.
The Red Pyramid was structurally sound, and once finished,
yes,
a remarkable
I did read the other week. Apparently, a mummy case was sent back to Egypt, weren't they? Apparently, I can't remember who's it wasn't Tutankhamun. It was one of the other pharaohs, I think. There's a mummy case. The Egyptians were trying to prove something about it's been used and abused and been vandalised, you know, while it's supposed to have been, I think might have been over in France or somewhere, museum. And so they had a case for it and it got sent back to the museum in Egypt. So apparently as soon as the mummy case went back to the Egyptian museum, they were working on it straight away to restore it, apparently. The Pt1 dynasty. Oh, okay. Pyramids of the Middle Kingdom.
Welcome to Pyramids of the Middle Kingdom. During the Middle Kingdom era, the powerful rulers of the 12th dynasty resumed the tradition of elaborate pyramidal tombs. For example, Amenemhat I built a funerary complex in Lisht, and Senusret II selected the Elahun site in the Fayum. Amenemhat II and Sesostris III, however, cast their favor towards Dashur. Amenemhat III built a pyramid there as well before moving to Hawara in the Fayum.
Yeah, I think so as well, because the moment you start taking Egyptian bits of history around the world, it's lost its visual effect, shall we say.
While the architectural plans of the Hawara pyramid were simpler than the one at Dashur,
that's like when I went to Pompeii, you know what I mean? You actually see, like, after the lava and that had gone over people, the pottery and everything. I don't know if they still have there, I haven't been back there for years, but in the actual Pompeii walkthrough thing, they've actually got like people that were covered in lava. Yeah, I mean, they were sort of like on their back sort of thing, like trying to get away, but they got smothered by the lava, and that the actual caught the people, actual people, you know. But, you know, if you tried moving that, it's just like, no, it's part of the Italian history, the Roman history sort of thing. Leave it there. Don't touch. It's a bit like the Titanic as well. Oh, I hadn't seen that. I'll have to have a scout for that. It's like the Titanic, though. After that, Dr. Rob Ballard went down there. He saw what sort of state it was a few years ago, you know, 84, 86, I think he went down. And, like, he fought with the history, maritime people, say, look, you know, this has got to be part of history. We need to have a law basically saying, leave that ship alone, let it go, you know, let it just die to natural resources when it finally disintegrates. Stop people coming down, because apparently people were going down there and nicking stuff off the Titanic ship. And Rob Ballard and James Cameron, he got involved as well, the film director, because he went down with what's his name? He was in Aliens. Bill Pullman. Was it Bill Pullman, the one that died? I can't remember his name. He went down as well. So basically, they've set a law. You leave the stuff alone on that Titanic, or you'll have us to deal with, sort of thing. There's people going down there and raiding it. I didn't know that. But apparently, according to Ballard and Cameron, yeah, people were going down there. Unauthorised, not allowed, not legally allowed. They were going down there illegally and getting stuff from the ship, which I think is all wrong.
The kings of the 13th dynasty began building their pyramids at Masguna, south of Dashur, then moved on to Fayum and Abydos. The kings of the
it's part of history. It's people where they passed away, where they died. I don't like to say the word died, but you know, it's where they had their last day sort of thing. Let them rest in peace. Don't go down there nicking their gear.
With a pyramidal shape in the Valley of Kings and dug their graves there.
But unfortunately, you do get people that like to raid historic. Yeah, exactly. You do get people that like to think they're above everyone else, and oh yeah, we're entitled to this. We can take that. No, you're not.
It was not until the Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty that kings were once again buried under pyramidal tombs. In fact, today, the area of ancient Nubia, modern Sudan, contains a record number of 220 known pyramids to Egypt's 138. Despite their slow decline in use and quality, pyramids continued to fascinate all and sundry up to the Roman era. They remain to this day a symbol of the religious dedication of the pharaohs and the grandeur of ancient Egypt.
But nowadays you've got to have like permission and all that from historical companies and sites and everything if you want to take something away. And most of the time you don't even get a chance to take any. They just say no straight away. You've got to go through all these laws and regulations now to get certain artifacts. If you find something, you've got to declare it. You've got to tell the relevant authorities and everything now. Look now where we're going. Oh, the Giza necropolis.
Welcome to an overview of the Giza necropolis. The Giza Plateau is located on the west bank of the Nile and was considered by ancient Egyptians as the domain of the dead. The pyramidal complexes found there were built over the span of 3 generations, during the reign of Khufu, Khafre,
It's
and
like
Menkaura.
loads of people say there is a world of like Atlantis, as in Odyssey sort of thing. You know, it's a myth. You know, some people say it actually did exist. I've watched documentaries on it. I believe it did. You know, I mean, if it did and it went underwater, so be it. Just leave it where it is. But then, you know, you get the people that want to try and find things like that, like the Bermuda Triangle, and why do these planes disappear, this ship disappear, and all this sort of thing. And people just want to be nosy and get what they can out of some bits.
Rulers from this period generally elected to be buried in the area. The focal point of the entire region was the city of Memphis, chosen as the capital of Egypt at the beginning of the Old Kingdom.
Don't get me wrong. Maybe not in my lifetime, but if they did discover Atlantis existed underwater, that's fine. I'd like to see pictures. That's about it. You know, I mean, they just don't take anything away. Just leave it all there.
Followed a practical yet strict alignment. First, they focused on cardinal points, and then they accounted for the natural geology of the plateau.
Thank you for hanging around, Pudsey. Yeah, exactly. Well, I did see one documentary years ago. I think it was on National Geographic. They were saying basically Atlantis is Bermuda Triangle, and I'm thinking, well, if that's the case, wouldn't someone have sort of seen something under the current, possibly? They were trying to explain that basically Atlantis is a Bermuda Triangle, and I can't sort of see how that would work, how that would be. Because Atlantis was supposed to be like underwater cities and all that sort of stuff, wasn't it? So it couldn't be the same thing. I wouldn't have thought anyway, personally. But that's just me. Oh, the riddles of the Sphinx.
Welcome to... A sphinx was originally meant to be a personification of the king.
That's what I mean. Though it'd be eroded, you know, the sea air, and you know, the sea would have taken most of it.
Thus sharing the qualities the powerful animal possessed.
I.e., that's what's happening to the ship Titanic as well. It's just eroding because, like, the sea life is taking it away, sort of thing, eating away at it. So
virtues, it was also considered a symbol of protection. Unsurprisingly, statues of sphinxes could be found along the dromas, protectors of the path taken by the gods to reach the temples.
No, I mean, history is what it is. Just leave where it is, where it's meant to be.
Over the centuries, enthusiasts and historians alike have wondered, who built the Sphinx? For what purpose? And who does it represent? These questions remain unanswered. Several theories do exist, however, some more credible than others. One theory supposes that Jetafre chose to pay homage to his father Khufu by building the Great Sphinx of Giza.
Khufu.
The stone temple on the eastern face of the Sphinx would have been added later on by his brother and successor, Khafre, in order to strengthen the divine worship of their father. It would be the first Egyptian temple oriented with the sun.
Okay.
Another theory suggests that the Sphinx was built by Khafre and was meant to represent him. The arguments to support this hypothesis are based on the fact that the limestone beds used for the main work of the Temple of the Sphinx are geographically and architecturally similar to the Valley Temple of Khafre.
Hi, Luna. I have got a check-in for your channel. It should be there if you want to use it.
Jetafre and Khafre. These arguments are based on the stylistic
Going well, Luna. I'm just doing the
and the absence of a beard at the
discovery tour at the moment. Easy.
While ancient Egypt as a whole leaves a rather monochrome vision of its monuments and statuary,
I thought it's only
it is
fair,
vital
sort of
to
like, you know what I mean?
understand that
I'm
in
on so
ancient
many
times,
like Discord
absolutely
channels.
everything
It's
was
best
painted.
like if someone pops in
The sun,
for a
eating
few
away
minutes
at the
here and a few
pigments
minutes
of the
there, it's best
colors,
to
the
have a
sand,
check-in sort of
the
thing.
climate, and the implacable impact of time
I don't forget you.
unfortunately destroyed the glorious colors of the Sphinx of Giza. Documents from an Arab Egyptologist of the 12th century, Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi, indicate that traces of red were still visible in his time. Today, however, the only color that remains are traces of red close to the ears of the Sphinx, as well as hints of blue and yellow on the nemes.
They should have left those where they were. Let them lie.
The pigments for the color
It's
red
their
were
resting place,
man-made,
so to speak, isn't
obtained
it?
by mixing different products such as clay, quartz sand, and very finely crushed hematite.
That's not a problem,
Red had a
Luna.
strong symbolism in ancient Egypt. It was both the color of life and the color of death. It could represent the sands of the desert or the brilliance of the sun.
No, I mean, if you had soldiers in the Civil War,
with the god
you know,
Seth,
that's their resting place, leave them.
Destructive.
Let them rest.
The Egyptian word for red, deshurn,
oh, very
is also
educational.
the word which was used to signify
I'd done it on the Xbox originally, but
of Lower Egypt.
I thought, well, before I start the game, I'll just refresh myself. I didn't realise it was this long, actually.
Was used for women. It is possible that there were also color restoration efforts during the Saite period about 600 years before Cleopatra's rule, as indicated by notes on the inventory stele, discovered in 1858.
What have you been up to today? Anything much, Luna? Having a good day, weekend so far?
That the team made the decision to display it with its full range of colors, even though the Sphinx's colors would have likely faded by Cleopatra's time.
Oh.
Dating from the 4th dynasty, approximately 2600 to 2500 BCE, the Great Sphinx of Giza is the oldest and largest sphinx that we know of.
Oh, nice.
From a natural
That's right.
Outcrop,
thank you ever so much for popping in.
19.8 meters in height,
it's very appreciated.
In length, and 14 meters in width.
So yeah, I got carried away watching and talking to you and Ryan, his name is it? RTX last night while you was playing that game. It was very good, I must admit. Enjoyed the old chin wag. The game was good. I'm definitely going to be getting that one.
In order to bring polish to the imposing monument, several blocks of limestone.
Yeah, it's good to catch up and have a good old natter.
Construction phase. Since then, there have been numerous attempts at preservation. The polish present in the game integrates some aspects of modern restoration attempts.
Oh, dear.
The team made this choice to present a more iconic version of the Sphinx of Giza to the player. Today, the Sphinx is called the Terrifying One. This appellation is translated from its Arabic name.
Thank you to the 7 people that are watching in the chat. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you coming in. Hope you're all having an awesome weekend. This is the Discovery Tour of AC Origins. I'm on a chronological run-through timeline-wise of the games at the moment.
The Sphinx as a whole was
I've done Odyssey, so now I'm concentrating on this one at the moment.
Its head was built in a limestone peak of the Mukattam Plate, and the body was sculpted in the underlying rock layer where it is located. The degradation of the Sphinx is due in particular to wind erosion and the different quality of limestone used
I
in
bet.
its construction.
I know, my missus calls me a few names as well. Especially when I wind her up, drive her up the wall sometimes. Mind you, I call my missus a few names when she winds me up, so...
The natural bedrock is seen through the oblique natural strata of the Sphinx's body that are similar to the surrounding limestone.
Oh, okay. Oh, not far enough. There we go.
Since antiquity, people have always believed there was a hidden tomb deep within the Sphinx. It is thought that attempts to plunder the Sphinx began as far back as the First Intermediate period. Since then, numerous attempts to pierce the Sphinx's secrets have been carried out, leaving indelible scars upon the monument.
Oh, I suppose I'll go down this way. Oh, got to press that button to get out, haven't I? Ah, I remember one of the missions on this game. You've got to fiddle about with this tomb, yeah.
12 meters long and cut during pharaonic times, another entrance in the back of the Sphinx aroused curiosity. Although Thutmose IV attempted to seal it off, it was possibly reopened by
I think you go through there on a mission quest sort of thing.
And mapped more recently
I think
by
you
Mark
do anyway,
Lehner.
I'm not too sure.
This entrance at the back of the Sphinx leads to different cavities of a few meters each,
that's right.
and directions going inside the statue's body and under the surface. The team has used this opportunity to extrapolate a little more.
So I've just had a message. I'm not being funny, but you know what I mean, when I watch some of these National Geographic documentaries on like when they go into these pyramids and then the tombs, and I'm thinking, what if there's a cave in? What if a few blocks just drop behind you and you can't get back out? The narrow walkways, no, I just would not go in there. Don't get me wrong. An inquisitive mind would send you in there. You think, oh yeah, I want to have a look, I want to see what's going in there. But where it's so old, I always used to think, watching these programs, thinking, well, what if the camera crew goes through a narrow walkway or goes into one of the tombs and then like some brickwork falls and they're caved in? How are they going to get out? There's no other way out. I wouldn't do it. I'll just leave it as it was. It's too dangerous. I'll take the pictures outside and that's it. Leave it as it is. I would not take that chance.
As to the Sphinx of Giza's meaning, posits that the Sphinx was originally a massive representation of the god Anubis. Its principal arguments are that the head of the Sphinx is disproportionate compared to the size of its body. The second theory believes that the representation of two sphinxes on the stela of Thutmose IV would indicate that another stone sphinx had existed on the site itself, possibly even in paired symmetry on the other side of the Nile. However, neither of these theories can be verified in any way. Several scientific projects using new technology.
Because all you're doing when you're going into these sort of historical places like Sphinx or pyramids, you're upsetting the groundwork. You're disturbing the ground and rocks that's been sort of not been touched or fiddled with in any shape or form, and they're not used to people walking about so much, i.e. back in those days. So you're disrupting the rhythm. And where it's probably so fragile, you've got to think, well, what would happen if it might not even be you? It could be something like you or your husband and like about 5 other people. They could be trampling through the pyramids or whatever or wherever, and bang, it could set a motion off, disrupt the blocks or bricks or whatever, and bang, you're trapped. Because it's been dormant for so many thousands of years, it's not used to that vibration of feet trumping through all the time. So it just upsets it all.
What the Sphinx of Giza represented during its construction and how the Sphinx was perceived by the Egyptians of the New Kingdom are two very different matters. Originally, a representation of the king imbued.
So I'm not being funny. I'll spend over in Egypt. I don't know how it works, so I've never been over there, but when you go into pyramids or the sphinxes that you're allowed to visit, I would imagine there's only a certain amount of people allowed in at a time.
And legitimize the ruler of Egypt.
because I'm not being funny.
Thus,
As I said,
the
the vibrations of everyone trundling around, and of course you got probably some young kids going in there with families, trundling around, banging their feet, walking. You know what I mean? The groundwork's been rested for so many years. It could disrupt. I wouldn't take that chance. I just wouldn't. But
Amenhotep II built a second temple dedicated for the Sphinx as Horamakhet to pay homage to Khufu
it's like
Khafre, his predecessors.
like avalanches.
It became a common habit for this dynasty.
So you could be on top of a ski mountain, like those ones that got covered the other week. They were just skiing, and look what happened. The avalanche come crashing down and covered them. As far as I know, they got all the skiers back out from underneath the avalanche, but they might not have been so lucky. And they was only skiing. It's just the rhythm. It's the vibrations through the ground. Unfortunately. Right, now where we go? Oh, get up.
Egyptologist Mark Lehner believed
Just
that
take.
Amenhotep II built a statue of himself, anchored between the paws of the Sphinx, likely to legitimize his reign.
Oh, I'd rather just watch documentaries on the history things myself.
Many other pharaohs of this dynasty, such as Tutankhamun and Ramses II, also left marks of their passage in a similar fashion.
Going through Pompeii was fantastic. You know, you've got the old little cobbled roads and everything there. It's fantastic.
Amenhotep II's son and successor, Thutmose IV, was a frequent offender. While sleeping between the Sphinx's paws, the future Thutmose IV saw in a dream the god Horamakhet proclaiming his coming accession on the throne of the two lands. This was, of course, on the condition that he remove all of the sand covering the Sphinx, which stood guard as the personification of the god, and should thus never be engulfed by the sands of the desert.
Ooh. Oh, okay. Someone's gone off. Do. Okay, I'll leave that like that for a minute. Alright, that's that one.
The 15-ton dream stela built by Thutmose IV to commemorate his dream was discovered by an Italian Egyptologist, Giovanni Battista Caviglia, in 1818, when he undertook the task of freeing the Sphinx from the sand, which had
December
yet again
1853, Egypt, Giza.
Caviglia was looking for an entrance into the structure of the Sphinx, but instead he discovered an open-air chapel and stelas between the paws. Ashes from a ceremony were still present, protected by sand, but quite possibly were from the last
excuse me, I do apologise. Where am I going now? Oh, up there, right, okay.
That same year, Caviglia discovered fragments.
No, I mean, this is fantastic.
That had probably been added
how they
by the
built
New
all that is amazing.
If many of these pieces are held by museums in Cairo, a fragment is displayed at the British Museum, along with a piece of the uraeus that was on the Sphinx's headdress. It is believed this fragment of beard was possibly kept in place thanks to the statue of Amenhotep II, which was supposed to be located under the head of the Sphinx.
Oh, we're going to that's that.
A popular cultural legend purports
no, it's like how it's like how did they do that sort of thing in that sort of I think it's I think they must have dyed the bricks, the blocks in those days.
Of that campaign already depicted the Sphinx without a nose,
indicating the colour and it does amaze me. It's fascinating. I mean, how long this must have taken to do is amazing.
The German historian Ulrich Harman. During the 1980s, Harman compiled
and not only that, if you got to sort of paint that, imagine if you've got like the king, one of the king's pharaohs watching you, and you mess it up. That one little tiny detail you get wrong. You certainly wouldn't want to be on the end of that one.
and in an iconoclastic act, broke the nose of the Sphinx. According to the texts, he was then hanged and burned between the legs of the Sphinx for his crime.
Oh, shit. Ate while reclining on one elbow, crouches, chairs and other furniture would thus be used for other rooms. Ooh. Khufu's funerary complex.
Welcome to Khufu's funerary complex. The Valley Temple was the first architectural component encountered when one entered the funerary complex. It was considered the official entrance of the tomb and mixed the structural components of both a temple and a portico. Khufu's Valley Temple shows evidence of a basalt pavement, letting us know where the portico portion of the structure was located. Such a partition is believed to symbolize both the subterranean and solar aspects.
But I would imagine they'd have like builders building the Sphinx and the pyramids, and they'd probably have artists or something doing all that sort of artwork. I wouldn't imagine it would have been the builders that would have been doing the artwork. I don't know, I might be wrong. Because I would have thought the kings or the pharaohs, however you like to say, would have had their own sort of artists to do that sort of thing.
From the floodplain up to the plateau.
Their designers and
the
all that.
Temple and the mortuary temple. A traditional causeway presented itself as a paved path, enclosed by walls and often roofed.
Oh yes, I remember sneaking through here on the game. I'll keep running, Bayek.
Fragments discovered by archaeologists indicate that the walls in Khufu's causeway, one of the longest known to us, were decorated with carvings and possibly paint. Depictions show a great variety of themes. Stars on the ceiling, accompanied by scenes of battles on the walls.
Well, that would have taken time, surely, doing all of that.
Of the complex by illustrating craftsmen at work.
Up you go.
The most impressive private cemeteries
those are cemeteries,
are east and west of Khufu's pyramid. The Eastern Cemetery was reserved for members of the royal family.
That's right.
While the Western Cemetery was mostly set aside for various court dignitaries.
Hi, Lucy. I have got a check-in for your Discord server if you want to use it.
Were aligned and laid out methodically in streets and avenues. This arrangement was probably an attempt at recreating the king's court for the afterlife.
Doing very well, thank you very much. Yeah, so all the Discord channels that I'm in, they've got their own check-ins now, so it's nice to keep in contact with fellow members and all that sort of stuff.
To the east of Khufu's pyramid reside three smaller constructions, the three Queen's Pyramids. A sloping passage led from the ground surface to a burial
He's not having much luck, is he?
cut out of the bedrock and lined with masonry.
He's still going, that's right.
If it seems quite certain that these monuments were
I've got LSW, Goat Gang,
the identity of the original
and your own server as well.
The northernmost pyramid was most likely meant for Queen
I forgot you remember them as
who was
well.
believed to have been Khufu's mother. However, in 1925, her actual tomb was discovered nearby by accident. It was hidden at the bottom of a deep masonry pit in an underground chamber.
That's right.
Within the concealed chamber,
You never know.
Egyptologists discovered the
If it
most
helps to
complete
bring
royal
more
funerary equipment
more
dating from the
members
Old Kingdom,
to your server,
though
all
her
the
body
better.
was missing.
I mean, we're all in it to help each other. So how you been, Lucy? All right? Oops. Shit.
Within the vicinity of Khufu's pyramid, Egyptologists have uncovered 7 boat pits. The exact function of such boat-shaped
Khufu
pits
solar boat
remains
on display
unconfirmed,
at Solar
though
Boat
one
Museum,
can easily
Giza.
conjecture that it was symbolic in nature. The boat pits being located at the eastern side of the pyramid,
Good
at the
stuff.
precise spot where the resuscitated king was supposed to reappear, could constitute evidence to support such an assumption. The 2 southern boat pits, each covered by a roof of huge limestone slabs, were discovered in 1954 by Kamal al-Malak, an Egyptian Egyptologist. Only one of them had been opened. 1,224 boat parts made of cedar wood were retrieved one by one.
Feeling pretty good, actually, being back in the saddle again.
Master restorer Ahmed
Been a
Youssef.
while. Well,
This
since
process
Christmas Eve.
took 28 years.
I wasn't even going to stream
Youssef
Christmas Eve with
by
Boomer,
following
to be
lines of
honest. I
mortise and
didn't
tenon
sort of,
joints,
I won't
and by
bother, but
stitching parts together
Boomer
with
said, oh,
vegetable
come on,
ropes,
have a
all
laugh.
in order to keep the design as authentic as possible.
Yeah, I had to double check that, actually, because I said to her, I said, you sure that? She said, oh yeah, it's one of Lucy's sayings, that is. Yeah, and then you joined us as well, didn't you? So
the Greek term pyramidion refers to the capstone of a pyramid or the tip of an obelisk.
Yeah, you joined us with Fall Guys for a little while
Egyptian,
as well.
Components
So
were called ben-ben. This word was also used for a specific kind of food, a cone-shaped offering made of bread. The pyramidion was intended to be a miniature reproduction of the pyramid, making it equal to the monument itself in symbolic importance. A few pyramidia have been retrieved from pyramidal complexes. The earliest, found in Dashur, is undoubtedly a good example of Old Kingdom's pyramidia. It is made of limestone and has no inscriptions. Some engraved pyramidia were recovered from
so now I've got a bit of time, sort of,
their inscriptions all
in between work,
symbolism
my
of
job-wise sort of thing. I can start streaming a little bit more now than what I was.
The pyramidia of the pyramids of Giza were never recovered. The reconstitution you see in the game is fictive.
Welcome to the 8 people watching on the stream. This is the Discovery Tour of Assassin's Creed Origins. I have completed Odyssey. I am currently doing a chronological timeline run through of all the Creed games before Mirage. Whether or not I'll get through them all before Mirage comes out, I'm not too sure because of the length of the games, but I thought I'd start with the Discovery Tour, the history part of it first before I crack on with the actual game. I hope you're all having an awesome day, awesome weekend. Love you all for coming in. Thank you very much. Ah, that was going. Oh, I see.
Welcome to Secrets of the Great. Built around 2550 BCE.
I think this is the one you have to climb up for a viewpoint in the game. And it's either this one or the other big white one. Big one.
7 wonders of the ancient world still standing. The numbers associated to the Great Pyramid of Giza are impressive. A workforce of over 20,000 people, 6 million tons of stone, and 20 years of construction. It was a massive
no, I won't be,
undertaking for a
unfortunately.
pharaoh's tomb.
So I've got my son nagging at me to play Firefighting Squad Simulator with him. So I'll be playing that in a bit. So apparently there's multiplayer achievements on it or something he wants me to help him get, and etc.
The construction of the Great Pyramid was also a display of power and opulence on the part of Khufu. It is part of the pharaoh's vast funerary complex.
Yeah, he bought me the Firefighting Squad Simulator game over just after Christmas. He bought it for me. I've really enjoyed it, but he actually wants me to play online with him tonight, so I said, yeah, I'll do it tonight. He was on here earlier and he kept messaging, he goes, when you coming off? When you coming off? Then I got a text, oh, just let me know when you finish, will ya? Oh, okay.
New insights into engineering and ancient Egyptian culture are still being revealed over 4,500 years later. For example, a recently unearthed papyrus offers a glimpse into the life of a tradesman at the time of the pyramid's construction. Also, a logbook belonging to a team
Not being
leader
funny,
during
but
the
seeing
building
that in real
gives
life
details
must
on
be
the
amazing.
craftsmen, their work schedules, and the raw materials required. It is interesting to note that by Cleopatra's time, the pyramid's celestial purpose, its construction, and the function of its mysterious inner chambers was already unclear. Today, it is only through dedicated research that we have begun to grasp some of the Great Pyramid's mysteries.
Pharaoh Khufu. Oh, right, okay. Not a lot of people know that.
Designed for centuries by the time work on the Great Pyramid began. Intended as a tomb for Khufu, the Great Pyramid's structural design has been considered to be nearly perfect by engineers and historians ever since.
Yep.
Precisely oriented north-south to the 4 cardinal points of a compass, the length of each side of the Great Pyramid at its base was 230 meters.
That's lovely, that is, seeing the sun like that on the game. I know it's only a game, but I think it's really fantastic seeing that sort of image.
From being a perfect square.
That'd be a perfect postcard to send from Egypt, wouldn't it? Something like that. Hi, having all a great time in Egypt. Hope you are too in England. Yeah, whatever.
In order to achieve
fucking weather's terrible.
Pyramid, the design required many considerations in the planning phases, as well as precision during execution.
Oh dear.
It was especially critical that they control the angle of inclination on
windy
all
and
sides
raining over
at
it
every stage
again.
Of construction. Materials for the Great Pyramid consisted of quarried limestone blocks, weighing between 2 to 15 tons each. The methods of moving these blocks into place is still debated by architects and Egyptologists. The precision of its design in an age with only soft metal tools, as well as the enormous scale of its construction, make
2051 to 22,000, is that BCE? Yeah. Oh, me.
It's estimated that it took between 600,000 and 2 million blocks of stone to build the Great Pyramid.
Not being funny though, but like, if I was a historian, like, and I've been to these sort of places, and I've been studying this for years, and all of a sudden I'll get someone from Ubisoft or Activision or something wanting to know that, well, you know, want to do a game, etc., on the history, I'll be honoured. I really would. I'll be well excited, I would. Oh yeah, I could tell you this, I could tell you that. What do you want to know? So historians who Ubisoft have actually been, worked with, they think, wow, you know what I mean? They've listened to every word we've told them and they've gone with it in their game.
There is debate on how the pyramid stones were moved into place. Recent research is exploring the idea that it was built around a large
if that was me, I'd be going
interior
around big-headed. Oh, I gave Ubisoft the info all on this game. I worked with Ubisoft. I did this. It'd be brilliant. I'd be so full of myself if I was a historian and I worked with them. It'd be brilliant.
The recently discovered logbook confirms that the high-quality limestone of the outer casing was brought by boat across the Nile from a quarry in Tura. Once complete, the smooth white polished stone of the Great Pyramid would have reflected the sunlight like a beacon, earning it the name the Horizon of Khufu. Over the centuries, thieves and travelers attempted
Marble
to access
bust
the Great
of
Pyramid numerous
Herodotus,
times.
a historian in the 5th century.
Ancient writings describe details of its interior, proof that some made their way within, though who gained entrance first and when is unknown.
Yeah, that was the entrance, wasn't it? I think. Down we go. Up you go, Bayek. Thank you.
The main entrance of the Great Pyramid is located 17 meters above ground level. It faces north, likely in order to align with the North Star. Though the entrance passageway had been discovered in antiquity, any further access into the Great Pyramid was stopped by massive vertical slabs of rock. As such, present-day visitors to the pyramid
3 men
must
sitting at
use
the main
robber's
entrance of
entrance.
Cheops's pyramid. 1877. Oh, wow. Alright, back down we go. Oh, is that wolves or what, hyenas, whatever it is?
The robber's entrance is reported to have been opened in the 9th century by Caliph al-Mamun. In search of treasure, the Caliph had his men dig their way inside the Great Pyramid. The most likely scenario is that they enlarged a corridor which had been created by tomb robbers.
I know these
during
Ubisoft
antiquity.
sort of Creed games
As
gets a
such,
lot of stick,
this is
but
how the team can
the amount of
justify
work they
access to
take
this
in, you
wonder.
know, I mean, they must go round to more or less every museum, historian on Earth they can think, you know, they know of, to get all their facts, their figures, all the history bits, and it's got to take some time. You know, I mean, people moan about it. You know, if you don't like the games, that's fair enough. But to put in that sort of legwork before you start making the game on the history that you're getting told,
in a hole being blasted into the pyramid
amazing.
side, with no results for the damage that was done. While the search is still ongoing today to uncover more hidden rooms and passageways, conservation is the primary concern of all such efforts.
Then why would you want to go back in there and uncover more? Don't make no sense. Oh, I've got to change my controller over. Won't be a minute. Oops, sorry about that. I just had to change over the controller. Right, where are we going now? I think I've done that one. Right, next one. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bombity bombity bomb. The Great Pyramid Subterranean Chamber. Start tour. Thank you.
Welcome to the Great Pyramid. From the original entrance of the Great Pyramid, there is a passage leading to the subterranean chamber. Its walls were carved out of the existing rock of the plateau and then covered in a fine, unmarked limestone. The descending passage has a steep 26-degree downward slope. Narrow and with a low ceiling, this pathway is long and challenging.
That's right, Lucy. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Have fun, whatever game you're playing with, Boomer.
145 meters long. The team reduced its length and made it both wider and higher. The main focus of the work in reproducing the location was centered upon preserving the unique claustrophobic environment of the Great Pyramid, while still allowing for a smooth game navigation.
Yeah, that must have been well claustrophobic.
The well
While
shaft
building all
was a
that lot.
58-meter vertical passage that connected the descending corridor to the grand gallery above. An adjacent grotto may have originally been a small natural well in the bedrock that was enlarged during the tunneling. Whether the grotto was intended for another purpose is uncertain.
Oh. Oh.
There is much speculation over the purpose of the well shaft.
Is that a well?
One theory
yeah.
is that the channel was cut or enlarged to supply air to workers in the descending passage.
Ah.
Another is that it was meant to provide an exit route once the work was done in the heart of the pyramid. Without the well shaft, workers would have been trapped inside forever when the Grand Gallery was sealed. The opening at the bottom of the well shaft was most likely sealed by exiting workers to camouflage the passageway.
Possibly. So people don't interrupt it. Or interfere with it, whatever.
There is a subterranean chamber at the end of the descending corridor, 30 meters below the Giza Plateau surface. Dug directly into the bedrock, the space is wide with a ceiling 3 meters in height. Its floors and walls are rough and uneven, indicating that it was never completed. At the south end of the room, there is another narrow corridor, similar to the others, though it abruptly ends after roughly 20 meters.
Really? Okay. Oh, the
The
pit.
chamber also contains an 11-meter pit near the east side. It's unclear what this may have been used for. In the game, this well leads to a fictive underground complex containing key game-related mysteries.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I knew you'd come in the pyramids in the game and have scout
The
around.
subterranean chamber's original purpose remains a mystery. One popular theory is that it was originally meant to be Khufu's burial chamber, but the pharaoh changed his mind, preferring to be buried higher up in the pyramid, which would explain the chamber's unfinished state.
So in other words, they were designing it and then basically he said, no, I'm not having that. He wanted to go elsewhere, basically. The Great Pyramid, Giza, Upper Chambers. Right, okay, let's start the tour.
Welcome to the Great Pyramid. At the entrance of the ascending passage are 3 granite flagstones estimated to weigh up to 25 tons each. They were used to protect the Great Pyramid from thieves. Undaunted by the granite blocks, the thieves simply
Vertical
dug into the
section
softer
detail.
limestone
Oh, I
around
see.
them,
Howard,
thus
Weiss
creating
and
the
Perrin,
robber's entrance.
1840.
While in reality the robber's entrance is one single cavity which leads to both passages.
Well, that's what they said in the earlier one.
In the game, the team created individual accesses to either passage. As such, in the game, one entrance leads to the ascending passage, while another leads to the descending passage.
Okay.
The ascending passageway of the Great Pyramid provides a direct path into the Grand Gallery and is accessed 30 meters from the entrance along the descending corridor. Both corridors have similar dimensions and are designed with the same 26-degree incline.
Really? So they didn't change the measurements much then, did they?
Has smooth masonry on its walls, and the layout includes many
Thought they would have
trapezoidal
changed the
stones.
measurements.
Both the floor and ceiling of the passageway.
See, even that takes some time, getting the measurements all spot on.
Possibly during or after the funeral, to allow workers room to move granite blocks meant to plug the corridor. The Grand Gallery's purpose is still debated among experts. It may have been intended to align with the stars, act as a buffer to protect the King's chamber, or simply to facilitate the transport of the granite blocks used inside the pyramid. Access to the Queen's chamber was at the beginning of the Grand Gallery.
Right, is that down? Yeah, it's down, isn't it? Oh, duck. Oh my god. Yeah, I am crouching, thanks. I had to crouch that bit. Statue of the Royal Car of Tutankhamun.
Chamber, it is believed that there was no
Tutankhamun?
queen buried here. Based on their knowledge of earlier pyramids, Egyptologists believe it was more likely intended as the king's serdab, a chamber meant to contain the Ka statue, which would in turn house the king's spirit.
Cool.
Situated exactly within the pyramid's center, on the east-west axis,
I didn't realise this was going to take so long.
And measures 5.7 by
It's interesting,
5.2 meters.
Refreshing this memory.
In the eastern wall, there is a niche tucked away in a small corbelled archway, which may have originally held the Ka statue. Behind this niche is another smaller hole, possibly dug out by thieves in search of further treasure.
So look. Oh, been that way. Where am I going? Yeah, I've got twisted round. That's it.
In the 19th century, two shafts were found running through the north and south walls. They each run in a horizontal line for 2 meters before sloping upward, and both are closed off with limestone blocks fitted with copper handles. Whether they were intended as ventilation shafts for workers or a celestial connection for the pharaoh's spirit is unconfirmed.
Oh, okay.
A recent scan of the room indicated the presence of an unknown cavity hidden behind the north face of the walls over the descending corridor. Further investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the nature of the anomaly, so as to avoid risking damage to the monument.
Oh, where am I going now? I think it's this way. Oh, I think I've got to go up now, haven't I? I think I've got to go back this way and then go up, I think. That way? Yeah, it is. Oh, up that way.
Khufu's architects were possibly influenced by earlier rhomboidal pyramids when designing the gallery. It is the longest corbelled vault ever built, measuring 47 meters long and 8.6 meters high. The walls were made to taper inward, allowing for better distribution of weight. As a result, the ceiling measures just over 1 meter wide at its highest point. Though this construction technique is present in other pyramids, few have the same precision and stability.
Oh, I've got to go, keep going up, right.
While the space is visually dramatic, the gallery seemed to serve a practical function, though what exactly remains uncertain. Still, the wall design was undoubtedly meant to contribute to the stability of the structure, and its floor may have helped workers move the materials. A channel runs along the middle of the room. A movable floor originally rested in this central recess. The raised benches on either side are equipped with slots that may have been used to help position the granite blocking stones.
Oh, okay.
At the end of the Grand Gallery is the entrance to the antechamber leading to the King's Chamber. Directly above, there is another narrower horizontal passage that connects to the top of the King's Chamber and allow the workers access to the weight relief rooms.
Okay. Oh, I see. I'll go up that way and I expect I've got to go through there.
The far end of the Grand Gallery leads to a small antechamber with a portcullis, preventing access to the King's Chamber. The portcullis was composed of 3 separate granite slabs. They were designed to be lowered into place and seal the chamber after the burial of the king. The grooves dug out to hold the slabs in place are still clearly visible to this day. The elaborate locking system was composed of a series of grooves for the ropes and pulleys that dropped the stones into place like the notches on a key.
Right, oh, crouch. Yeah, I'm pressing the crouch button. Why is that not crouch? Oh, there you go.
For the purposes of the game, the team elected to remove the portcullis slabs in order to grant the player access to the King's Chamber. In reality, workers would have backed out of the room after the funeral, lowering each slab into place behind them one at a time. Each of the 3 stones were smashed by looters centuries later, and evidence of their break-in is still evident.
Okay, right, that's that way. Oh, right, okay, this next one.
The King's Chamber is built entirely out of red granite.
The King's Chamber measures 5.8 meters in height. It has an imposing cover of 5 stacked levels above, with granite beams weighing 25 to 40 tons each.
The uppermost level is surmounted by a vault of stones, arranged in chevrons to bear the enormous
Yeah, but it's so neatly
load.
made though, it's just like unbelievable how well it's made.
As in the Queen's Chamber, 2 shafts extend out from the room towards the north and south faces of the pyramid. They measure nearly 64 meters until they are blocked by copper-handled granite plugs. Some experts in the culture of the Old Kingdom believe that the shafts were thought to lead the king's soul to the stars, with the incarnation of the pharaoh as the god Ra.
They really believed in the stars and all that sort of stuff.
Horus by the southern well.
The god, you know, the holy gods and the stars and the way the stars were aligned, etc. They all believed in that sort of stuff.
There is a granite sarcophagus at the west end of the room, but it is the concealed construction inscriptions left by workmen on the roof's stones which verify this as the resting place of Khufu.
Oh.
The sarcophagus was recorded as being empty when it was discovered,
Oh.
and its design indicates that there was once a lid in place. It's possible that this sarcophagus is only a cenotaph in memory of the pharaoh, but was
not
never
actually got the pharaoh in there, i.e. due to grave robbers, etc. Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Khufu's mummy was never found.
No.
It is hoped that as of yet undiscovered hidden rooms and shafts of the pyramid may provide an answer as to its location.
Quite possible. But I can sort of see why they didn't have the pharaoh's body in there, just in case, yeah, the old grave robbers decided to have a crack. No, I mean, that's the last thing they want, isn't it? Do. Slippery slopes. Oh, tried sliding down. That was definitely, that was funny. It was. Right, Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories.
Welcome to Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories.
Torch flips. Oh, pardon me. Oh, here we go. Is that one marker straight away? No, it's in there. Oh, the treasure chest room. I remember this.
The team wanted to provide players with a sense of exploration and discovery, particularly within the Great Pyramid. As such, a decision was made that the internal design of the monument in the game would reflect Jean-Pierre Houdin's theories. While the antechambers of the king's tomb have yet to be discovered, Houdin posits that this is merely due to a unique design, placing the pharaoh's tomb at the center of the pyramid. The entire tour you are about to take was designed along Houdin's hypotheses.
Okay. slide down.
While respecting Houdin's hypothesis as to the general layout of the antechambers, the team wanted the contents to enhance the game experience. In regular royal tombs, the antechambers were filled with all the material goods needed by the pharaoh in the afterlife. To support the feelings of discovery and awe, the art team created a unique and fantastical treasure in this second antechamber.
Alright, I don't think there's anything to note down there. Yeah, he's crouching. Do. See the ray of light in front of me there.
Houdin theorized that the ascending corridor and the Great Gallery were used by the workers to haul hoist the heavy beams above the king's chamber.
Oh.
He called it the service circuit.
Pardon me.
The corridor you are in now was created by the team following Houdin's theory and is referred to as the noble
Welcome
circuit.
to the 3 people in the chat. I do appreciate you coming in and stopping by. This is the discovery tour of Assassin's Creed Origins. Whee! Down we go.
With this structure in mind, one can easily assume that the pyramid's entrance would have been connected to the two antechambers. Modern research has revealed that a cavity might be located behind the north face chevrons of the pyramid. As such, the team chose to create this area for the player to explore. Here is where Houdin believes that the priests and nobles would have exited the pyramid after the burial ceremony.
Ah, so how did they get out then? Up there? A bit weird. Right, now I've got to backtrack. No, it's the next one, and I've got to go up. Right, it's up there. Up we go! Right, there we go. Up and over.
Many theories regarding the construction of the Great Pyramid rely on the usage of external ramps. However, Houdin believes an external ramp would have been too steep for the upper portion of the pyramid. This is why he posits that there were two ramps. An external ramp for about half of the height of the pyramid, which then became an internal ramp.
Yeah, internal and external, yeah. Ah.
Houdin's theory states that this internal ramp followed the sides of
Bob's
the pyramid
room with
in an
interior ramp
spiral
edition,
pattern.
2008.
A notch discovered in the edge of the Great Pyramid, known as Bob's room, seems to support this
Bobby's
theory.
room.
Located at the corners of each edge of the pyramid,
Bobby.
these large rooms would have allowed workers to turn the stone by 90 degrees, allowing them to continue the ascent. The team chose to create rooms such as this one, bringing Houdin's hypothesis to life.
Where do I go from here? Oh, it's up that way. Ah, okay. Whee!
This long corridor was the first section of the ascending internal ramp. Through it, the blocks used to build the Great Pyramid would have been carefully moved upward and then turned at each edge of the pyramid in order to continue their ascent. Though the team only created the main ramp for the game, Houdin posits that this ramp had 2 levels, allowing workers to return safely to the bottom thanks to an additional corbelled upper section.
Ah. Now is that? Oh, it must be down, yeah, it's down. Whee! Down we go. I can put that torch out now, I don't need that. Oh, wow.
According to Houdet, the start of the inner ramp was located at the base of the southeastern face of the pyramid. This location would have been the junction point of the external and internal ramps. Below us, workers would have built the lower part of the pyramid with the external ramp before eventually switching to the internal ramp for the middle and upper sections of the pyramid. At that time in the process, they could have reused the material of the external ramp to fill the center of the pyramid, hauling the stones in through the internal ramp.
There we go, tour completed. That's another one done. Khafre's funerary complex. Learn about Khafre's funeral complex. Let's go.
Welcome to Khafre's funerary complex. Since the very beginning of the 4th dynasty, mortuary temples were built adjacent to pyramids on the eastern side. Such a location, facing the rising sun, as well as the world of the living as a whole, held an important symbolic meaning.
That's the old kingdom detail, 1992.
Kings were revived through daily rituals.
Revived? How can you be revived once you're killed? Once you're dead, basically. It's a bit odd.
In its standard form, a mortuary temple was divided into 2 parts. A front area which consisted of a vestibule and a courtyard, and an area in the back, where all sacred elements were located. The back of the temple incorporated several essential features, including an inner sanctuary with a false door, which allowed the soul of the pharaoh to travel between the world of the dead and the world of the living.
Archer's fragment released, original probably from Giza, the old kingdom.
Was entirely built with megalithic blocks of limestone from a nearby quarry and encased with granite. Parts of Khafre's mortuary temple, particularly the courtyard walls, are thought to have been decorated with splendid reliefs. However, not a single image of the king has been discovered inside the mortuary temple.
So that begs the question, where was he actually buried? I'm going the right way. No, I'm not. Let's round this way.
Khufu's direct successor, Djedefre, followed the custom which required each king to establish a new site for their funerary accommodation, and chose Abu Rawash as his last resting place. When the time came to build his own funerary complex, Khafre, also one of Khufu's sons and the successor to Djedefre, broke with tradition and returned to Giza. Not only did Khafre thumb his nose at tradition, but he did so in a way which he hoped would allow him to overshadow his father's most important monument.
Excuse me. So much ground to cover on this game, isn't there? Oh, I'm Bayak. Or Bayak, however you pronounce it. Bayak or Bayak.
Though Khafre's pyramid is smaller than Khufu's, it was cunningly built on a more elevated bedrock layer than the Great Pyramid, making it appear higher than any other pyramid at Giza.
At Giza?
Today, Khafre's pyramid is the only one among the 3 at Giza that still has the upper part of its limestone casing. Considered a most sacred area, the Giza necropolis was strictly defined both geographically and physically. An 8-meter-thick Tura limestone wall completely surrounded the Great Pyramid. The only way inside would have been through the mortuary temple.
Just had a message come up on my phone. Okay. Ah! Oh, I've got loads of messages. I'll sort them out in a bit.
From the reign of Sneferu and onwards, the subsidiary pyramid became a common feature within the pyramidal complex. The function of the subsidiary pyramid, however, smaller in size and in height than the royal
That
tomb,
probably wouldn't have taken too long
unclear,
to build that
though
one, you know what I mean? It's not as big as the ones like next to it, sort of, is it? This is probably done in about 3 or 4 days, that probably.
In mainstream media, the Ka is often defined as the soul of the deceased. The truth is a bit more complicated. Within the ancient Egyptian funerary belief system, the Ka was a component of a living person, which separated itself from the body at the time of death. It represented the deceased's vital essence. In order for the deceased to ascend to a new life, whether in this world or the next, the Ka had to be embodied in a statue, and its existence maintained through offerings and rituals.
Okay.
Within Khafre's subsidiary pyramid, a wooden box containing pieces of cedar was discovered by archaeologists. When reassembled, it turned out to be a shrine mounted on a sled. Just as with the solar barges found around Khufu's pyramid,
Book of the Dead details showing the funerary procession with the barge.
Ritually disposed of after his funeral.
There you go. Right. Party like it's 49 BCE. Ooh, Menkare's funerary complex.
Welcome to Menkare's funerary complex. The dimensions of Menkare's pyramid are much less grandiose. However, unlike its predecessors, Menkare's pyramid shows a great deal of complexity in its internal and external finish. The outside was partially covered in red granite, while the internal walls were richly decorated.
They must have dyed those blocks, surely.
This latter innovation would not catch on until the end of the 5th dynasty, when pyramid texts began to adorn the walls.
Right, that's done.
Menkaura's pyramid contains two sloping passages, both located in the northern side of the structure. The upper one was abandoned during the construction phase, whereas the lower one, slightly above the base of the monument, constitutes the real entrance. The lower passage leads to a first room, which, for the first time since the reign of Djoser, is decorated with engraved false doors.
Okay, false doors, okay.
While Menkaura's pyramid complex was unfinished at the time of his death, it was hastily and somewhat shabbily completed by his successor, Shepseskaf. Even so, this funerary structure marks a watershed in the history of this kind of monument. From then onwards, the pyramid shrank, whereas the mortuary temple expanded both in its quantitative and qualitative aspects. Of particular note, it is within Menkaura's mortuary temple that one can find the heaviest block of limestone ever used for a pyramid complex, weighing in at over 200 tons.
Oh, one more do there, I think. Yep, we go.
Menkaura's causeway
two
was
more.
completed in mud brick by the king's successor, whereas the lower part was nothing more than a simple ramp. As for the Valley Temple, it was built in two phases. The foundations were first laid out in limestone during Menkaura's reign, but the temple itself was completed in mud brick afterwards. As such, the Valley Temple was soon damaged and ended up being completely rebuilt during the 6th dynasty.
Now where are we going? Oh, that way. Good. Go, go!
Three small structures, referred to as Menkaura's Queen's Pyramids, were erected along the southern side of the main pyramid. One of them was a smooth-faced pyramid, while the other two were more basic step pyramids. It is difficult to assess whether the latter were designed as such or were left unfinished with no casing to smooth out their surfaces.
Oh, pardon me, excuse me. Go again.
The easternmost pyramid was built with the traditional rooms and corridors found within a satellite pyramid meant to house the king's Ka. However, a granite sarcophagus was found within, leading to the conclusion that it was used as an actual tomb rather than as a symbolic cenotaph.
Yeah.
Drawing on these observations, some assume that this pyramid was first built as a satellite pyramid for the king's Ka, before seeing its purpose change to that of a queen's tomb. Which queen, however, remains a mystery.
Ooh. Alright, that's all them done. Done the pyramids. Have I done that one? Yeah, I've done that one, haven't I? Oh, I see. That's where I started. Because I wasn't too sure how to do it. Oh, I see. You can. Welcome, buddy. Why am I playing this game? It's one of my favourite franchises. Oh, I'll stick with Bayek. Sod it. I completed Odyssey. Odyssey took me about 622 hours in total. That's all puzzles, all DLC, upgrading all the ship, etc. So I've done all that. Odyssey was fantastic, I thought. Very underrated, because a lot of people didn't like it.
Welcome to the Greek Pharaohs.
Oh, where am I going? Oh, yeah, that is the right way. Hi, Solid Shadow. Thank you for coming in. Oh, Resident Evil Village. I love that game. I'm only about halfway through it myself. Oh, where are we going? Ah, going well, mate. Going well, mate. I didn't realise this discovery tour on this game was going to take so long.
As an avatar
Hopefully I'll be back playing the actual game tomorrow.
The pharaoh's role was to preserve fundamental values and universal harmony by removing chaos, Easfet, and ensure that justice, Mot, prevailed.
How you been keeping, all right?
By divine ancestry and through multiple offerings, was the bond that unites the world of men to the world of the gods and allows the maintenance of the cosmic order. The Ptolemaic dynasty reigned over Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE. The dynasty was called the Ptolemies of the Lagids, in recognition of the founder of the dynasty,
How you been
Ptolemy
keeping,
Lagos,
Solid?
a Greek general
Been doing
and
right?
close friend of Alexander the Great. While Macedonian, Ptolemy Lagos understood that to be accepted by the Egyptian people, he would have to adopt their traditions. Upon assuming the title of pharaoh, he changed his name to Ptolemy I Soter, meaning savior.
Ah. That's this way. Oop. Knocked something over there.
Born in 356 BCE, Alexander the Great went through a hasty education in the affairs of the kingdom before integrating into the Macedonian army, where he quickly rose through the ranks.
Thank you, Vanna.
After his father's assassination in 336 BCE, which some believed was orchestrated by Alexander himself, he became king of Macedonia. Ruler of a unified kingdom and leader of a large army, Alexander set his sights
There
on
should be a check-in for
the Greek cities of Asia
Monday,
Minor.
Solid.
He
It
took
should
on
be
the
there.
Persian
I've done them all
forces,
today.
earning victory after victory.
It all helps. Discord servers, doesn't it? If someone pops in and says, "Oh, you're from that server," then, "Oh, you're from that group." All helps. I suppose I'll go this way.
Ever victorious, Alexander the Great marched on, laying siege to city after city until he reached Egypt, where the Persians were defeated yet again. Viewed as a liberator by the Egyptian people, Alexander
Yeah, it's a shame that Ghost Watchers don't come over sort of
he traveled to Thebes
to console,
to make
really.
a sacrifice to Apis.
It does look a good
then
game.
Went to the oasis of Siwa, where he was proclaimed son of Amun. Officially Pharaoh of Egypt, Alexander spent much of the winter there and founded the city of Alexandria. Perhaps not coincidentally, being Pharaoh allowed Alexander to spread propaganda to prepare further conquests. He resumed his military campaigns in 331 BCE.
Okay, I think I might have done this back to front, but...
On his deathbed in 323 BCE, Alexander the Great gifted the satrapy of Egypt to Ptolemy Lagos.
Ah.
Perfectly aware of the value of Egypt, Ptolemy ensured not only the stability of the country's borders, but also its economic and military development. At the same time, he worked with the Egyptian elite to maintain the internal order of the country. By 305 BCE, Ptolemy, well respected both in Egypt and in the Mediterranean, was at the head of the largest fleet of the Hellenistic world. Ptolemy officially took the title of Pharaoh of Egypt
Pass
in
the baton,
January
basically.
304 BCE, on the anniversary of Alexander the Great's death.
It's that way.
Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE. His remains were placed first in a solid gold sarcophagus, and then within another. The casket was carried in an ornate custom wagon, gilded and set with precious stones,
So
and
no one
pulled
can
by
get into it.
64 mules crowned with gold. The funeral procession was diverted to a grandiose temple in Alexandria, built in the conqueror's honor under the orders of Ptolemy I.
Ooh.
Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history.
Oh.
Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis.
Wouldn't surprise me. Robbed him. Even in death. That would not surprise me in the slightest. Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. The legend.
Welcome to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Cleopatra VII Theophilopator ascended the throne in 51 BCE at the age of 18.
Oh, yeah.
Though her early attempts to maintain power were often challenged, she eventually prevailed and became the sole ruler of Egypt. According to Plutarch, she was the only Ptolemaic pharaoh to speak the Egyptian language. Her intelligence, coupled with a good education and a great political mind, allowed her to make the alliances necessary to maintain the independence of Egypt while Rome was becoming a Mediterranean empire.
Yeah, but she went a bit weird, didn't she, Cleopatra, from all accounts? As soon as she was running that, not in the financial aspects of things, she started doing things she shouldn't, according to rumours.
Knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture allowed her to make powerful ideological reference that resonated with ancient Egyptians. By associating herself with the goddess Isis, the divine mother, great of magic, and repository of divine essence, Cleopatra firmly established herself as the protector of the two lands and legitimized her place on the throne.
She was a bit of a seductress as well, from all accounts. Apparently she had a way with men, if history is correct. Oh, sorry. Not really, but...
Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom to his daughter and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII.
Ah.
As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17.
What?
The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions, and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra. By 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile. During Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. Caesar and Pompey were at war with one another, and after his defeat in 48 BCE, Pompey fled to Alexandria in the hope of finding refuge. This turned out to be an unwise decision. Listening to his advisors, Ptolemy XIII
didn't do many favors, did it?
Assassinated, his head kept as a gift, in the hopes of acquiring Caesar's favor.
Gold.
This gambit backfired. Instead of earning approval, the murder of a Roman greatly angered Caesar.
Yeah, he was Roman, wasn't he? Pompey. Oh, that way. Go that way. Around that way.
Cleopatra, aware of Caesar's anger against Ptolemy for the murder of Pompey, decided to take advantage of the situation. She returned to
Welcome to
Egypt
the
in
4
secret,
people
hoping
watching the
to
stream. I
establish
do
an
appreciate
alliance
you
with one of
coming
the
in.
most
Hope you've
powerful
had an
men of
awesome
her
weekend.
time.
Sorry, my voice is a bit
Outside of
croaky.
the legend,
I have
where she
tried
had
drinking
herself smuggled
through the
into
stream.
his quarters in a
I'm
carpet,
currently doing
what
the
exactly
discovery
happened
tour
during that
of
fateful
Assassin's
meeting
Creed
remains a
Origins
mystery.
before I actually
However,
start the
Caesar
game.
seemed to see a better
So I'm
ruler
doing
for
a
Egypt in
timeline
Cleopatra
chronological
than in her
run of
young and too
the Creed
easily
games
influenced
before the new
brother.
one comes out. Whether or
Invoking
not I
Ptolemy
actually get
XII's
to
will, Caesar
get through them
attempted
all
to
before the
mediate
new one
peace
comes out, it's
between
a
the
different matter.
siblings.
But I will try. So I will be doing other games as well if I can. So I've got Destiny 2 and the
Ptolemy
Jedi
XIII
game.
was enraged by the turn of events, and his advisors were none too happy to see Cleopatra return. Urged on by General Achilles
I've
and
got a
Pythias, the young
story-driven
pharaoh
game called The
plotted
Council
against
to
Caesar
play
and
as well.
Cleopatra, resulting in the siege
So
of
I
Alexandria
will be
in
trying to do
47
other games in
BCE.
between doing this one.
It was in March 47 BCE that Caesar defeated Ptolemy XIII's
I don't really want to
forces.
be bogged
The
down
young
trying to
pharaoh drowned
get
in the
through
Nile
this and
after
that
having fled the
constantly.
battlefield.
So I'll try
With
and
her
mix and
opponents
match if I
dead
can.
or powerless, Cleopatra married her other much younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, and finally claimed the throne of Egypt for good. The end of the Alexandrian War also cemented the romantic and political alliance between Cleopatra and Caesar.
Right, this way? Yep.
In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar did not accept the boy as his heir, choosing instead his nephew Octavian.
Octavius,
Nonetheless,
yeah.
on his return to Rome, Caesar invited the queen and her brother husband to stay in the city. Her presence still drew much disapproval from the Senate. Always a strategist, Caesar left 4 legions in Egypt and a man he trusted to direct Egyptian affairs, giving him control of the wheat supplies essential to Rome. Cleopatra and her entourage remained in Rome until March 44 BCE, when Caesar was murdered.
I think I'll go back this way now. Yeah, I'll do. Whoop. Round we go. There we go.
Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often visited the Queen of Egypt during his stay in Rome. Unlike most, he recognized the legitimacy of Caesarion, the natural son of Caesar. Antony knew he would need the riches of Egypt in order to fight Octavian and claim the Roman Empire. Cleopatra, in return, saw a powerful ally. In the winter of 41 BCE, she arranged a sumptuous tour of Egypt by boat to show Antony the wealth of her country and the power she held as its ruler. A romantic and political relationship followed. The Roman Senate was once again most displeased. To calm spirits in Rome, Antony married Octavia, sister of Octavian.
All these sort of places you come back to while you're playing the game anyway. This one, I remember doing
Despite his
that
marriage
one
to Octavia,
on the
Antony
Xbox.
remained Cleopatra's lover, and she gave birth to their children.
And that over there, you
Cleopatra
get a mission in that
increased her
tower as
kingdom's
well, I believe.
and started a political propaganda alongside her
It's
lover
pretty
in
good.
Egypt and beyond. She hoped to create a Ptolemaic federal empire with Alexandria at its center. Antony eventually repudiated his Roman wife for the Egyptian queen, much to the dismay of the Roman elite. However, while Mark Antony focused on Egypt, Octavian carefully gained military and political ascendancy over him in Rome.
Oh, where is it then? Oh no.
Octavian managed his own propaganda campaign and succeeded. The Roman people hated Mark Antony and Cleopatra. To avoid the censure still inherent in attacking a fellow Roman, Octavian simply declared war against Egypt. Rome's power still reigned supreme. The powerful Egyptian fleet, led by Cleopatra as well as Mark Antony's forces, were defeated in 31 BCE.
They're not strong enough for Rome's forces, unfortunately.
Octavian arrived in Egypt in 30 BCE to formalize his victory. The following events remain difficult to confirm due to the many versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an asp to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery.
No, nobody knows. I've watched loads of documentaries about that, and nobody seems to be able to say where it went. So it could have been ended up anywhere. Could have been fed to the crocodiles or whatever, for all we know. Do. Right. Oh, the siege of Alexandria. From Julius Caesar's perspective. That's right.
Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. Among the collection of writings attributed to Julius Caesar are his descriptions of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the Wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recounts Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events.
Right. Ah, there we go.
The Siege of Alexandria closely relays
port.
the events of the Civil War
Palace
that led up
Cape
to the
Locius.
event and describes how Caesar was besieged in the palace of the Ptolemies. Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information.
Yeah, you don't know who to believe though, do you? I mean, historians seem to believe this, that and the other. You could end up with about 4 or 5 different versions.
In the events leading up to the Siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria. Having lost his battle against Caesar in 48 BCE, the Roman general turned to his allies, the Egyptians, for safe harbor. But on the advice of Pothinus, Ptolemy XIII had Pompey assassinated.
Yeah,
in the
that
hopes
didn't
of
work,
Caesar's
did it?
favor.
Backfired.
This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision.
He was a Roman. Shouldn't have killed a Roman.
Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him.
No, it wouldn't.
Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian general Achilles to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
Up we go. This way first. Oh, it's a bit of a length, isn't it? Bit of a way to go. Ah, thank you. I wasn't too sure if I could do that on the Discovery Tour or whether I can only do that in the game. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah. I think I've got to come back this way as well. Get out the bloody way. Really? All this way? Are you sure?
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag.
Huh?
Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII were most vexed with this turn of events.
Yes, definitely seduction. Yeah, here we go. I've got to go all the way back there. Up we go. Around here. Oh, no. There we go.
With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour.
Oh dear.
During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under guard.
I'll go back that way. Trying to follow the direction as much as I can.
Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achilles arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began.
Not Achilles. Well, move out of the way then. Oh my god.
With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achilles had the messengers assassinated.
Ah!
With
Nice.
Caesar confined within the palace, Achilles positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achilles' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
Pardon? Didn't quite understand what you said there. Oh, it's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Really? Sweet, we love coming through.
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria. Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men
that one you
reached
you got to
Pharos
go
Island.
inside of that.
There, they took
If I remember
refuge within
rightly.
the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks. The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when, and even if, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was the fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, their arsenals set ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library.
See, I mean, so many different stories.
In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contained manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself.
My phone keeps going off.
The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost.
Probably quite a lot.
Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace.
Oh!
During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he had his men pour salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to Caesar's camp.
So, therefore, they get very thirsty in more ways than one. What's that then? Oh, hold on. No, hold on. I'm going in the wrong way. I don't know what I'm there.
Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water.
No.
Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept. Despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians, Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious.
Well, I suppose they would, wouldn't they?
With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him
Love
to
all
push
this
the
history
Egyptians
sort of
back
stuff.
and secure
It's
the
good.
lighthouse. Gaining control of Pharos Island sent the Alexandrians into the sea and swimming back to the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were set to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, many of his men then fled their posts, either by ship or jumping into the sea.
But then would they have been attacked by crocodiles or sharks or something if they did that? So half of them probably didn't survive anyway.
Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an Allied ship farther out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survive. The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle.
Oh, basically showing Caesar up, wouldn't it?
Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war.
Oh, not me.
By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river.
Yeah, but did it work?
Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile.
So someone had to suffer in the sea, unfortunately.
After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion.
Hey, it's all completed. Yeah, I'll do these ones.
Welcome to Introduction to Alexandria. After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world. The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center.
I'm sorry, I ain't walking.
Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze. The royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues. With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence
what the
today,
hell's going on there?
though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt. Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, and was roughly 8 kilometers in length.
Yeah.
This street was
Cool,
one of the
have a
most
race up
important
and down
shipping
with the
entrances
horses,
to
couldn't you, there?
Alexandria, and often hosted processions and festivals.
Quite easily.
The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time, as was usual for the era. The Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave that there. I didn't even realise I was going on for that long. Thank you ever so much for joining in. I will be back on tomorrow, roughly around about the same time. Now I've got a bit more time allotted to stream, so I hope you have a good evening. Hope you have a good weekend, rest of the weekend, and I will catch you again soon. Take care. Bye bye now.